projects to reveal his deadliest servant. The one who will lead Mordor's armies in war. The one they say no living man can kill. Slay them all. What of the wizard? I will break him.
Welcome back to another Streamteam book review. This will be for Words of Radiance. I'm very, very pleased to be finally getting to review this particular book. It's one of my favorites. It's got some of my favorite moments in all of literature. So, I feel it is only appropriate that we should bring in our guest, starting first with the aspiring writer. Allow me to debut his secondary intro. Welcome aboard.
A lion doesn't concern himself with the opinions of the sheep.
Opinions?
No, that's not an opinion, it's a fact.
Welcome, everyone. I have been waiting 6 months for this.
Yeah, kind of.
Yep.
And he's been pestering us for months, so I'm just like, it's not on me, it's on the other people.
The wait has been worth it.
Indeed. And we have our resident posh debutante, giant British giantess. Yes.
Yep, that's me.
Excuse you, giantess.
How tall are you, Becca?
I mean, 5'10". I'm like, marginally tall. I'm not like over 6 foot or anything. I'm not like Brianna Tarth.
You're okay. So, like they say with Blue, you're model tall.
Like, I'm taller than people, but like, I'm just.
You're a giantess
implies like. Well, yes, but that's why I avoid girls. They make me feel big.
What? No, you want to feel big. You want to tower over the lowly peasants.
No, you want to feel small and feminine and ignored by the world. That's what you want to feel.
No wonder he has big as a PFP.
And that is why you like Tarek, because he's a giant.
Oh, of course. Is? Yes.
I thought
he's 6'5".
What the fuck? 6'5"? What?
Yeah. He thought he was 6'3". I accused him of lying to me.
They'll have giant babies.
Oh my god.
I don't want to show my face, but my expression is just mouth dropped.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Tarek, why have you never mentioned this ever?
Because he doesn't like to boast. Except to me.
With good reason. You're his lady love.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Naturally.
Boasting equal flirting.
Well done, aspiring. You figured it out.
Hmm.
You'll go far in this world. I feel like this is going to be a fun one. I don't know about you.
Oh, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Valerian's having a little bit of a
Yeah, I'm like,
A moment.
How long until we let him in? Should we let him
I'm
in?
waiting. I'm waiting.
Stop making fun of the Brit and let me on.
I need to get a couple quotes. Like one is Shad's low-key review where he just starts it off with "I'm pissed," and the Vicini "I'm waiting" for Princess Bride because that's one of the best, most quotable movies ever made. Anyway,
I mean, yeah, Princess Bride quotes.
yeah, yes, I'll kill you, man. Anyway, let's bring him on.
Bleeding finally. I mean, greetings, brightness, bright lord, aspiring new chap.
Indeed.
Yes, greetings.
Greetings, chaps. So, it's very happy to finally get to do this. It's
Yeah.
It's not my fault that it took a long time.
We still actually don't have one of the main people we needed on, Neff.
Well, I think that she's like having some like I think like she's probably like just dealing with dealing with family stuff.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, she's been scarce anyway lately. I mean, you see her, she's online in the Discord, but she's not posting anything.
Yeah, I think that part of it's just like that's why I say just probably like IRL stuff.
Yeah.
Which means you can blame me entirely for why the stream is so late.
Oh, yes!
That is true. Do not take this long for Oathbringer. That's the best one of the series, as far as I'm concerned.
I am loving it already. It's very good.
Rhythm of
Yay.
War is good too.
Yeah.
It is, but I think it's just default in bottom for me because it's like it has to compete with Way of Kings, Words of Radiance, and Oathbringer. It's like it's not really a competition.
Yeah, not a spoiler, but it's Fantasy Die Hard.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
that's enough of Rhythm of War spoilers. But
It's
to be fair, in my defense, I managed to finish Wartbreaker in a month, so hopefully Oathbringer won't take too long.
Well, Warbreaker is the size of Mistborn. Rao is the biggest book he's written.
Hey, we're talking about Oathbringer here? And
No,
Oathbringer...
Oathbringer is still also bigger.
No, but I know it's bigger. I've got eyes. But my point being that if it only took me a month to read Warbreaker, it might only take me 2 months to read Oathbringer.
Which means we'll have a stream in November. That's glorious.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, hopefully and by that point I'll have Queen of the Ashes out, which is the 4th and final book in the Dark Queen series.
Ooh.
Yes.
Yeah. I really like, in Rhythm of War, I do really like the Pershendi characters. Those are actually the best part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least
Rhythm of War will be an interesting discussion due to having mixed feelings.
Oh, and then there's the moment where Shallan takes the blood of a baby giraffe and then flies out of the window shooting fire out of Uranus.
Oh, I thought it was Dolinar. Well, I guess it depends on the book, doesn't it?
No, Dalinar shoots lasers out of his ass.
I thought it was maybe it's he farts high storms out of his butt, actually.
So yeah, this
Wow.
is some interesting world building on the part of Mr. Sanderson here.
Yeah, certainly is going to subvert my expectations, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Yes, Sanderson is yes, actually, like, no, Sanderson is not as crazy as Alan Moore. He would not do something that nuts.
But something I would like to mention, I know Neff isn't here, but she did make one prediction on how she thought this book would end, where she thought it would be about uniting all of the High Princes, and that's it. It's funny to see how a new reader has like such a small scope compared to what actually happens while reading. Is like, you can't predict this shit.
I will say, when she said it, I was doubting it on the level that, I mean, she hadn't even read the first Mistborn book at that time. Having read all three of those, I know the kind of way that Sanderson scales up stuff, and I don't think she was familiar with that, so I can kind of forgive her for that. But I was going, I have a feeling there's going to be a similar thing, but on a larger scale to what Mistborn did, in that it was like big scale, but got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's definitely forgivable.
To be fair, I mean, that is one of the issues. Uniting the High Princess is one of the issues. It's not the only one issue, but it is an issue.
It's more that it's not the end game. It's more of
actually
a factor.
Yeah, she said she thought the first 5 books would be all about the High Princes, and it's like your scope increases with pretty much every book.
I did not think this is. I don't know whether we're going into spoilers this early for Words of Radiance, but I did not think that the Everstorm would come as soon as it did. I thought that was going to be way further down the line.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brandon Sanderson does not make you wait very long for your payoffs, which is nice.
Yeah. At the same time, it does feel long for some payoffs.
I don't know. The concept. I think the thing was that the name, the Everstorm, it's very of legend. I mean, I know it is of legend, but it's like it had like kind of connotations of like the full-on apocalypse is here. And I wasn't expecting the full-on apocalypse to arrive in book 2. I'll put it that way. I was expecting like book 4, end of book 4, we would have like the apocalypse arrives, and then book 5 is like, whoa, we're doing it now. And I'm like, wow, okay, apocalypse came early, cool.
Well, actually, there's lines about in the future books about the apocalypse and how this is the apocalypse.
I want my money back.
What was that, Valerian?
I said, I want my money back. This is the apocalypse. I want my money back.
Oh, we need to do Good Omens stuff at some point.
Oh yeah, Good Omens is amazing. I love Good Omens.
What's
so
Good Omens?
And the show. They're both.
I've to be fair, I've not read the book, and I'm tempted to get the audiobook, but the show is just beautiful.
Oh, the audiobook is fantastic. I love the audiobook. Footnote.
No.
The footnote. They didn't.
I imagine by the style of Gaiman and the style of Pratchett, the read out loud, it's probably even better than written anyway. So.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite line is footnote. During the wars in Britain, there were problems with witch doctors and other problems. So they employed CSM Narker, who, with his 200 stone frame, steel reinforced book, a specially reinforced candle, and ironclad bell could clear the felt of witch doctors faster than a Gatling gun.
You kind of triggered me when you said footnote. They didn't, because it reminded me of Fire Cannot Kill a Dragon.
Indeed.
Look, anyone who hasn't seen Good Omens or vice versa read it or whatever, go. The show is amazing, and I'm sure the book is amazing.
Oh yeah, the book's even funnier than the show.
I'm glad I saw the show purely though, because when I listen to it or read it or whatever, I'm going to be imagining Michael Sheen and David Tennant, and it's going to be even better.
Yeah, especially
Maybe
since
like-
we'll go for it, Valerian.
Oh, sorry, I was interrupting you. Actually, I just came in. You were first. What was I going to say? Maybe some book clubbish thing. We could listen to it.
Yeah, I have the audiobook.
Oh, maybe that'd be cool.
That would be, yeah, we could do that. Sorry, you were saying something though.
Well, I was about to say, like, you get wonderful lines from the book. Like, whenever you saw Aziraphale, you assumed three things about him. One, that he was British. Two, that he was intelligent. And three, that he was gayer than a tree full of monkeys high on nitrous oxide.
No comment. Oh, I
Oh
hope
my
they weren't
God.
cross-dressing monkeys.
Oh, but just Aziraphale is the best character. He's amazing.
Yeah, he's a amazingly just posh British angel.
Oh, a chap
He's
came
just wonderful.
Hi, James Knighton. How's it going? Yeah. I think that's enough preamble. Well, we should probably get into kind of our opening thoughts. So, what are we? Okay, sorry, my thing backed up. What are kind of our overall thoughts about Words of Radiance? And we'll kind of like keep it to like our thoughts on the first book, the first kind of even comparing it to what we thought going into it, and then versus what was going to happen in the second, what we thought was going to happen in the second book after starting it, that sort of thing. I actually kind of didn't really have that many expectations. I just thought, oh, it's going to be another Way of Kings book, and maybe like we're going to see more fantasy action, and Dalinar's going to have to figure out a way to like figure out what's wrong with this Herald guy that showed up at the end of the first book. That was my thought. What about you guys?
So I need to shamefully admit, on my first read through of Way of Kings, this is like very early on. I wasn't really a reader at the time. This was my sister kind of dumped this book on me very suddenly. Like the biggest book I had read was Percy Jackson's.
Ooh, what?
Oh,
And
God.
so I ended
Percy
up.
Jackson. Have you ever heard of Percy Jackson and the Lightning Thief?
I've heard the name Percy Jackson.
It's meh. It's not terribly
I
good.
enjoyed them as a teen.
Yeah, it's
Like,
it's what I
yeah.
call a gateway drug to reading.
It's like a YA-ish thing, except
Yeah.
only for guys.
It's basically Greek. It's
They're kind of-
basically like
they're a
YA
bit-
with Greek gods.
I feel like they're a little bit younger than YA, but they've got like a Harry Potterish sort of appeal in that similar fans went for them,
Oh, okay.
and
Fair
they've
enough.
got a similar kind of approach to world building as well, but like a little bit thinner. But
Like some sloppy.
I don't know, they're fun.
Yeah.
Or just more that like I don't. Yeah, but it can. To be fair, because although I mean Harry Potter's based on like actual folklore to some degree as well, so she was taking from that. It's more based on the Greek myths than it is created, although they are embellished for the world that he's created. So there's a bit less kind of the author has created their own thing. I think, but yeah, you know, they're whatever they got kids into reading in a similar way to a degree. So.
Yeah, it's something I'd recommend to like some teenagers and be like, hey, to get you more excited about reading, try this. It gets you excited about like Greek myths and all. The reason I know so much about Greek myths is partially the Percy Jackson books. But when you look back at them, you're like, these weren't all that great, but they were serviceable for their time.
The thing
Yeah,
about
it's-
Greek myths is that they're pretty fun stories, and so like riding on those to create a kids YA thing is kind of a good idea, because it means that you've already got an appeal there. You've already got good stories as a basis. So
Yeah. He does go a bit insane, though.
Fair enough.
yeah, I did kind of lose it once he got into the second series, but yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the aspiring chap was saying,
Oh yeah,
Right.
yeah.
My shame. I read like maybe a third of Way of Kings because I basically was Shallan's whole thing in the first book kind of engrossed me too much. So I read all of Shallan's, I think only 2/3 of Kaladin's, and I ended up ignoring all of Adolin's and Dalinar's stuff when I had read Words of Radiance. So Dalinar and Adolin just kind of were like new characters to me.
oh,
so strange.
something
It
similar
is.
happened to me, but not quite.
How could
I
you
have
skip
the reverse story, but
DILF and MILF combo. How could you skip the ultimate DILF and MILF combination?
oh my
Because
god.
there were too many characters. I was like, this is again me just jumping into Way of Kings when I've only read like Percy Jackson. It was too much for my brain to absorb, and so I ended up having just like focus on 2 characters, which was the first 2 I met, Kaladin and Shallan. The other 2 were just kind of too much for me to handle. I did go back and ended up reading them, thankfully. But yeah, I've read this with like no context on those 2 characters, but I still did. This book was what interested me to them.
Oh wow. So interestingly, just because that haha. So my thing with Way of Kings is that I read Way of Kings firstly for when I originally read it like years ago. Firstly for Kaladin, secondly for Dalinar and Adolin, and then Shallan was there, and every time we cut to Shallan, I was like, for fuck's sake, this bitch. Like to my shame. I didn't like Shallan, and to be fair, I think I didn't like her for similar reasons why I didn't really give a shit about Hermione in the Harry Potter books, which is because I saw too much of myself in that character and was like, fuck you, I don't want to read about myself, get out of my life. So nerdy annoying bitch, don't like them, remind myself of, of myself. But so when I was reading Words of Radiance for the first time, I was like, I can't deal with this being Shallan's book. I don't give a shit about Shallan. She's annoying, and that's probably one of the reasons I put it down originally. Like, what was it, like 4 years ago? And picking it up again, getting past the bit that I was getting past before was really hard because I was growing to like Shallan more, particularly after reading Way of Kings again. But I still was like, I'm more interested in the other characters. So by the time I got to like shit actually happening, or not shit actually happening, but things that I hadn't read yet, and the part of the book that I like the most, which is the second half, I'd grown to like Shallan by that point, but like it took me a long time.
Yeah, like I also tended to skip Shallan's flashbacks a lot. I think it was maybe my 7th reread of this book that I finally forced myself to just see what was there because I needed to know everything.
Christ.
Yeah.
At the very least, I don't actually skip chapters. I've never done that, and I'm glad of it because I don't want to get into that habit. But what I do instead is put the book down if I know the next chapter is a chapter character I don't really give a shit about. So that's why I took quite a while on this book, because every time it was a Shallan chapter next, I was like,
Yeah. Sanderson has dissuaded me from ever skipping chapters now. Not even the interludes have had consequences for skipping.
That's fair enough. But you know, I'm glad I kept with it because Shallan's probably one of the most interesting characters to me by the end of that book. So well done, Sanderson. You made a character I didn't give a shit about, like one that I'm really interested in now.
Yeah. I think her strongest appearance is, again, in Oathbringer.
Hey.
Yeah.
Okay.
How about Balerion?
Go for it.
So when I read, well, what happened was I would skip things, but I would get back to them. I wouldn't just skip them. I wouldn't leave them out completely.
Mm-hmm.
But what happened was I would get so interested in one particular character's story that I would skip to the next chapter of that character and like read ahead. Then I might go back, especially if there was an interlude. I would skip interludes a lot. I was really interested in Shallan in book 1 because of the whole, will she steal the thing? Won't she steal? Will she steal it? Won't she steal it? If she does steal it, will she repent? Will Jasna end up? Pardon me, I'm eating. Will
Okay, I'm not alone.
Will Jasna end up, forgiving her and bringing her back on? All this stuff. So I was really into that. I'll get really into that, and then I would really get into how is this going to work with Kaladin trying to raise up Bridge 4, and then I was getting into will Kaladin and Dalinar meet and what will happen. So that was how I was reading that. So by the time I came to book 2, I think, I'm not sure what my expectations were precisely, but I think I might have been a little more into Kaladin. Although it started with Shallan, I did want to see what was happening with that too. I was going to say, the interludes I still had a way of skipping and then coming back to it. I ended up skipping Lift the first time, then I got back to her. I really liked her, but at that point I was like, I want to see what's going on with Kaladin and the whole, his whole thing with the jewel and all that stuff. What comes of that? How is that going to end up? So
Yeah.
I want to. Oh, sorry.
No, you can go first.
Oh, I was going to say, I want to clarify. Shallan is really, really well written. It was in no way because her story, particularly in Way of Kings, her story in Way of Kings is really good. But it was a specific personal thing, and it was more on the level of like I commend Sanson for managed to pull me out of that. But yeah, like an interesting thing about going into Words of Radiance as well is that there's something very tight about the structure of Way of Kings in the way that it follows Kaladin. Like, he has a very, very powerful story in that book. Like,
yes,
it's, he flies up and down like a maniac yo-yo in his mental state, and where he manages to take things. It's a pretty incredible story. And because that gets resolved, it is kind of a strange thing going into Words of Radiance, things are actually, even though things are leaning into things like bad things happening, it's like we're at kind of a level moment in terms of tension. Like, there are question marks, but things are quite calm at the beginning of this book.
Yeah,
really.
But then, you can't count on that lasting. I wasn't going to say about Shallan. Shallan's really annoying in Words of Radiance. He's like, lady, you stole the chap's boots. Don't just... He's right to be annoyed. You granted that Kaladin is not the most charming person in the universe.
He's a grouch.
He's not charming at all. But
I'm gonna go out and say the dynamic between Kaladin and Shallan is one of my favorite things about this book. It just, I just so couldn't wait for every moment that they were interacting. It was just wonderful. Just made me very happy.
It was definitely interesting.
It's very entertaining, but at the same time, you want to take them, especially Sean, you want to shake them. Well, you can't shake Sean; that would be ungentlemanly. But just
I'll do it for you. Don't worry.
you can shake her for me and say, "Lady."
I have no problems.
She is very ignorant due to her status as a Light Eyes. Like, there is, I forget, I don't know if it's in Words of Radiance or in Way of Kings, but she mentions that slavery, it's in Words of Radiance, yeah, where she's like, slavery is like a mercy given to the lower class. I was like, lady, you have no fucking idea what these people go through. They want to die.
Yeah.
The thing with Shallan, though, is that is wonderfully balanced with the fact that you're not looking at her going, I call her a bitch, but here's the thing, like that's wonderfully balanced with how sheltered she is, and how
Yes.
sheltered she is really well framed as a very tragic thing, because it really is. Like, I mean, I can't empathize to that degree, but I did spend quite a while in my own life like not going out, not doing anything, not seeing people, not being familiar with the world at all, particularly. And I can understand how she thinks that way, and she talks and acts in a way that someone would if they had been through that.
What's interesting,
Yeah, like I do commend how well that's written in this book and explored.
yeah, what's interesting is that yes, she's sheltered, but at the same time, she's got some horribly traumatic things that
Yeah.
a lot of people who aren't as sheltered maybe don't have to deal with. So Kaladin overestimates the. I mean, he knows she's sheltered, but he doesn't know the other stuff that she's gone through. So he just thinks she's had like this lovely life where she's just in the lap of luxury and his servants on her, la 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 la. Everything she wants, she has, and he's always happy all the time. And no, that's not the case.
I love the dynamic of how much they misunderstand each other, of how much each other has been through, and then that wonderful moment where they share what they've been through, and they both get a kick in the head of shit.
Yeah.
This person's been through hell, and it's just, it's great.
Yeah.
It's great.
And a very
And
different
she-
kind of hell for both of them.
And she
But in some ways,
smiled.
very. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. I was just quoting. And she smiled. It was the most beautiful
Oh, wow.
thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. Shallan's character allows for some deep contrast where there's moments of her naivete, some of it very willingly, because she's very clearly blocking out trauma. So there's moments where she's like, oh, the world's happy, and she draws people in like better scenarios of being more heroic than who they are. And then there's those moments where she is a cold-hearted bitch who will slash your throat.
She.
Yeah.
I was only going to say they've got very different. Just to add on to what was said, like they've got very different trauma in some ways, but in similar ways in other ways, which was it was just it meshed so nicely. I was very happy.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of good things here.
Yeah. I will say, how many felt that this book was more Kaladin's book than Shallan's?
Me.
Yeah, that was the weird part of it, because I knew it was supposed to be Shallan's book, but then although there's some fun parts with Shallan's intro, like after the whole like ship stuff, her story seems to move very slowly, and although there's some interesting stuff going on, it felt odd that not much was happening to her compared to Kaladin, where he was just like having another mental breakdown, which wasn't as annoying as I thought it was going to be, like, because he's already been through the hell. But then that's what happens when you're genuinely like depressed, like it comes back, so that was very realistic, and I did love what he was going through. But it was his book, like in some ways, but it's kind of hard not to do that considering what he did in the first book. So I don't really know how you deal with that, really.
Kaladin he overshadows most characters in, I think it's only Oathbringer where he seems to blend in and not overshadow everyone. I think partially because Dalinar kind of gets too much into the forefront for Kaladin to be big, but every single book, the first one, this one, and Rao, he feels like he has a very large chunk.
I mean, I'm not going to complain. He's my favorite, but having said that, although we're talking about Words of Radiance, the scene in Oathbringer, it's not really a spoiler, where Elhokar is just like talking about Kaladin, like he's, as if he's like talking as a reader of him seeing Kaladin as like the hero of the story. That made me chuckle a little bit. I like that. I like Elhokar. I think he's great.
Yeah, and I will say this: it's in this book, and it's in all the books. Kaladin is as a depressed character, is very well written and very relatable.
He is like a wonder of a character. How well written he is.
Yeah.
I love reading his chapters. They're great. But to be fair, I want Oathbringer being Dalinar's thing. I mean, a character that literally makes a fucking god his bitch. He probably deserves to have at least one book that is his thing.
Dalinar and Oathbringer is like... Shad's called Dalinar his favorite character, and this book is very likely why.
Yeah, that's where we actually finally find out about some of these things, including what the thrill really is. I thought the thrill was bad because I mean he's having fun killing people. That must be bad. But then I read Oathbringer and no comment because we don't want to do spoilers.
I to be fair, when I was reading it the other day, I was like, I've always thought there's got to be some kind of, although the thrill seems like it's based on something tangible that is describing something in real life, in that kind of it's kind of alluding to the it's alluding to the stasis, not stasis, trance kind of state that sometimes you hear that fighters go into. But as I was like reading the other day, I can't even remember what triggered it. I was like, there's gonna be a reveal about the thrill. I can see it coming already. But yeah.
Never mind, you go.
Right, Laura, I think your mic might be a little low. Say something, please.
You're
good. Yeah, Sanderson's ability for nuance in this series has definitely increased from his earlier works, and it's done quite well, especially with like the thrill. Question, Becca, have you been reading the little like inserts before all the chapters? Have you been paying attention to those?
Yes, depends on like which parts of which novel you're talking about in terms of how much I really take in what they are. And it might be that I understand them better on a second read through.
Maybe.
Yeah. And then there's certainly, because I read, Mistborn first, as you may well know. I may have mentioned that. And in Mistborn, those excerpts in the beginnings all get very much rounded up at the end of each book very nicely. So I was kind of used to that when I first read Stormlight. And I was kind of confused why they didn't get rounded out. So I don't think I've got to grips with like completely remembering everything in them, but some of them I remember more than others.
No one will fault you for not remembering them. Some of them are like really long-term foreshadowing, some that have been in that book, some in future books. The one I specifically want to kind of yes, looks great, Valyrian. One I want to point out, do you remember the letter in the previous and this book? The letter between Hoyd and Frost.
This is glorious.
Oh, wow.
Valerian is Thor, has become Thor.
I've always looked like this. This is my real shape. But what was I saying? That's the insert from Words of Radiance. There's the cover with, I guess, Kaladin on top.
Yes, that's Kaladin.
And I think that's Kaladin on back too.
No, that's Zeth.
Unlikely.
No, that's Zeth.
See.
That's Zeth.
Oh, is it? Yeah, I couldn't tell.
Do you remember Kaladin wields a spear? Sword will likely be another character. In this case, probably Seth.
Yeah, but anyway, I like this.
I'm trying to see who was on the British editions. We've got like, I think Seth is the part 2 cover, and the part 1 is, I think it's Kaladin, but he's so well armored that I'm kind of confused because Kaladin isn't usually really armored. But
then it could be Odlin or Dalinar done because armor
it's
means
got a
like
spear though.
Who's the chap? Have a second.
In which book? In which book is there an armored spear person?
It's on the front of the British edition of Words of Radiance Part 1.
Who's
Huh.
this chap?
That's Elikor and Dalinar. Remember that scene where they're climbing that spire?
There's actually an interesting story. I actually got to ask his publisher about it because they are my neighbors. Well, no, his publisher, his office manager, and I got to ask her, so what's up with this? And she's like, the publisher actually came up with this. It's like based on like a few little things. It's supposed to be Dalinar.
Yeah. It's a specific scene in the book.
You can't see
Remember,
his face.
When Elikor is like drawing a map, like he tries to just run off, climb the thing, and races with Dalinar when in the little climbing thing. He starts drawing a map. That's that scene. You can see the second one kind of there. I was really excited when I realized that. But back to what I was saying. Do you remember the letters between Hoyt and Frost in these two books?
Those are some of the ones I remember enjoying quite a lot. So, yes.
Okay, good. Because, I don't know when they'll become important, but they are a nice little character action to see Wit and some other character we barely know interacting. It's like, what's Wit doing? And pay extra attention in Oathbringer, because there's 3 of them.
Oh, that's exciting. I loved the way that it was revealed that he was talking to Hoyt/Wit, because I loved the little, some quip about naming yourself after something that you consider a virtue or something, and I was like, oh, that was a jab.
Can you enlarge me a second, please?
Yes.
Sure.
The map of Russia.
A nice
color
map.
That's beautiful.
And I think this book also has. Rick in it.
There's actually an interactive map that's been made by some people in the fan community. With the entire timeline of events and everything, it's pretty damn well made.
Glyphs. You see that, Faye?
We can see him,
Okay.
yep.
Honestly, the illustration part of Stormlight is just, it makes me so happy.
Yeah, it's done really well. Though it does sometimes give me like a little bit of a whiplash, where it's like I imagine Shardplate, despite it saying it's form-fitting, I am still imagining it being bulky on everyone. Like literally everyone, there's always a bit of bulk, and then when I see them, they're like, that looks about not nearly as bulky as I imagined.
I am. It's interesting. It always gives me kind of whiplash when I see the American covers as well, because they're all in color and stuff, and like all those illustrations are in color, and the British covers are kind of in line with all of like the black and white illustrations on the inside of the book, because they're like basically like pencil drawings of whatever's on the cover. So it's all very like in theme with each other, and I don't know, I just love that aesthetic though. It just makes me very happy.
Yes. I've seen different covers for different of Sanderson's books around the world, and it is very interesting which aesthetics are used where.
I love my shelf because I have like painted white bookshelves anyway, so I have like this wonderful shelf of Sanderson books that is just like the black, white, and grey with like different colours for themes, just looking pristine on my shelf with like my Alice in Wonderland stuff next to it because it's the same colour scheme.
Interesting.
It's great. Makes me happy.
I've never actually gotten the appeal of Alice in Wonderland personally, but
Oh, shut up! It's my favourite thing. I am the embodiment of the Alice in Wonderland super fan. So
Oh god.
I loved it when I was a kid, and we went to London, and they had Alice in Wonderland exhibits everywhere.
Valerian, you're showing off now.
I know. Want to watch this?
or if
Okay.
we're flexing, I will win.
yeah, like come on,
No,
Larry.
that's-
We're in
that's
the
the only
freaking
thing.
call we've done. Like,
I'm not flexing. I'm just showing things.
I could flex and
Because
make
they
it
look
clear that
nice.
I get all of these for free because my libraries are great.
make me cool, you know.
Anyway,
Well, I was
it's not
just
going
saying,
to enlarge
like,
me this time. He's
I
had enough
have-
of that.
I have the leather bound of all of these books.
Aren't those like $100 damn, mate?
Yeah, I got them for free.
See, he's gonna fucking win. My only flex is I have one signed copy of one of the books, and that's not really a flex. That's just I was quick. Well, actually, it wasn't me that pre-ordered, but we were quick on the pre-order, so you know.
If I just try to buy a regular copy of these books, my parents will legit like fucking curse me because they find paying for books to be a complete waste of money. This is a thing in my family. They do not like buying books. If I pay for one of these leather bounds, they will try and skin me alive. It doesn't matter if I use my own money. They will skin me alive.
Shit.
What? Kill them! Kill them dead! Pardon.
Goodness.
Like, I have a bookshelf right here. There's very few books, and all of them are either gifts or free. They do not like buying books. There's a reason I'm glad for my library being as excellent as it is, because it's allowed me to get any of the books I want for free. And I think it's partially that. It's like, we're so used to free books, they do not understand the concept of paying for them. They found it as waste.
See, I don't know what I'd spend my money on if I didn't spend it on books.
Well, yes. Really.
Well, I've figured out how to like buy lots of video games on the extreme cheap, but
I thought you were just gonna say I figured out how to buy video games, and I was like, huh?
well, that too.
It's like, I got GTA for free. That's a flex.
Yeah, but like we got I got lots of benefits from living next to working at the Cosmer House a couple times as a volunteer, and B, his office manager and her husband, his map app and illustrator guy lived right next to me.
You lucky bimbo.
You can say lucky bastard.
I think that's the first time. I feel like that's the first time Dunn's ever been called a bimbo, but there we go.
What did you just do, dumb chap?
Well, no, I just said that I got lucky in that I lived next to his office manager and her husband, his cover artist. Well, not his cover artist. His map illustrator. Like, I actually have an original map illustration that he made.
Oh, is that all? Okay.
We're doing this again. This is what happens on the Sanderson stream. Dunn's like,
we gush over this book, and then Dunn's just like, yeah, I'm just next to everything cool.
He doesn't even wait for it to be a Sanderson thing. He'll just do it anyway.
Hey, guess what? I live next door to Brandon Sanderson's map guy.
No, I've actually been to state conference with Brandon Sanderson.
Yeah, I actually go to the bars with Brando Sando. Like, I hang out with him. I spent like 2-3 hours with him the other day. We were playing video games together.
Is he a cool chap?
Oh, he's really cool.
He
always seems like a wholesome human.
Yes, he really does.
Yeah, he's a great guy. I can't think of many people who are better than Sanderson. Anderson in terms of people. The only person I can think of is Shad, because Shad is a Chad.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. That interview he did way back with Sanderson was like one of the greatest moments of my life. I was like, these two would like cosmically designed, destined to talk to each other. It was I was very happy.
Two wholesome Mormons who like fantasy. I'm glad Shad got hired on for the Stormlight.
I was just like, this is so good.
You know, there's a line that Shad got to have in the 4th book.
Yeah, I remember when it came out and he hadn't read it yet, but he got it. He did his video when he got it in the post, and he was like, "I'm not sure if it's in the book," and I deliberately didn't ask so I could find out when I read it. And I was like,
I can confirm it's in there.
Which
wow!
It's he just mentioned that Shad's a sword buff, so he's like, can you add the line, "You can never have too many swords"? And it's in there.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, you might not
Amazing.
remember it
It's
because
like,
you
oh.
weren't looking for it, but I was looking for it, and it's in there.
Yeah, there's loads of lines I don't remember.
Yeah,
They
this-
are kind of long books, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lines sometimes stand out once people point out, like the fact there's like a Mistborn curse in Stormlight. I glossed over that in the first reading that someone pointed out. I'm like, okay, Control F this entire book. Let me find this.
I read through. I've been going back through since I read Warbreaker and rereading the scenes with how do you even frickin' say his name?
Zyle.
It's like Zale. It's like stupid name.
Who are you talking about?
We can call him
The-
Vasher. We can call him Vasher.
Let's call him Vasher. That's a better,
Yes.
easier to say name. I've
Also,
been
pretty
going
sure
back
Zahel.
through.
Zahel would
Zahel.
be best.
It's spelt Zahel, but I don't know. I've been going back through and reading his bits, and just going, oh, because Vasher is my favorite character in Warbreaker.
Really?
Yeah, I love Vasher. He's great. He's awesome.
I say
And,
this in surprise because there's like,
there's a lot of good characters.
Yeah.
There's a lot of great characters in Warbreaker, but Vasher just strikes the right chord for me. I think that's just it. Like, they're all good. I don't know who I'd choose except for, like, you know, pick the one that you enjoyed the dialogue the most. So it's, I don't know. It's been really fun rereading his bits in Words of Radiance. It's like,
Oh yeah, it'll be fun reading all bits of him in the future.
yes, it's gonna be great. I'm like, oh my god, it's the yeah.
Yeah. And it's just neat also, like, and when he says investiture in when Kaladin shows up to talk to him, it's kind of, in his interlude, it's like, oh, nobody else on this whole planet has said investiture. And the
I
first
don't.
time
I
you
think
hear
that's the ones.
is oh sorry, go for it.
I was just gonna say, I think that's the one because I was trying to flick through and remember which chapters he was in, and I think that's the one that I didn't reread because I was looking for that word because I remember, I think you saying that that's what he said, and it's just not. I didn't find that scene and I was annoyed. Okay, it's one of the interludes. Okay, I'll
Yeah.
look for it after.
Lots of little bits of foreshadowing that Saddington does just to tick you off.
Hey, you know.
He takes a morbid pleasure in this, I guarantee it, and I don't blame him.
Hey,
He
I
has
really
learned his
quite-
lessons well from his mentor Robert Jordan.
I like that attitude as a writer, though. I mean, not everyone does it, but I quite like the idea of just poking your reader a little bit, keeping them on their toes, you know, just annoying them a little bit.
Yeah.
Should we move on to the next section now?
Yes.
Yes,
probably
it-
should, yes.
We've been on this section for an hour. This is how long these streams go.
I'm so glad we're doing this on a weekend. We're going to be here for a while.
Okay, so let's kind of like give a summary of what happened in the last book. The current state of affairs is Dalinar has officially declared that no, we're gonna quit playing these stupid games with the gem hearts, and we're gonna actually make war on the enemy. Kaladin is no longer a slave and is able to like now not what the who has It's a Small World as their ringtone?
I was muted, so it's not me, but this is...
It's Valerian.
That is adorable. Great ringtone, Valerian. I approve.
I did not choose that ringtone.
I
It wasn't
disavow
me.
that
It wasn't me.
ringtone.
That was not me. That was my mother.
It
Blame
was
my
me,
mother.
I mean, it was me, but it wasn't my choice.
My mum. Here's a fun fact. My mum has my brother's ringtone set as the Imperial March, as in like for when he calls her, and she has mine set as the Addams Family.
So
That'd be
you're
cool.
Morticia Adams or something?
I mean, I was one Halloween to be fair, but I feel like I've got more Wednesday kind of vibes about me.
Well,
It's the Addams Family.
well, taking into consideration that you're very tall, and Angelica Houston is a very tall woman, it makes sense.
Yeah, I once had long dark hair, so you know I could probably.
Once had long dark hair.
I now have short dark hair.
You really went into your inner vein.
I know, right? I just went. You know what? That ain't me.
Cut it short.
So basically, we can do the quote, "That's not you" from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, long hair literally isn't me. No.
So current state of things is Shallan has met up with Jasna. And Jasna are together now. Dalinar and Kaladin are together now, and I can't remember something else.
They are now working as bodyguards for Dalinar because they're the only people he feels like he can trust. With good reason, everybody is an asshole.
And when he bought them from Sadias.
His explanation for this is that I can trust that the Bridgeman slaves that were under the cruel torment of Sadis will not work for at least Sadis. That's his explanation, and it fits.
And it's true.
Dalinar be smart.
Dalinar is smart, actually.
Yeah. So Seat has gone under the very firm hand of, how do you pronounce that guy's name? Travangian? Travangian, okay.
What?
He works under I cannot pronounce this name. I'm going to call him Mr. T.
Aspiring. Taravangian.
Taravagian.
Yeah, there we go.
Taravagian.
I think there's an N in there somewhere that you missed out, but it's fine enough. Taravangian. You can do it.
Sisit is working under Taravagian.
There we
After
go.
book 1, and has been killing lots of princes, and at the end of book 1, he has been sent to assassinate Dalinar himself.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Dalinar has declared himself High Prince of War and is trying to force everyone to follow the codes, which the other High Princes are like, screw you.
Yeah, they don't like it.
Yeah, because it's like, stuffy codes, no.
Yeah, they're kind of like that anyway. They're kind of like that. Basically, that's their attitude anyway for the most part. You know,
Morality, what is that?
Dalchop, you can just go jump in a lake. Don't stop bugging us.
Yeah. Shallan and Yasuna have both been revealed that the Voidbringers are the Parshendi, and are trying to go and alert Dalinar about this development.
And that all of their parchmen should die.
Yeah, it's like,
Well,
you guys don't have any
exile.
idea what you're doing.
Well, it's not necessarily that they should die, or maybe they should die. Maybe they should be exiled. Something has to be done about them, according to Jasna and Shallan. That's what they think.
Here's the thing: Jasna would execute them all without hesitation.
Yeah, she probably would.
Shallan is the one that's like, maybe we shouldn't.
We should just banish them or something. Yeah, unfortunately, the whole of Rosharan's system is based around the slave trade. It is partially.
Yeah, pretty much. They're such an integral part of society that they make it very clear that everything would go to shit once they, like, even just leave. even leaving would be bad.
Yeah, and it gets really interesting in later books too. There's a lot of interesting stuff about the Marshendi in later books. I can't say more than that.
Yeah,
Is
and
that
they do
art
the
of,
consequence as well.
Is that art of Kaladin in the middle at the bottom there?
Yes, that is Cal.
I was just staring at it, trying to figure out who it was, and then I made it bigger, and I was like, oh, there's the slave brand. Okay, I know who it is now.
So Kaladin is no longer a slave, and him and Bridge 4 are now the bodyguards, and he's trying to train the other bridges to become loyal soldiers to Dalinar.
And it looks like he got a haircut too.
I'm not sure about that. He definitely shaved.
Yeah, he had a period of time having a pretty magnificent beard, but
yeah.
Also, magnificent. It's probably like,
magnificent in. Oh, sorry.
No, you
looks
first.
like me during the pandemic. Because you don't fall to his trip, you're just like whatever, no one can see it anyway. So that's probably what it looked like. But he looked like, only younger.
I want Syl to make fun of Cal and grow a beard one day. Just grow herself a beard to make fun of Cal.
Oh God, no.
Syl is a little treasure.
Yes.
Yeah, she's wonderful.
She's so cool.
She is a wonderful companion for Kaladin. And also...
I wonder, actually, that Syl being so wonderful and you attaching yourself so quickly to her in way of things might be one of the reasons it took me a while to get kind of warmed up to Patton. I wanted Patton to be as accessible and interesting as Syl immediately, and it takes a while with him, and he is now, but it took me a bit.
Pattern's a different kind of treasure. His naivete on all things human compared to even Syl is like...
Yeah.
It's very nice for comedy. And it also brings like interesting questions that the series brings up.
Oh, I just said something sarcastic.
Oh yeah. He's like so shocked.
I think no mating is the funniest one, but that's not in
no mating, yeah.
So, you know.
But yeah, I love Syl too. Syl, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think all the Spren are pretty damn good.
Yeah. I think the thing with Patton is he takes a while to say much. So he's just sort of a weird buzzing thing, and I'm like, I'm not... It takes a while. But it's worth it, because he's great. But yeah.
And also, another Spren who's an absolute treasure, the Stormfather. Every fucking line from him is goddamn gold.
I was not fucking expecting that shit. So good. I was just like... The end of Words of Radiance is like a fucking tsunami of shit. Not shit, but like a fucking tsunami of awesomeness. And then that happens, and I'm like, Dalinar, you're like an absolute legend. Oh my god.
Turn to God into your little punts.
Okay, you're gonna be my friend. It's like, oh, fine. It's great. I love it.
You will be a radiant with no shards.
And truthfully, he doesn't need it.
No, but I still would like to see him have like some shard plate one day.
That would be cool, but it's like, it's really great him having this massively powerful Spren, but that meaning that he's lesser in terms of actual on the ground power, but him being badass enough that literally means nothing in your head as you read it. You're like, this guy is just the coolest of all of them, even without being as powerful, and it's really cool.
The reason you say this is because you have no fucking idea what Dalinar can do. Dalinar may not be doing much now, but he can do some weird ass shit.
Oh yes.
I mean,
legit.
Shush. All I'm saying is that in the context of what I've read so far, Dalinar has so much presence and so much like power in terms of what he has achieved that it really doesn't matter that he doesn't have shards, and I kind of don't need his actual like magical quotation marks powers for that to kind of be my opinion yet. So yeah, that's gonna be exciting.
To be very clear, you know how the Lord Ruler is kind of like the most powerful person in all of the Cosmere? Yeah, Bondsmiths have legit fucking destroyed the fan base, and because they're now the most powerful thing ever, because the magic system is literally hacking the fucking magic systems.
Oh wow. Oh, that's exciting, because there's been one instance of what he can do so far. There's that one scene where with the map, and I was very intrigued what was going on there. That's exciting. That is very exciting. I like the idea of a character like Dalinar being like Lord Ruler levels of powerful. That's really exciting.
Yeah, he can do things. Let's spoil the whole thing.
Yeah, spoil it all for Becca.
Yeah, anytime Sanderson does anything with intent or connection with his magic systems, he ends up just making something ridiculously powerful.
Yeah, here we are with here's the blurb. The Knights Radiant must stand again. The ancient oaths have at last been spoken. The Spren return. Men seek what was lost. I fear the quest will destroy them. It is the nature of the magic. A broken soul has cracks into which something else can fit. Surge bindings, the power of creation themselves. They can brace a broken soul, but they can also widen its fissures. The Windrunner is lost in a shattered land, balanced upon the boundary between vengeance and honor. The Lightweaver, slowly being consumed by her past, searches for the lie that she must become. The Bondsmith, born in blood and death, now strives to rebuild what was destroyed. The Explorer, straddling the fates of two peoples, is forced to choose between a slow death and a terrible betrayal of all she believes. It is past time for them to waken, for the Everstorm looms, and the assassin has arrived.
Yes.
I don't know who wrote this stuff, but it's pretty cool.
That is a different blurb to the one that I have.
Yeah. You have a different publisher, definitely. This is
Yeah.
for
Different blurbs. But yeah, that is the current state of things at the beginning of the book. And while Odlin gets a shine a bit in this book, but honestly, there's no real change between the two books for him. It's just kind of like, yeah, you're there.
Okay, this is a much less epic blurb, but here's the one on the British edition.
Oh god.
It began with the Way of Kings. On Roshar, a world both alien and magical, gigantic storms scour the surface every few days. Roshar is shared by humans and the enigmatic Parshendi, with whom they are at war. It is a war that will ensnare many. Full stop.
God damn it.
That's a pretty shit fucking blurb for this book.
That could basically just be Way of Kings' blurb.
There's a second blurb for the second part, to be fair. Let's see what that one's like.
Okay.
There are many caught up in the war that burns across Roshar. Bright Lord Dalinar Kholin, who leads the human armies, his sister Yasna. Yasna's dead already. What the fuck? A renowned scholar, her student, the brilliant but troubled Shallan, and Kaladin, who became the first magically endowed Knight Radiant in centuries. But that's the second part. That doesn't make any sense.
But they also have a spoiler.
Magically endowed, huh?
Who wrote this? Oh no!
Also, technically, Yasna is the first Knight Radiant in centuries, even when compared to Kaladin.
Yeah, but you've got to remember that's the blurb for the second part, which is the second half of the book. Yasna dies in the first half of the book. So why is she mentioned like she's still alive?
She dies in the first tent.
I know exactly. Why is she mentioned like she's a part of the second part when she only appears in like the right at the end?
Yeah, that's a spoiler. You shouldn't. You just don't include a blurb in a spoiler on the blurb.
Well, it's not even a spoiler. I just assumed it was like it's kind of a spoiler, but not really. It's more like because she's not a part of the story. It's more like referring to the story as if we're still in the first part. Okay, but Golan's write better fucking blurbs.
Yeah, and but by the way, It wasn't until Oathbringer I realized I need to read everything. I did not realize Jocelyn was alive until Oathbringer. I didn't read that last chapter. Imagine my fucking surprise when I'm just like, wait, Jocelyn is back? What?
Aspiring, this is why you read the book in chronological order.
Or at least, go back and read. Because what I did, I didn't read it in chronological order, but I did go back and make sure that I reread every chapter, or at least, skimmed them.
Well, I did that. It just took me like 11 or 12 rereads because I've reread these books a lot.
Yeah, but that's, you've done it now, but that's what you do, and that's what I did when I was rereading the first time.
And this is why I read, and this is why I use the audiobooks.
I couldn't do audiobooks. Like, I like audiobooks. I can't do them with Stormlight, basically because of the illustrations. Like, they're so much a part of the enjoyment of the reading. Like, just there's not many of them. Like, they're not on every page, but like, I love art. I love drawings, and I can't read these books without getting excited for the illustration. You can't do that in an audiobook, and I can't do it. I have to have if I listen to the audiobook, I have to be reading it along at the same time so I didn't miss the illustration.
They are done really well.
Oh, they're good. Half a second.
Like, seeing a Chasm Fiend and then a human there in scale is like, gives you a very nice perspective on how fucked up those two characters are in the book.
Yeah. My favorite one so far actually is the drawing in Oathbringer that Shallan does of the of magical city that I can't pronounce.
Urithiru.
Urithiru, is that how we pronounce it? Okay. Urithiru. It's not very easy to pronounce. Anyway,
I pronounce everything strangely.
It's not the easiest series for pronunciation, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, no, it's like, because it's like just a really rough sketch, and it's very scribbly, and it's so different to the other kind of stuff that you see in the rest of the books. And to be fair, I've done a lot of drawings a bit like that in my own time, and it just made me very happy. It's very to the description of what she actually drew as well. I really like that.
Yeah,
I wish I had the ability to draw.
Huh?
At first, I kept saying Urithru, and then I realized there was another I in there because it's a lot of these old names are balanced like that. They're palindromes. So I realized it was Urithiru or something, but I kept saying Urithru.
Yes. Something you notice with Elite names is that they're all 3 syllables, like Dalinar, Elikor, Kaladin.
They have a lot of... I really like that there's a very unique kind of linguistic pattern with them. Even when they're not completely like palindromes, as you say, they've got symmetry in the names. They've got a rhythm that's very typical of all of them. They do very much feel like they're all from the same culture, and it feels a very old culture.
Navani.
In many other ways as well as linguistically, but particularly in this case linguistically.
I don't understand them.
The ancient names are all of the countries are all palindromes. I think that's in Way of Kings. Let me have a quick look.
Isn't there a whole thing that it's like it's blasphemy or blasphemous-ish to name someone like an actual palindrome name?
Yes.
So it's usually like one letter different to be particularly holy or like approaching that.
If you go back, you will find that every herald's name is symmetrical. I believe. Talanat.
That's
like
another thing
Kalek.
as well. Yeah.
Kalek, I can't pronounce the Windrunner heralds for the life of me.
Gezrian.
Jezrien, Jezereth, Yazir.
I really like that there's like something of a what's the word?
There's
Evolution of the old herald names and stuff and things like that. Like that they have many forms. There's like a really rich history in that kind of. That's always kind of cool.
Yeah, here are the ancient names of the various countries. They're all palindromes.
Mm.
I don't know how well you can see that.
Aliti, Altakar, Azir, Rishi. The names in the series are really fucking good. I'm bad at names, so I kind of envy this.
I try very hard with my own names to try and like give them sort of as much flavor as I can, but this is really good. Really.
Fucking Rock. Just Rock's actual name. Impronounceable to everyone.
There, I
What's up, Dun? We should give Dun like a fucking like.
You have the audiobook, okay? You have an advantage. Shut up.
He's gonna have a ban on like showing off when we do Stormlight stuff or Sanderson stuff in any form.
We must kill him.
Dun is like he's gonna show off no matter what, so we need to like put in measures to limit it.
We need to put in there must be very strict measures too, possibly involving a terrible death.
Bring it on, I'm undead.
See, I was just thinking annoying bureaucracy, but you could always kill him if you wanted to.
Well, we could kill him with annoying bureaucracy.
Hey, best of both worlds.
Hey, legitimately though, the Azir could probably kill the Elite with bureaucracy. Bore them to absolute death.
Yeah, like I said, Umu Aki Lunamore.
Shut the fuck up, Dun.
That name is a fucking poem.
His description of interesting rock that my father found on the day of my birth.
Legitimately though, I want to see that rock. There could be some very
right, Lord, die. Pardon me.
Hey, rocks can be pretty, you know.
Hey, I know. I have like a really good-looking rock on my desk that I just found randomly on the beach. It looks legit like the kind of rocks you would see with a little mini water fountain as a desk decoration. You know what I mean?
Ah, yeah. Went on holiday recently to the seaside and collected a load of cute rocks for my nephew. It was fun.
Yeah. Who needs seashells?
Well, with seashells too. He liked crabs, so we got a load of little dead crabs and gave them to him. His mum was really, really impressed.
You collected dead crabs?
They were tiny ones, like the size of your palm.
She was quite chuffed, as they say over there.
Yeah, she was very chuffed. She you could see it in her expression. She was like, "Why the fuck are you giving my 3-year-old dead crabs?"
Also, size of your palm is not small. It's like kind of medium. Small is the ones that are like maybe the size of your finger width-wise.
Well, I was saying as in not like giant fucking, you know, the crabs that you eat. Like, you know what I mean? Shut up.
Not a spider crab.
I don't know what they're called. I don't eat seafood.
I said that because spider crabs are massive little fuckers.
Okay. Nice context. Cool.
Yeah, like look at them up. They're enormous.
I'm sure they look like something out of Stormlight.
Next section.
Legit, yes.
Yeah. The state. We've clearly established the state of the world and Zed, and now let's kind of like first the interludes. We'll just cover these first since they're fairly quick. Well, first Lift. Lift is an interesting character to say the least.
Lift has an interesting story in my history with Stormlight because the Lift chapter is the one that I think I got halfway through on my first read through, and when I didn't go, I'm done, but I just put it down and I went to university and just didn't pick it back up. You know, it just got left on the shelf. And it's really funny because when I got back to her chapter, when I was back on the reread, it was a very strange thing getting to that point going, appreciating it in a different way now that it was like 4 years later. Because at the time I was just like, I'm done with the interludes. This is a really long interlude chapter. I really want it done because it is a really long one, this one. And being able to just enjoy the book and go, right, I'm at the threshold of reading stuff that I haven't actually read yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my appreciation for Lift is kind of mixed in an odd way, but she's fun.
It's for me. It's the same old story. I skipped her chapter. I went back after reading her little novella.
Well, it wasn't quite so extreme for me. I did skip over her chapter because I wanted to read about Kaladin and all that, but I put a little bookmark in there, went back to it, reread it. By the time, because when I was reading this thing, the books, it was like this narrative lust taking over. I need to find out how this particular storyline ends. I need to get in. I don't want to read this stupid intro. What if I know about Kaladin? But then I went back after I found out about Kaladin, at least to my satisfaction. Then I went back and I was like, I kind of like this little girl. So yeah. It'll be more fun on the reread. I'll probably just go ahead and read it, and not even bother. Just read it chronologically, not even bother skipping it.
So, question: are we allowed to talk about the novella in this stream?
Let's go with no.
Next stream,
It's a little bit of a tangent, that one.
I guess. I guess timeline-wise it is.
Because most of it's set after Roads of Radiance anyway.
Well, it's during Words of Radiance, actually. Some of it's after.
Okay, the prologue is this chapter, so, but yeah, other than that.
So yeah, we'll do it in Oathbringer when we see more of her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the thing with Taravangian is actually like rather fascinating because, well, we'll get to Taravangian. Probably like I just put him as the image because I didn't want to just have one image, but we'll go with the Lift first. Lift is extremely interesting in terms of how like her weird stormlight works.
She consumes food and turns it into stormlight.
But it's like, okay, Sandra, and then like, and she's being pursued by, it appears to be some kind of skybreaker guy, and it's revealed at the end that he is one of the heralds. He's the herald of justice, and he's apparently quite mad. He's quite insane.
I was about to say, I'm not sure if you can feel the emotion mad, and then you made it clear you meant that kind of mad.
Yeah, not angry, but mad.
Okay. Yeah, he's quite insane.
He's nutters, basically.
Yeah, like all of the heralds. Like you see pretty much a good percentage of them in the feast. Like Zeth bumps into Yezrian at the feast. Feast in Way of Kings. He's
cool.
drunk. He's quite drunk. But there is. We mentioned earlier that Zeth is sent to. Oh wait, never mind. We'll do that a bit. Sorry.
As a side thing, it's not quite an interlude. It's the prologue, but so it's technically not an interlude. But I am loving that with each book, you get that night where Gavilar dies in a different perspective. That's really, really like an interesting, long, slow burn mystery getting unfolded. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I really like the bit where we have Gloom's perspective. Yes.
It just shows how many threads are in that one moment.
Yeah, I mean, at first, when I first read Way of Kings, particularly because you have like the prelude thing, you know, like the thousands of years before thing with the heralds, and then you have this prologue with this thing, and then you jump again. It was like, wow, that's like a lot of setup. I wasn't quite sure why we necessarily needed to see the assassination, but it starts to pay off a lot as you get into book 2 and book 3. Like, you get to see that this thing was really important.
Yes. Ought we to mention the prologue to book 3, or is that a spoiler? Should we not mention it?
That's a spoiler, but
yeah,
I keep accidentally referencing book 3 because I'm reading it right now.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, like she's read it.
Very tempting.
That's probably why, because book 3 has a really good one.
Yeah, I
that's-
really like
that's
that one.
good. Yeah, I really like that one too. I really like everything to do with the is extremely interesting.
boogada boogada.
Well, I'm trying not to spoil.
yeah, well, okay, let's stick to words of Radiance then.
Okay. We do have an interesting. I think it's Yasna's perspective for the first chapter for the prologue of this one.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Jasna. It was Jasna.
And she uses what's the word? What's it called? What's that particular power? When she goes to the
Teleportation. Transportation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
transportation.
goes to crazy sphere land. That's what I call it because I can't ever remember the words until I read it.
Shadesmar.
Shadesmar. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, that place.
Yeah. Which is, it's really. I mean, I guess that kind of piles up on the whole that one event was insanely relevant to the entire world, kind of like moving in a direction, because like of all nights for her to go to Shadesmar, like
Yeah.
You know?
Another interesting thing about it is the fact that she thinks about her what is it? Her like her shadow is going the wrong way during that
Yeah.
moment.
yes, remembering now.
That's due to Shadesmar's son, I believe.
Well, I mean, like even before even before she's leaving, she goes into Shadesmar. Her shadow turns backwards, and she's
Yeah.
saying like, "I don't want to be put in the dark again."
Also, the whole thing that there's so many frickin' assassins in the castle at that one time.
Yeah.
It's like, wow.
Everyone in the
Like I said,
portal was
there's a lot of
assassin.
crap happening on that very one night.
Yep, everyone in the portal was an
Basically the,
assassin.
It's basically the tourney at Harrenhal of the Stormlight Archive.
That's a pretty good comparison, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. And everyone, their brother-in-law is an assassin, apparently.
So everyone's got their plans, and then shit don't go their way.
Oh,
And I gotta say, I agree with Yasna wanting to assassinate that person. Fucking do it.
who was it again? I forget. Sorry.
She was investigating Elacor's wife.
Oh.
yeah. I don't know if that's a spoiler, but yeah.
Well, in words of Radiance, we already know she's a cunt.
Yeah, I'm quite liking how she's not a mysterious figure, but because she's not a focused on figure, you're just getting hints at
Yeah, Casey Dawn is basically a Marie Antoinette type.
Is this the one with the? Was that in the Lady Ardent? Is that in
Yes.
this
Yep.
book?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's in
Yeah.
this book.
my
I keep-
favorite, probably my favorite interlude. I mean, there might be others, to be fair, but probably my favorite interlude was I can't remember the name of the character, but the Ardent that causes the whole rioting situation.
Yeah, when she gets beheaded for
Yeah.
for actually being a decent human being. When
I love
the Arden-
how reverent. Oh, sorry.
when the other Arden is like, it's fine. We get the best food. This place has lost all religion. What is wrong with you people?
Yeah, but then she.
I love how
Then-
reverent it. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. But then she like writes all that stuff in the throne room. That's carrying it a bit far.
I really love that chapter, mainly for how reverent it is, because it's from the perspective of this other Ardent who's just like, yeah, life's cool, whatever, you know. He's got a really interesting kind of narrative voice, the way that he's written. And it's just really chill. It's just like, oh, this is like a bit of a breather, you know, things are fine. It's, you know, it's funny because she's really uptight, lol, lol, lol. You know, it's really great. And then fucking hell, she gets executed and riots start, and it's like, oh, okay. It made me happy. That was like, not happy in the sense I was glad that there was executions and riots, but like, it was just really wonderfully executed. It was just like, oh, well done, Samson. Well done. That was
Yeah,
good.
it's like, whoa, what's going on here?
Yeah.
What's that all about?
That was an interlude I actually did read, but didn't realize the importance of until I went back.
That's kind of the beauty of Sanderson's writing, is that you actually like get to kind of find out just how like good the like the early build-up was.
This isn't Stormlight, but like, I can't express how much the reread of the first Mistborn book was like, because I'd only read it once when I was like 17, and it was just like this book on a pedestal that was my favorite book that I'd ever read, that I was almost like, it was so emotionally taxing to read that I almost didn't want to read it again. And finally rereading it was like one of the most rewarding things, because there's so much that he was planning and setting up for that ending, for some of the later reveals, and for some of the character stuff that was like, you know, in the works, that it was just like, this book's even better than it was.
Yeah, he has a lot of reread potential.
It was really great. I was not expecting it to be that much better on a reread.
So, interludes, before we move on to the next bit, maybe we should say a tiny bit about that Taravangian shop.
Ooh.
Yes.
Yes.
He is psychotic.
Yeah.
No one say that.
It's not so much psychotic as fucking terrifying.
Yes.
Like,
No.
I don't even know how to describe him except as like uniquely terrifying.
If
Like-
you you go first.
No, I was saying like because I couldn't think what to say.
No.
He's
He
really
is
good.
he is in the definition of the master planner character.
Yeah.
You see him put his pieces into place, and he kind of disregards kind of a lot of morality.
Well,
He just-
yeah, maybe.
But that's a statement you can make about him. Yeah, disregards a lot of morality. Ugh.
Yeah, a little bit, just a tiny bit.
But at the same time, he's not an evil person.
He's not, but that almost makes him more terrifying.
Yeah.
Like, there's something more terrifying, at least to me, about a character that's like, I'm going to do good no matter what, to the point that I'm going to cause as much destruction and turmoil and awful things as I can, just because I believe that will save everyone. It's like, Jesus Christ, there is no talking to this man. There is no reasoning with him because he is doing the right thing in his mind.
And here's the thing, part of that terrifying thing might be that you might even agree with him. We're the omnipotent reader, and we see there's another side that can hold their values and still potentially win. But if we're just in this world and we had to choose sides, we might just choose him because it's like, yeah, we might need this. We might not be able to. We need someone who's willing to make the hardest decisions.
It's
Yeah,
also
Artist.
I have this. Sorry, I have this kind of specific unnerving feeling from the sort of characters that are. He's not quite technocratic, but like in the sense that his mindset and the way that he rules with this whole weird system that he can only make certain decisions according to how intelligent he is. His entire thing is like based on the intelligence is the ruling thing. Like that's the thing that makes you a good ruler, and he's very single-minded in that. Which, although intelligence is obviously a good thing, it's like there's something very terrifying about like only seeing one quality as your divine kind of ruling factor.
Yeah. Well, here's the other thing.
Mhm.
He's a couple other things is that he's very. It seems like the means is totally the end justifying the means thing to an extreme point, to a point where it's not even. And then the other thing is he's saving his own people, but he's willing for all the other people and the rest of Roshar to just go to hell in a handbasket, if you pardon my language there. So he's willing to, everyone else can just get, apart from his own city, if I remember correctly, can just go. And so he means well, but only to his people, not to all of Roshar. If you compare to Dolinar.
Actually, he does care about Roshar. He does have a priority list with his own people, but his intention is toward all of the humans on Roshar.
But that's the thing, though. His thing is that he is not concerned about the morality of the way in which he gets to a place, only by the morality of the ends that he has. Mm-hmm. So he will do anything awful and nasty and horribly immoral, so long as that gets him to what he considers to be the moral end.
Yeah, he will cause untold suffering for I don't know how many people there are on Roshar, thousands, millions, but anyway, for like thousands of people at the very least, he'll cause untold suffering if it gets him to where he wants to go.
He's already pretty much fucked the world over by having the White Assassin kill so many of the world leaders.
Oh, yeah. It's really weird to stop and think how much of the crazy, awful shit has been caused by him.
Yeah, there's the White Assassin. We see him kind of do that weird hospital shenanigans where he takes people who are about to die so he can have more predictions of the future.
Ew, that's just, ew. I forgot about that. Ew.
Yeah, and it makes it very clear some of those people did not have to die.
He is very, like, I mean, I know it's because he's got the nice man veneer, and there's like an element of him that is that man, but like, it's almost like you can forget what like a really dark and disturbing character this man is.
Yeah. It's surprising that he is actually kind of more terrifying than Ramsay Snow in a lot of ways.
Oh, he is. Ramsay Snow, you meet him, you know that bitch is gonna not do nice things to you.
Wouldn't it be a riot if Taravangian and Ramsay got caught in a transporter accident and merged?
No. It'd be a riot in the sense of I would get the fuck out of that place, but
yeah. Taravangian, great. And there's also, I do love how he just sees the White Assassin there and he's like, oh shit. That's his first reaction.
With very good reason. Zeth is terrifying.
Yeah, he's like, oh god. Am I gonna die? Is this where I die?
Zeth is... I mean, you get a little bit more of him as time goes on, but like, Zeth is like simultaneously terrifying and a little baby that you want to look after.
You feel bad for him because you understand why he doesn't want to do this, but he does, and you understand why he does, even if you want to shake him, be like, you're being stupid, stop doing this.
Like, I want to put him in the same, like, little basket of people that I want to look after as Kaladin. Because, like, come on, you just... your poor baby. But,
yeah,
like...
you poor soul.
But, like... but he has it in a different way to Taravan. Taravangian's is definitely more of like, although it is again, it's a part of him. It's more of a face. With Zeth, it's like it's a genuine like conflict of who he is versus who he wants to be.
Yeah, you see in his thoughts that he doesn't like doing this. He absolutely hates it, but he does it out of what he sees as he must. Not
Isn't it when? Isn't it when he's slaughtering the people to get to the king of Yakaved?
Yeah.
That he's crying as he just slaughters everyone, and it's like, oh fuck.
Yeah, he kind of breaks. I think he cries. I think sometimes he even laughs. He just kind of loses it because he's like, "Can someone please kill me?"
This poor child. He needs looking after.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people he's looking after in this book, but.
And then there's that realization where it's like, wait, do I actually have to keep doing this in Kaladin? And you just see him be like, no. I have not just been doing this for my own fruition. I have to, right? I can't be blamed for all this shit. You feel bad.
He's being forced to do it, essentially. And then it gets even worse, actually. I don't know if it gets worse in this book, but they find out why he's in this position. And then, it's totally unjust.
Well, we kind of get it in the two books where it's like he was banished for saying the Radiance will come back from his own leaders. And then he sees Kaladin using Stormlight and he's like, wait, I was told I was wrong and became this as a consequence of my actions. And now you're telling me I'm right?
Yeah. Ooh, though, that fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Which one are you talking about? The first one or the second one?
The second one. I mean, the first one is fun and builds up nicely for the end of Words of Radiance, which, ooh. But the second fight, yes.
The second fight is a spectacle unlike anything that has been done by Sanderson yet.
I was not expecting something that epic that quickly in this series.
I personally feel the arena fight scene is the best one in the book because of how it does well with all the factors.
Well, the arena one in Rose of Radiance.
Yes.
So, but that's in terms of like ranking fights. It's not good because of its epicness. It's good because of what it means for the turning point of the story. Because I definitely agree in that sense. I mean, like, one of the reasons that I was like, that I put down Words of Radiance to begin with was because I was so attached to Kaladin's story. I got really fucking pissed off that he got slammed into the dirt again. And that it was partly his own fault for being an idiot, for like, pushing too hard and being too preoccupied with his own like vendettas and stuff. It was like, it just really pissed me. It's like, Kaladin, you've been given a chance. What the fuck are you doing, you little bitch? And I got back to it enough to read to the lift chapter, but that was one of the reasons. And it's a very, very impactful fight for what it means for the characters. So I agree in that sense. But in terms of like the epicness of the scale of the world that we're in and the scale of the story, the fight with Kaladin and Seth is pretty amazing.
I understand that, and I admit it's not as epic,
Mhm.
especially in scale wise, but I still think it's the better fight scene.
Oh,
with
it is,
how
yeah.
it handles all of its elements so perfectly.
Narratively, it is like narratively that is one of the big turning points in the story.
Mhm.
Like, even though by rights of what actually technically happens in it, it's not that big a deal compared to the fight in the fucking high storm thing.
I still think there's a lot of technical nuance in it because again,
Yeah.
it's like Kaladin is limited, Odalin is being ganged up, and you have to somehow have these two beat 4 shard bearers, and how they do it is very nicely done and it's very believable.
Yeah, it's such a character moment. Like, it's such a turning point in so many stories, and like, I mean, like the reference back to it once you understand what was happening with Renarin is like one of the examples of why that fight means so much to so many characters. That it's definitely like one of the most important parts of the story.
Yes, it's kind of like the difference between a simple sword duel and a fight between like two supernatural beings. The sword duel they both have their like advantages and how they're well done, but you kind of appreciate the simple duel between two simple people very well with how technically well done it might be compared to the superpowered beings where it's like, it's well done and it's a grand scale, but at the same time,
well, almost because there's less like supernatural stuff happening in a basic duel. You don't have to go into as much stuff that the reader doesn't know exists.
Yeah.
That you can kind of go into more underlying detail. It can be more of a character moment. It can be more of a story complex moment. For that reason. I mean, that's the kind of example why Sanderson's so interesting as a writer, because he can do, because like the fight with Kaladin and Zeth is like showing off what these characters can do with their powers in this world and what kind of scale they can go to. And that's a different thing that's being shown completely than the duel in the arena, which is like, doing just as much, if not more, but with a completely different like set of the story.
Yeah, I think it's just specifically me. I kind of appreciate the creativity needed for fights with more restrictions, because the Seeds and Kaladin are kind of, I don't mean this in a bad way, but they are basically the action figures being pressed together.
To be fair, when I was reading that, I was on a train and it was just like, I was sat there going, I'm in a really boring environment reading one of the coolest fucking, fight scenes I'm ever going to read because of like just the crazy shit going on around. Whereas like the so I enjoyed it in that sense, but like when I think about the story of Rose of Radiance, probably one of the first things I think about is the arena duel. Like, that was, of all of the things, if you're talking like completely emotional reaction, of all the things that affected me in the story, it was that turning point. It was that part of the story of Kaladin getting fucking crushed into the ground again and having to move on from that, basically.
Honor is dead. I'll see what I can do. Jumps right into a fucking fight between 4 mecha-suited magic users. It's really good. I fawn over that, and I still think it's like the best fight scene in the whole series. There's there's other grand fight scenes, but again, find something personally technically appealing about you need to creatively write this with a 3 or 4? It's 4 shard bearers against 1 very skilled shard bearer and Cal, not fully radiant yet, and trying to hide it as much as possible.
Speaking of which, we move on to the next bit now.
Yes.
I'm probably gonna have to leave around 7:30 my time.
Yeah.
Which is 5:30 your time.
Yeah. We've been talking for 2 hours.
Not quite 2 hours yet. There's still another 11 minutes or so to go.
Yeah. So, but kind of like quickly going through it, like Shallan has a really interesting story, like to start because we get her backstory, and she had the worst dad ever.
Yeah, but the sadder part is the fact that you know why the dad became this, and it was for there's like a very noble reason the dad ended up starting to like go down this downward spiral.
Yeah,
It's
he had to defend himself constantly for something that he decided to take credit for, even though he didn't do it.
yeah, like, we've reached the part where we can spoil. Basically, Shallan, when she was a small little child and bonded to a cryptic spren, killed her mother because the mother tried to kill her. And so she summoned the spren as a shard blade, killing her. The dad needed to defend Shallan, and so said he killed the mother. And because of this, he proceeded to become the most abusive monster ever.
Yeah, and then, but it's still at the end when he dies, it's still very tragic and sad, kind of heartbreaking in a way, because Shallan has to sing that lullaby when she's killing him, strangling him.
Yeah,
So it's yeah.
it's very heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we actually find out like that how her oldest brother Ashajushu, not Ashajushu,
Hanaran?
Non-Balat, Non-Balat, I mean, got his limb.
Oh, yeah.
Because their dad beat him.
Second eldest, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was brutal.
Yeah, it's actually one of the most horrifying things that Sanderson has ever written, I think.
Yeah, it's very simple. That's like he takes like a fire poker and stabs it into his leg, and it proceeds to keep punching the leg. It's
really disturbing, like just how simple, like just a scene of domestic violence is, even compared to like say like a gruesome torture scene. Like,
yeah,
even the worst gruesome torture scene is not nearly as like disturbing as this. And I've read Terry Goodkind.
yeah.
Say no more.
There's a reason I said he's a fucking abusive monster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's Shallan's past, and we see her kind of like bond with her siblings, which is it's done fairly well. We see why they end up bonding.
Oh yeah. The bit where they're trying to get through it, and she makes these various witticisms, and they'll just start laughing. That's how they deal with it.
Yeah, she tries to make everyone happy. She tries to give one of her brothers like the weather equation thing, I believe. I forget what precisely he did, but it had to do with the weather because he wanted to be like an ardent or something.
Stormwarden.
Stormwarden. For another brother, she saved him by lending her necklace and she tried to give her necklace and 2 really fancy blades that her other brothers allowed to have her give to pay off his debts. And where were the other 2? I know one, I think one Drew, possibly.
I think one, they're all like really badly adjusted people.
I really love. So the thing with Shallan is like I said, a part of my problem with her was trying to detach my automatic dislike of her for recognizing parts of myself in her. And what managed to win me over with her is the fact that despite when you start to find out what shit she went through in a greater degree, and the fact that basically the way that she coped with that was by trying to look after everyone, and by trying to be the positive influence
figure.
on everyone in her life. That's what really shines through with her character. Like, she genuinely tries to be a really good person, and it's just, it's really beautiful. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
And she's attractive.
But by the way,
Yeah, she's drawn that way, like Jessica Rabbit, though not as cartoonish.
yeah,
She's even a
Shalom,
redhead, so
nice.
the analogy works. Huh.
yeah, soulless ginger. But so small question. There's a scene where Shalon talks to her stepmother, and the stepmother says, "Will he finally hit you, the one who deserves it?" Is that trying to say that the stepmother actually has like been told the truth, or like some of it, to know that Shalon killed the mom, not the husband? Or is she just really pissed at Shalon for not being the one ever to be beaten?
I think that like she got hit, and but she notices that that Shalon is never hit by the dad.
I wonder if it's somewhat ambiguous on that count anyway, deliberately.
I think though there's an element of like she gets hit frequently by the dad because he is like he hits other people because he won't hit Shalon.
And it's probably conspicuous that she is the only one that he does not abuse.
Oh yeah, it must be. I mean, that would stick out. Yeah.
You know, and if you're married to that guy and you notice that one of his kids gets scot-free, you don't, the other kids don't, you're like, something off here. And to a degree, perhaps you figure out what's going on close enough. There's a question for you in the chat, Aspiring.
I saw it. Country and region of origin. Interesting accent. So I'm born here, but my family is not. That might be why. And I have never been able to replicate accents.
It's fair.
I've tried to replicate the place I'm born, America. I've tried to copy my family's. It's all shit. So,
Hey, I have family from all over Britain, so like my accent goes into wibbly places.
Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
No, but
Shut the fuck up! Stop trying to do an impression of David Tennant and sounding like a Cockney person. You absolute cretin of fucking accents.
oh, Brightness. You know what you can do if he does that? You can call him by his real name. He really doesn't like that.
he doesn't.
His 1st name.
I'm aware.
Wow.
We have a weapon now.
But see, I'm a really polite person, except when I swear at people. So like,
Cretin of accents. If it wasn't targeted at Dunn, I would think you were talking to me.
oh dear.
Yes. But let's go back to Shalon.
Yeah.
Sorry, don't. It fine, mate. It fine.
Yeah,
What
she
the fuck
has
was
a
that?
very what
That was not me attempting an accent. That's just something that happens.
Okay. It sounded like let's carry on.
Yeah, like I said, I'm bad at accents, and sometimes my voice will just kind of go somewhere unintentionally.
yeah.
I'm very polite, except when I say
It's true.
it's like,
Probably
hey,
not, but you know.
Hey, you can be very polite with your insults, you goddamn pancake.
Mhm.
Shun the non-believer, Charlie. I don't know what you're talking
Look,
about.
I'm gonna take back the polite thing in a minute, Dan.
Dig, you
Yeah,
really
biscuit crumbler.
good old biscuits. Get those tea and crumpets out there, TikTok and all that malarkey.
I don't know why, but I'm imagining Becca with red eyes right now.
I'm just.
Call him Brent Lord.
There's already a Brent Discord in this chat. There's not room for two.
Not Brent Lord. He doesn't like that. So whenever he gets the accent, you can just call him that.
I don't mind. It's fine.
Yes, you do. Stop.
No, I don't.
It's like, oh, they're gonna use it as an insult, so I better pretend that it's not an actual insult.
Well,
Yeah.
The thing is, I didn't even know that my first name was Brent until I was 8.
Because everyone called you Malachi.
Yep.
Stop rewriting the narrative. You hate it.
It depends on the day.
No ambiguity. No ambiguity here.
Meanwhile, my name is absolutely beautiful, and I'm not sharing it with any of you smucks.
You've already seen it in the chat, except
That
it's
is
too long
true.
to pronounce. Except that's too long for us to say. It's got an SH in it and a BH in it somewhere.
It's my first and last name, so it's not one word.
It's got a bunch of N's. I know. There are two of them. One of them has an SH and the other has a BH, and they both end with N, and one of them is kind of long.
Yes.
The other one's only sort of long.
I specifically like my first name. It's beautiful.
It's a pretty cool name.
What?
Sayan Besayana? Is that how it is?
It's Shian Basanya.
It's a pretty cool name.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Not a bad name at all.
I know there's some people who are insecure about the names, but I'm like, I like mine. It's great.
No. It's cool to like your own name. Well done.
Yes.
Yeet. Anyway,
So, back to Shallan. So, throughout the book, so we see her with Yasuna on the ship going to the Shattered Plains. Then we find that she bonds with Pattern by drawing him when she, for some reason, sees him in the corner of her eye. This gives him a physical form, and he starts, like, moving around everywhere like a little confused child. Yasuna orders her to study the pattern, which is what she names her spren. And then their ship is attacked, and Yasuna dies.
supposedly.
Supposedly, yes.
I got to admit, although I was like, whoa, Jesus Christ, killing Yasna this early, but credit to Sanderson, I fucking believed it. That was an it was a legit plot twist when he shows up again. I was like, I was not expecting this shit.
Yeah, and considering what we know about Stormlight healing now, yeah, it's like, you can tell, like, oh yeah, she ain't dead.
I don't know, because it depends on, like, the fact that it was kind of a clever place to kill her off because it does make it more ambiguous. Like, you kill her off in a fire on a ship in the middle of the ocean. I know Shallan survives, but, like, considering the last time she sees her, she's bleeding and unconscious slash, dead, not in a position to be getting out of the boat. Like, it's quite plausible that she doesn't manage to get out before she could heal herself. So
Yes.
it's perfectly understandable that she would have died. So, but it's also perfectly plausible that she gets out and manages to heal herself enough to escape in a similar way to Charlotte. So,
Yeah,
There, she can't swim.
Huh?
Yeah, I assumed she was dead. It's like, it's way too early. It's way too early. Why are you killing her off so early? She didn't even get to have much screen time with Shaw on this book. Isn't Shaw meant to be her ward? Whatever happened to that? How come you're killing her off so soon?
I was assuming that her role in the story was going to be of something of a martyr character that spurred Shallan on, and like an echo in that sense, but also as a character that you would learn about her past more, and her past would be, intrinsically useful to the story, to the point that she would, even though dead, seem like a current character. Of course, now she's back to being a current character. That's no longer the case, but I was very convinced that Sanderson would be able to pull that off. So it was completely not on my mind that she would come back.
It would be pretty easy. Just have her have lots of journal entries in her notes over the years, and boom.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Especially with especially not knowing all of the Stormlight powers, you could quite reasonably understand that there might be some kind of power way of involving her as well. In memory form, or I was like, there's going to be something that involves her as a character, even if she's dead. So I wasn't really that concerned about her no longer having an impact on the story. It was more like, oh, weird, I wasn't expecting that.
Yes. So off to the next part. So Shallan is now wakes up alive because she's been saved by, what was the creature's name?
The Santhed.
Santhed, yes. A basically giant turtle squid decides to save her life, and she's on a beach on the shore, and she attempts to first start a fire using soul casting by trying to convince a stick that it's flame.
Oh my god, that's some of the best dialogue in the fucking book.
Yeah, it's a
stick.
I am a stick.
It
And
is
nothing
like
else.
Just having a fucking argument with a stick, and it's fucking amazing.
It is legit a fucking meme.
It's beautiful. Sanderson has many talents, and one of them is just being really oddly on point with random comedy.
So
So good.
there is one, it's a very off-topic joke, but it kind of fits. There was this little thing where people tried to take quotes and mess them up to make them funny. And one of them is Dalinar saying, "You can be fire." Then Navani says, "I am Navani." And then Dalinar says, "You could be fire."
Oh my god.
It's just, it's such a good line you could use anywhere.
Oh my god. I mean, Shallan's dialogue is on point all the time anyway, but that scene will remain in my mind forever. I could go senile and get fucking Alzheimer's, but I will not forget that scene.
Yeep. And if you do, you just get to enjoy that scene over and over and over.
Oh, of course, and it'll be funny again, even though it's already funny on reread.
Yeah.
I am a stick.
See,
And
Dunn
And you
can
can
show off.
for a moment.
Dunn can show off that he's listened to the audiobook, so he has I have the.
Wait.
I've got it in my head that the
No.
stick is just I'm a stick.
No, wait. What accent does a stick have in the audiobook? This must be known.
I am a stick.
Oh wow.
I am a stick. That's the tone that Kate Redding gives the stick.
Well, I envisioned the stick as being as deadpan as humanly possible, or
I think both are
stickly
funny.
possible. Just like I'm a stick, so But that's my Brit humor coming through. So
I'm a stick, you tosser.
What? A fire? What the fuck is fire? I'm wood. Get out of here.
Okay, unfortunately, I need to phone my parents now, so that means I'm going to miss Kaladin unless, with any luck, you'll still be at it by the time I'm done with my phone call. And then you won't have started Kaladin yet by the time I finish my phone call, so I won't miss anything.
considering, considering you're the one
will take a while.
considering you're keeping us on track, Valerian, probably.
Okay,
That's
so
where I need to. Part of it's just this book is so dang long.
All the Stormlight books are long.
it's long and we're longer.
It's now it kind of gets to the point where it's all intertwined.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm already I'm already getting the feeling that Oathbringer is going to take quite a long time.
Oathbringer is the one that I will most gush at. So yes, however long this stream will be, times that by 1.5.
I'm something like... I don't know where the book is at the moment. I think it's over the opposite side of the room. But, I can see how far I am in through, but from the angle that it's at, I can see where my bookmark is. Yeah, I'm about a tenth of the way through Oathbringer. Tenth of the way through, I'm like, this is competing with Way of Kings to be my favorite already.
Yes!
Okay, so I will see you later.
See you later, Valerian.
So have a riot. I'll be back.
We'll see you later. Most likely.
Yeah. It is kind of interesting, though, kind of like Shallan's journey with this, like, just slowly gathering a group, including that complete little piss and, what's the name of the, what's his face? The traitor. Thalen traitor.
Okay.
Tvlakov. Yeah, Tvlakov.
Oh my god, the bloody Thalen names. I can't. I mean, the whole point of them is that you can't pronounce them, but Jesus fucking Christ. Reading that and going, I need to have like an impression of what this name sounds like in my head. I'm like, nah, I'm just Les.
And not my kind of impression.
No, let's not talk about your impressions then, because I would like the stream to end before I'm supposed to be waking up.
Yes. So, Shallan kind of gets fine. She just kind of walks partially dead into the middle of some slave traders' camp, sleeps, wakes up, and then tries to act like a light eyes and make them take her to the Shattered Plains.
I mean, she does well.
Yes, she does very well.
Like,
she uses Jasana's advice of power is partially through perception.
Like I said before, that her, like after Jasana dies, there is her story gets somewhat slow, but then that's kind of by necessity, because it is a process of her on a very slow journey, using that journey to build herself into someone that she can then be once she gets to the Shattered Plains. So I can see why.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a pacing
issue.
I don't think it's a pacing issue so much as an odd thing to have in a book that is supposed to be her book. But
yeah, she just gets a bit overshadowed.
Which I have mixed feelings about in the first place anyway, but yeah.
Yeah. And then we get the drastic turn of where her character will now go for the rest of the series. When she is now being chased by bandits, and she manages to convince a group of deserters to fight alongside her slave trader people to fight off the bandits. And after this, she gets introduced to what the hell is her name again?
I can't remember her name actually.
Oh.
It's something with a T.
I don't know.
Cancel?
No, it's like one syllable, isn't it? Like, hang on.
I know it's like with a T. I remember that much clearly.
I'm trying to flick through the hoping that I can find.
Teln?
Teen.
10.
Yes.
Yeah, 10. Yeah.
T-Y-N, teen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 10. Yeah, okay.
I don't know. I don't care. But yeah, she meets Teen, who is the current head of guard for this group of merchants that she just saved from the bandits. Teen is in reality a scam artist, and she thinks that Shallan is pretending to be a light-eyed woman, and that she's trying to do some weird a blackmail operation, just something big, at the Shattered Plains, and then offers to mentor her. Shallan accepts.
It's a really interesting. I love how because Shallon's powers obviously exhibit later than Kaladin's do. I love the interplay between the type of character she's becoming, the type of things that she's doing, and the type of powers she ends up having. The fact that you have at first it's like that it's this artist character. How does an artist character interplay with a con artist character? I mean, I know there's the word artist in it, but that's not what the actual way of being of those two types of characters are quite far apart. And it's very interesting how essentially what her powers do is kind of bridge that gap and give her an interesting thing about the interplay of observation of reality and lies, of truth and lies, I guess, is like a thing.
Yeah.
It's a really, really interesting thing that kind of pulls together, not in a way that I was particularly expecting. It's probably one of my favorite aspects of the series, to be honest. Like the way that Shallon's character interplays with her powers and the direction that she's going in.
Yeah, it's a very, very neat tie-up of several things all together, and also functions into what's happening in the next little book. I say little facetiously.
What?
Yes.
Oathbringer or Remember from before.
Yeah, the magic system with odes is made very clearly to give more power as character progression advances, which is very nice.
Mm-hmm.
And with Shallan, it has to do with far more personal things than Kaladin. Kaladin's is a bit more general in how it's more of his ideals, while hers, it has to do with stuff that she has to admit to herself so she can grow as a person.
Well, the thing with Kaladin is that his story is about taking internal struggles and getting past them in order to do external feats. And so his powers are quite external. They're enabling him to do extraordinary things physically and in the real world. So they themselves are quite broad as a thing and quite generic, not in the sense of how they work, but in the sense of what they appear like as an end product, I guess. But that's kind of the point, is that it's supposed to be like he's moving into the real world. He's exhibiting in the real world,
Yes. Hers are meanwhile more about changing herself and other things.
Well, there's an element of exhibiting in the real world in that it's making her art into a functioning thing that she can use to manipulate things, but it's still an underhanded thing. It's not like it's interesting that the more I'm thinking about it, actually, that it's quite a feminine. It's playing into quite a feminine archetype in itself. That she's an artist. She's fighting in a non-combative way, in a kind of, more of an intellectual space than a physical space, which is, while still doing stuff literally, she's putting on the face of Vale and she's, interacting with people, but it's more through interaction than it is through, like, Kaladin's powers are powers that affect a fight,
Well, do remember that Shallan can soul cast.
Oh, that too, but then she's not really using that much yet, and I don't know how much. I'm intrigued to see how and when that kind of plays into her character, kind of personally, because it's quite like to change something into something else. That's not something that is very easy to play into a character sort of psyche and arc. So I'm curious if and how that plays into that, because her
Yeah.
more interesting power so far is the what's it called again? Light weaving, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. That's the more interesting power because it's interplaying into a couple of character traits that she's developing.
Yeah. I'll say I'm definitely interested in seeing what you think of Shallan as she progresses. Because I
She is-
like her in Oathbringer.
She's the thing about Shallan is that in The Way of Kings, her story is interesting, but because she's not, she's very early on, I did not expect how far she was going to come. And the further she progresses, the more interested I am in her character. So it's probably going to be on the same trajectory. I mean, so far, just at the beginning of Oathbringer, I'm already even more interested in her than I was in the last book. So
Yeah.
One thing that I am interested to kind of talk about is the trajectory where she actually becomes a leader in a lot of ways. She understands the riddle that Varys says about how power is a shadow on the wall. It's where men believe it resides.
she, considering her backstory, considering that her entire archetype at the beginning is the naive girl whose only power essentially is her intellectual aspect, the fact that she manages to find an inner confidence there and to grow into something in a way that seems really, really natural it's a very it's not as overt as Kaladin's character arc, but it's a really impressive one. The more I think about Shannon, the more I really appreciate how well she's written.
I'm very interested to talk about Kaladin's arc in this. I had a pretty annoying conversation with the person I have very little respect for on Discord anymore, about that particular scene, and I'm just I really want to talk about that because I find that that conversation extremely frustrating and annoying.
Oh yeah, I've had moments of that with these books. It's ugh.
The thing about Kaladin is, specifically Kaladin, he's such a dynamic character in the series because he is, I think it might be because he has this very, very interesting psyche combined with this extremely powerful influence on the world around him. And because of that, everything that happens to him is just so fucking annoyingly dramatic. In a sense of oh my god, I need to stop worrying about Kaladin because there's other shit going on in this book.
Yeah.
It's everything that happens to him hits you in the fucking head. In a really good way. I love how well it's written.
Yes.
But good god. Every time there's a Kaladin chapter, I'm okay, excuse me while I worry about Kaladin for a...
He is important. He is Stormblessed.
Yeah, he is. But he's also really good at getting himself into fucking situations that you're just stop.
Yeah.
Away from my baby. I don't want him to die.
I'm really protective of this boy, okay?
He has much to grow. Let him be happy, damn it.
I know, for God's sake. He's lost too much. You know how, okay, it's Oathbringer, but when he meets his little I'm not even going to finish that sentence, but you guys know what I'm talking about. When he meets my heart, okay? My heart. He needed that. And it was very cute. And finally, something good for poor old Kaladin. But yeah,
again, Kaladin Oathbringer, fucking great.
I'm loving it already. Oh my god.
There's. Mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. I'm already wanting to kiss Oprah now, but we need the first kiss words of Radiance.
Okay, let's continue.
So yeah, Shallan, we were talking about the teen situation. So now we should talk about a very dark moment. So Teen is training Shallan, and Shallan's progressing quite well. She's learning how to like steal spheres and all that. The art of the con artist. And then Teen gets a little letter on her span read confirming that Yasuna is indeed dead and that her men succeeded. This should ring alarm bells, as Shallan realizes that Teen was the one in charge of having Yasuna die. And then Teen also gets the information she needs to realize, wait, so Yasuna had a ward named Shallan, and the girl who I'm teaching is named Shallan. And so Teen attacks her and is trying to confirm whether or not Yasuna survived that whole shipwreck. Shallan's trying to say no, and then Pattern, love him. So Pattern can like mimic voices, and so he uses this to speak something that Yasuna said in front of him to confirm, to make Teen like stop attacking her. Enough that Shallan summons a shard blade through Teen's chest.
You know
She
what?
did.
I really, in that particular part, it's a very, in the grand scheme of the book, because these be long books, it's quite a small part, but I really love like the initial conversations between Tin and Shallan that have this thing where Shallan's like really confused that she's just telling the truth and being quite oddly inept at this. Basically, she doesn't know what she's doing and she's just saying things and hoping she doesn't die, and a lot of it's actually, you know, true. And Tin is like getting this idea that Shallan's like already on the road, that she's essentially more skilled at this than Shallan actually is. Although she's also going, you know, you need a lot of training, but but because there's enough misconception, she thinks that she's already on the road to this thing that Shallan isn't even like considering. And obviously that misconception helps her get a foot in the door, essentially, to get a bit of training from Tin. But it's I love the progression from this weird misconception where she's under the impression that Shallan knows what she's doing, all the way to realizing, you know, I'm assuming in Tin's last moment, she's realizing, oh shit, this girl really doesn't know anything, and me deliberately like not believing that she's just being honest got me into this shit.
Yeah, because she's like, no one could be this naive, no one could be just truly nice. Surely she has a motive.
Mm-hmm. She's clearly never met me in real life, but
yeah, Shallan happens to just be a naive person, and so she overestimates her and ends up giving her a few too many skills than she should. And then Shallan kills her.
It's an interesting twist on the mentor like archetype in general, to be fair. Although it's a very small part of the book, but it's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
A lot of this book is like not in a bad way, but oddly more interesting in retrospect than it is exactly in the moment in that kind of way.
Yeah,
Yes.
It's kind of that thing that George R. R. Martin said, the best books are the books that you return to, and they're even better.
Yes.
I'm very much looking forward to Stormlight reread already.
Yeah. Brandon Sanderson learned his craft from Robert Jordan very well, and even surpasses Jordan in many respects.
I will read Jordan eventually, but you know,
I won't.
I've got a bit to read first. Look, I've got to finish Stormlight. I've got to read Elantris. I've got to finish my Mistborn reread in time for the next Wax and Wane. Like I've got a lot to read, you know.
Next Wax and Wane is this December, not like this January. Really quick.
Can I do that? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
So,
I'll at least reread before I read that one. But
I'm actually most interested for the Shadowbirds story that was in what is it? Arcanum Unbounded, especially since Brandon Saracen read a bit of the sequel, and apparently there are shard rifles.
Oh, Six of Dusk.
ooh.
Yeah. So Six of Dusk 2 has like he did a little reading of it. And yeah, Six of Dusk is in the timeline of the Cosmere, the latest thing we have. It's like in Mistborn Era 4 kind of time.
Oh, wow.
And so yeah, like Scadrial has spacesuits.
I can't wait. Oh my god. I love Stormlight, but Mistborn is it's always gonna be my I don't know.
I cannot choose.
In the Cosmere world, Mistborn is my home. Like Stormlight's the fun adventure I go on, and then I go back to Mistborn.
Even though Mistborn is dark as crap and is way darker than Stormlight.
Well, yeah, but like, it's just I don't know. In order to make up for that darkness, it's just got like such a heart.
Yeah.
I don't know, and also I don't know, just the aesthetic of Mistborn and just like I don't know what it is. I think it's just because it's the first one I read, but
They're both beautiful. Let's be good parents and not choose favorites.
no, I'm picking Mistborn. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I'm sorry, child, but I don't like you as much as I like the other one.
Look, there are plenty of people that are going to pick Stormlight, so I'm picking Mistborn.
Yes.
I still think I'm always going to say Stormlight over Mistborn. Sorry.
Well, there we go.
Yeah.
See, Aspiring's in the middle. Go. I'm not going to pick. I'm going Mistborn, and Dun's going Stormlight. It's completely perfectly balanced.
Yeah.
As all things should be.
There we go. I was trying to.
And also, just to make clear for future viewers, when I said I'm not going to with George R. R. Martin stuff, the reason is because I want him to release the stuff, so I don't have to wait for years.
Oh, I thought you meant Jordan, not Martin.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about Jordan when we said that.
Who's Jordan?
Robert Jordan.
Oh, I'm already reading his stuff. I'm trying to read Eye of the Worlds.
I was going to say, didn't you give an interview update on that the other day? I was like, you're not going to read it? Has there been an update on that?
No, I was two things. One, my Eye of the World actually just got out of. The thing expired today, so I have to get on hold again. So I'm super fucking pissed because I only got 27% of the way through, and I'm like, no, this is like the third or fourth time I've had to get it on hold.
Oh no!
Because every time I get it, I end up getting distracted by something.
So I have read up to the same point in Eye of the World twice, and then listened to the audiobook up to the same point as well. So I'll get there eventually, but I keep hitting a ball and then not continuing.
Yeah, well, it's actually fine. Like I actually am like fine with having a few people that are like non-book readers in watching the show when that comes out in November.
It's more that it's a series I want to get to eventually, but I started it when I was in the middle of a kind of phase where I would start like every series. Like I would start a book and then get distracted and start another series, and then get distracted and start another series. So I've got about 5 different fantasy series, Wheel of Time included, that I've started and not remotely finished.
Wheel of Time is just something I've always had on my list, and I actually just started reading it, and then you told me the show is coming, and I'm like, this is convenient.
Hey, if you don't finish it, you can be a part of the, show watcher crew. So.
I can finish the first book, and I might not finish the second, and I'll be able to pick and choose. I get best of both worlds, suckers.
Hey.
But
Yeah, I'm reading that, and my only comment for the time being is Egwene is a insufferable cunt still. Why?
Wow.
It's just I didn't want to hate the characters, the first one that we see, but why? I keep wanting to just shake her.
Wow. It's kind of almost a trope that like just some people hate Egwene, and I just kind of find that extremely amusing sometimes.
Yeah, it's like there's actually a similar trope to Shallan in like the fan base where some people despise her and other people like her. And I'm just currently I think the same thing's happening with Egwene, where I'm currently in that group where I'm like, you are insufferable.
Wow.
I want
when
to
it
like
comes
you.
when it comes to Shallan, I'm quite proud of myself for having like a warped
Character
opinion
arc.
of her. Like my I've done the hating, and I'm not quite in I love Shallan, but I count her as one of the most interesting characters. So
She's the origin of most of the twists in the story, aside from perhaps Dalinar. Kaladin is
Yeah.
very straightforward, but in his function.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about Shallan is that she's very cerebral, and Dalinar has a very cerebral element to him with like all the visions and stuff. But he also has a massively like not quite physical, I guess physical kind of presence as well, which is more Kaladin's thing. Like Kaladin's stuff in his head is like purely personal to him and not like stuff that affects the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But to give you an idea on how strange it could be talking to some people at Shallan, there is someone who we like. I think Shallan gets good in first book, and then she gets progressively better / worse until the fourth book, where I don't kind of have very mixed feelings. Meanwhile, someone else hated her in the first book, despised her, and then liked her in the fourth. I'm just like, how do we have the literal exact opposite order? And this is someone I actually normally like agree with on these kinds of things. So it was just very like, what?
I mean, I don't. The thing about Shallan is, at least with my opinion on her, it's a very personal thing. It's virtually nothing to do with how she's written. So I wonder if it's just that she touches on things that, if you that with certain personal experiences, she just rubs you the wrong way or feels, what's the word? Genuine or like. Just like
Maybe
she's a strange kind of archetype that you don't see very often, and she's quite determined to not stick in one box, and it probably depends on which box you kind of fall into, what what perspective you're seeing her from.
Mm-hmm.
like I hear a lot of people don't think her jokes are very funny, but I'm like, her humor's fine. It's creative.
Her humor reminds me of me trying to be funny, so I laugh.
Oh,
I don't think her humor is that bad. It's like it's very creative, I find.
Her humor is it's very her, and it reminds me of certainly me and certainly like people that I know trying to,
You keep saying trying to be funny, but I'm like, it's not like she's unfunny.
It's not that she's unfunny. It's more that she's aware that her jokes aren't.
She like sometimes purposely makes awful jokes. Some of hers specifically don't land, and they're commented by other characters, and like that's horrible. But there are ones that do land.
Well, the thing with her jokes is that it's a part of her character instinctively that she makes jokes as a defense mechanism, as a reaction to literally everything. I mean, that's me in life. That's what I do.
Like when I do this thing, dearie.
Fuck off!
Just remember Shallan and Kaladin's first like verbal fight when she's trying to get to talk with Dalinar. They both insult each other in just the best possible ways. At least, what was the sponge one? What was the exact word?
The wonderful thing about their dynamic is that he's insulting her because he genuinely is just like she's a bitch, and she's insulting just because that's her her reaction to people.
Yeah, I think his reaction is like kind of a little bit more justified.
Cause Shalon, like, he has a reason to be like, I don't fucking know you. Please let me do my job and fuck off.
And also, she stole his boots.
And yeah, too. It's like, mate, just because he can heal feet, don't mean crap. Remember your feet when you had to walk without any footwear. You made him go through that. Screw off.
I think the thing about her humor is, I mean, one, it does appeal to me, but two, because it's so integral to her and it has more of a purpose than just comic relief for the audience, because it's showcasing a way that she deals with people, that I think you've got to have a real dislike for that kind of humor in order for that to rub you the wrong way, really. Because even if you just vaguely dislike that kind of humor, you can see the utility of it.
We might be giving too much credit to readers. Seeing the utility of humor.
Well, in terms of like, not so much as like literally going, what is the utility of her humor, but like in the sense of like understanding that this isn't a character stepping out of the narrative for a second to tell a joke. This is a character it's an integral part of who they are, that she tells jokes in specific situations.
She's female wit.
You know what? We need more scenes with her and Wit.
Yeah, like when she hugged him and everybody looked weird, was weirded out.
Yeah, because like, you hugged DeWitt.
But also, we need like just scenes where they can just chat, just because it'd be great. I need it.
Like the
We will probably eventually get more.
He just shows up in her life randomly.
Because Hoyd is everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Hoyd. All hail his Hoydness. The world old Hopper guy.
The guy who you will consistently think about and yet still know nothing about him.
Other than his name.
Not even that. We know that's not even his real name.
Well, we do find out his real name in Rhythm of War.
Do we?
Oh, we're back to spoilers that Becca doesn't know.
I don't think we do. Everyone seems to refer to him as like Saphandrius, but that's not his real name from what I know.
I'm not sure that, I mean, I know like origins of a character is important, and I'm sure that'll be a great reveal of Wit. But the thing about him as a character, Hoyd or whatever, the thing about him as a character is more the way that he's acting to the characters, his kind of intention. I mean, no, not his specific intentions necessarily, but in every situation he's been in, maybe apart from the one in Mistborn. But even then, like, for the most part, he's a pretty benevolent character in a light-hearted and trickster sort of way. And
the only
I
people
don't
that
know
hate
that
him are
you need...
people like Sadius, who don't have any senses of humor.
So, although it's like, you do want to find out more about him, like, you know who he is. Like, in terms of, like, you pretty reliably know who he's going to like and who he's not going to like in the scene.
Well, that's because he's almost like the reader, where it's like, oh, Amaram's here, fuck off.
To be fair, he's a little bit of a 4/4 character in that way, yeah.
Yeah, he's I know who you are, you little shit.
Other than, what is it? Well, he does talk to, he is old friends with the dragon, so...
Yes, and we know who that dragon is.
Yeah.
Actually, he's friends with 2 dragons, isn't he? Frost is one.
Can you shut the fuck up about shit I don't know yet?
Hey, he calls him a scaly thing in the letter, okay? It's not like this one.
Oh, he calls him a scaly thing, and Becca doesn't know that dragons exist in this book yet, so shut up. Well, says something that actually isn't a justification.
You can't blame me. It's hinted.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. They have not uttered the word dragon, therefore shut up.
Fine. But also, I looked it up. We do not know Hoyd's real name. Hoyd is not his real name. Safandrius is an alias. So to this day, we still don't know what the hell Wit's real name is.
I mean, maybe I'll change my mind, but at the moment, I don't really care what his real name is. I just care that he's a really great character whenever he shows up, and
Yeah, he's a treasure.
When we do find out his real name, it will be important, probably.
It will, and I completely can't wait to find out more about him. But I'm also like, because he's so enjoyable in a scene. I think that's what I'm trying to say. He's so enjoyable in a scene, and does weirdly quite a lot for the plot, considering how relative little time he actually has in the plot. That I'm cool with waiting.
I also just love that ending scene with Yasuno, where he's just like, put away the stupid little dagger while sharp blade's being pointed right at his face. And Yasuno's just like, okay, just gonna put this away then.
He's just he does act like a very old character in how irreverent and just like, well, I'm not gonna die today, kind of. Yeah.
He's just like, I've seen it all, mate. Literally nothing you do can surprise me. Except we do see him surprised at least once.
Like when Shallan gives him a big old hug.
Actually, there's three times I know Hoyd's been surprised. One of them, you've read Secret History, right, Becca? Mistborn Secret History?
Not yet. My thing was that I was going to reread all of Mistborn, which I've, done one book in that reread. And then get back to it, because basically, like I said, I read the original Mistborn trilogy when I was 17. That was a while ago, and I just felt like I needed a refresher of like what actually happened in that trilogy, like to the specifics, before I went back to Secret History, because I felt like that would give me enough detail to fully appreciate it.
Have you read Era 2 yet?
Yeah. But the thing about reading Era 2 was that it was quite a while after I read Era 1. That there were moments where I was like, I feel like I need to look that up because I'm rusty on the details. So I kind of want to just fairly soon read the rest of them and then get to Secret History, just so I'm just like fully on all of the details.
All right. I won't spoil anything then.
Thank you.
But yeah, there's 3 times Hoyd's been surprised. One of them is in this book.
Ooh, I didn't realize he was in it. Yay.
Hoyd's in every book.
That's making me really excited. Yeah.
Yeah. And we get answers to the ending of Wax and Wane.
Bands of Mourning. Yes. We know Kelsier is alive from that, and now we get to see why.
That was worth the wait. Particularly like in terms of, I mean, this is completely off topic, but in terms of how long I waited to read Wax and Wane after the Era 1, which I held oddly sacred to the point that I was like, I always don't want to read Era 2 because I hold that too sacred in my mind. So it took me a while to get to it, which is why it was rusty in my head.
Yeah.
So personally, it was a long wait, and then reading Era 2, and then finally getting to the end of Bands of Mourning and going, oh my god.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kelsey is my favorite character in all of fiction, to add, weight to that. So I was like, what?
I'm just like, I need the Lost Medal. I need that book now. Give it to me, damn it, Sanderson.
Yeah, literally the only reason I check Sanderson's website ever is to see when the next Mistborn book is out.
Well, I could tell you his schedule for the next 5 years.
Oh, okay, I'll come to you next time.
Yeah, because I know it's like Lost Metal is like this January, and then the next year is Skyward, and then it's Stormlight 5, and then there's a weird gap year where there's nothing planned. He might do something small, but currently there's nothing. And then it's Mistborn for 3 years straight. Yeah.
I didn't even know that. I to be honest, I got out of the habit of checking what he was up to like about a year ago. I just have not. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to tell you.
I'm going to be spoiled with this one. Oh my god. I'm
Yeah,
very happy
there's-
now. I'm very,
just-
very suddenly extremely happy.
Yeah, just 3 years straight. Mistborn Era 2 is just going to be... Era 3 is just going to be like... Boop, boop, boop.
I'm extremely excited now. Should we carry on with
Yes.
Stormlight before I explode?
Yes. Where did we stop? We stopped at Teen's death, I believe. No, we kind of moved on to Kaladin fight. So she moves on and goes to she tries to meet Dalinars, and so he can tell that Yasana's dead and get her place in the war camp. And she meets Kaladin, and Don, I'm gonna let you try explaining this interaction.
Which interaction? There's a lot of interactions that happen at this point.
Shalon and Kaladin specifically.
Oh, that bit where it's just like, it's every stereotypical I don't like you romance things ever.
Pretty much.
But it's perfectly done, okay?
It
Shut
is.
up, everyone who disagrees.
It's done well. I want to like pop up some of the insults here so we can just like enjoy them.
It's just every interaction between them is just perfect. Like
Yes.
it is brought up that Sanderson sometimes suffers with his romance plots, you know,
He
but
does.
but Shaladin forever, okay?
Wait. There was one thing where you mentioned where Shaladin, Kaladin, and Adlin would one. I think I mentioned this where they would possibly get into like a 3-way relationship.
I'm not after that. I'm after purely like the thing is, right, that I'm really sorry, Adeline, but you're just not as like you're a cool character in yourself, but you're just not as interesting with Shalon, and you will be overshadowed, and it will be not fair on you. So you really shouldn't be in this 3-way thing. It should just be Shalon and Kaladin.
I am gonna be so interested when you get further into Oathbringer. You quoted that fucking book accidentally.
Oh no! Oh no!
You're gonna see what happens, and I'm just gonna laugh.
Okay, I might have a reading fest tomorrow if I get up before the afternoon, considering the time.
Yes. And so I shall continue. So after Kaladin gets so infuriated with Shalon, she's like, fuck it, you are his betrothed. Only real light eyes can be this infuriating. The meeting kind of gets a recess, and she is able to talk with Dalinar and mention the death and everything. She and Adlin meet, and they act all cute like as two characters who are about the bone will. It's a very stereotypical thing of, yeah, these characters are going to be a couple. It's just happening. And then Shalon is like in the meeting, and everyone just starts asking her what's happening in Jakev, because Jakev's just in a civil war because of Mr. T.
Yeah,
And,
Mr. T is an asshole.
Yes. She's got any questions. She tries to say she doesn't know anything. And she remembers Teen's advice about not being under Dalinar is like dumb and trying to keep herself like somewhat separate, and does something which introduces me to a personal favorite side character, Sabariel. I pronounced that right, right?
Sabariel is
Sabariel.
very funny.
Yes. We see say the name again.
Sabariel.
Sabariel. Sabariel is one of my personal favorites. He's one of the 10 High Princes. You don't really notice him ever. And he just ends up being the sweetest little thing ever. It's like,
Yeah,
she pretends to be like his niece, and that they've come to an agreement where she'll stay with him. And he like spits his drink.
Considering how much of a minor character he is relatively, like, although he is in a lot of it, like, he really isn't driving that much. He is a supporting character. He's
But you
got
still love
one
him.
hell of a personality and one hell of an influence on the story. Like, he is great.
Yeah, it's just every time I see him, I'm like, yay, it's you. I know you. I love you.
It is always a delight when he turns up in the scene, I have to say.
Yeah. Like in the chariot ride, we reached there, and you just see that smug little glint in his eyes as he's explaining how he's actually like trying to build an economy here, and it's like, this guy actually has a brain. He's a smart little guy. And you just see that little golden heart where it's like, this isn't the first time he's collected a stray. It's like, this is like the kind of character we might actually see in a book, just as his own little main character. It's great.
I'm genuinely hoping he sort of just gets just enough room to have a little bit of growth. Not like growth in the sense that he needs it, just in the sense of like, I want to be able to appreciate that character more as time goes on.
I need him to be married with Polona, and I need him to not die afterwards. That's what I need. I want him to be happy.
Look, it's like everything can go to shit, but as long as this one character that's just my personal pet, if they're happy, I'm happy.
Yeah, it's like you have that little basket of characters. Like, please don't hurt him. Like with you and Kaladin, I'm like, please don't hurt my Sabriel. I like him. He's great.
We each got a little basket, and we fill them up with characters. Mine's got Kaladin and possibly Zeth, although that still remains to be seen as the books go on. Zeth is nearly in there. He's like hanging on to the edge.
And mine's is Kaladin.
Definitely been.
Oh, the thing with them, I mean, Mistborn is like a complete veer off the topic again. But the thing with Mistborn is, although I love Vin, technically, of all of the characters in the crew, she's the one not least favorite. That sounds awful, but like the one I'm least interested in. But then that's partly because you see them all through her eyes virtually, and so it's about like what they each do for her in a lot of ways. So, in many ways, she's like a little adorable, little sad little girl that you want to look after, but she's kind of overshadowed by all of these personalities a little bit, just tiny bit, because
I feel like
great characters in Mistborn.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I feel like you like Sabriel, kind of like how you like Breeze, actually.
Yes, you know what? Breeze was a fun one as a character arc in terms of like learning to like a character.
Especially in terms of the fact that he's Wayne. He's Wax's great grandpa.
Realizing that was wonderful, particularly after having the entire, I think if you told me that in the first Mistborn book, I'd be like, But like by the third one, you've been through all of that with Breeze, because I think although it starts in book one, like really seeing who Breeze is, you don't get the full experience until the end of the trilogy, and he is one of my favorite characters by the end of the trilogy.
Because here's the thing, both of the characters are kind of seen as kind of selfish and smartass, and kind of cowardly, but both have like a really good heart to them, and they come through when it matters, and so you love them for it.
Interestingly, both of them to some extent have that shown through the use of their relationship.
Yeah, like Arya loves Polona, and Breeze loves
Alrine.
Alrian.
Yeah.
Alrian.
And although those characters obviously have their own kind of, personality and space, and that they take up, and they have their own function in the story, a large function of both of those characters is to kind of show that Breeze and Sabriel, they both have this soft side that you didn't expect them to have. The difference obviously is that Sabriel gets introduced with that soft side and immediately there, pretty much after a couple of chapters, whereas Breeze, it takes a while. You get to know Breeze, and then you get a slow descent into, wow, he's actually a really decent guy.
Yeah, and also Sabriel ends up being like my spirit animal with Polona, where they just start reading during the apocalypse around them.
Aw.
It's like, yeah, there could be like bombs and explosions going off around me, and I'll just keep reading my book. I'm like, quiet down a bit. I'm getting to a good part. Fucking gold.
Need to get him in the room with Blend, I guess.
And also, doesn't Sabriel like actually like bring some order to like one of the High Prince's armies that was being in disarray?
Yeah, I think he does.
Yeah, like Sabriel's useful. He's competent and useful, and you just like him. Protect my baby. Anyway, let's move on. I've been able to fawn over him as much as I wanted to.
Yeah. We also get kind of Kaladin, like, most like for at least a little bit, he's not really doing much. It's like he's kind of the guard guy for quite a bit of the book.
I think that's an interesting. I think because if I was going to have an actual, you know, and I've alluded to it, but if I was going to have an actual criticism, like structurally, of Words of Radiance, it's that all of the characters seem to have a breather at the same time. And it's in this beginning bit where Shallon's learning stuff while she's traveling, Kaladin's getting used to his position, you know, and it all makes sense by where they are in the story that they would have that. But it means that, like, the story is essentially introducing everyone to their day-to-day, their new day-to-day. Dalinar's got a little bit more upheaval going on, but, like, it's very... This is the new normal for a while. And it takes a while for things to start actually happening. And then it kind of hits like a bombshell. So I don't know. It's not the biggest problem in the world, but it's kind of just sort of unfortunate that at the same time as Shallon like having a downtime after something big, so does Kaladin, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he does get interesting points in time with Adolin, where Adolin is like calls him Bridge Boy, messes with him, but then you kind of see, oh, Adolin is one of the best people ever.
Adolin, honestly, I already have a feeling, particularly because of the whole shipping Shallon and Kaladin thing. I just have this feeling that Adolin's just going to be dealt the wrong cards that he doesn't deserve, really, considering the fact that he's a really decent dude, and he's just going to be overshadowed. Poor guy.
Well, that is part of her. Again, read Oathbringer.
I am reading Oathbringer. Shut the fuck up.
I can't spoil shit for you, so all I can say is read this. You'll see.
Oh yes, yes, I am.
Well. But yes, I like seeing Cal and Adolin butting heads a bit.
That was like the resolution of that, or not quite resolution, but like the way that turns out with like the releasing from the cells and stuff, and finding out that Adolin went, yeah, I'm gonna be in the cells until he is out. That whole thing, that was, and the conversation they had after, that was some of my favorite bits of the book. Like, it was a really, really good payoff. Like, you had this tension that just, it turns out Adolin, although he can hold a grudge, clearly, when he sees someone being a genuinely good person, he drops that shit. And good on the bloody dude, like, Jesus.
Yeah, it's like, this guy just saved my life.
Yeah.
We're friends now.
And haven't, obviously, because Kaladin's not really in the same place in Oathbringer, I haven't really seen much of that lately, but, like, I'm really looking forward to more of that, because it was so earned. It was so great.
Ask and you shall receive.
Yay!
There's a reason I say this is my favorite.
I'm just getting such a good impression already. It's just like,
I hope I don't overhype it by accident, though I'm not even sure if that's possible.
I don't feel like you are, considering that it was like, I was feeling that before anyone said anything about Oathbringer, and then you're just confirming what my suspicions are. So
Yes. Yeah, Adolin good. He doesn't get much to do in this book, but Adolin good. Dewey does get to have a good little shining moment in that duel. But moving
Although,
on.
in terms of overshadowed people, Renarin, he's in the basket. Okay, I love him.
Well, that's partially because he's overshadowed in the fact that he's currently still tertiary, but he's going to eventually be put on the pedestal. The problem is that's going to happen in the back 5.
I love that though, because it's just like he's so well put in the tertiary that you're just like, you want more from him, and you're like, oh, I want to protect this poor little bean, and then he's slowly getting more notoriety, and you're like, yay! It's so, you wanted it, so it's like it's so deserved. Like, it's really, he's in the basket and he's getting looked after, so it's okay.
There's a cute moment that I'm now having in my head now, where I'm imagining you in a character's place with Renarin.
Oh god, okay.
It's just like you're just hugging Renarin, like, it's okay, little guy, it's okay.
I just want to look after all these poor little guys that just need help, and
wounded men. Poor
Yeah.
wounded
Yeah.
Oh no.
Don't let Tarek hear what he does. He might get jealous of how much you want to protect them.
Look, they're not real, sweetie. It's fine.
But yeah, where are we now? This is 3 hours in, and we're still on Chelan.
Oh no!
Oh, we still have Cal.
You know it's 1:30 here, right?
Yeah. Let's get into the political stuff with the Shattered Plains, specifically the Colin family. Kind of the new kind of thing here is they are deciding to take the lock off of young Adolin's sword and let him duel to disarm the High Princes.
He is playing duels for shards.
He's basically playing Pokemon with shards, art blades.
Yes. However, this is very difficult because Sadius is a crafty little bastard, as is his wife. How do you pronounce her name? Elay?
Elay.
Elay. Oh, I got close that time. So, Elay and Sadius realize what he's going to do and make sure no one with shards duels him. This fails because duelists are hot-headed. So he's able to duel a few and get their shards. However, he's playing like 2 shards for 1. Like the people he's dueling have to borrow a shard to duel him. And so he only gets 1 shard while risking 2. And eventually he just doesn't have people to duel. He needs to taunt them and use other methods to try and climb up the ranks. Eventually, they come up with a plan. If they can pull off an incredibly impressive feat in one of these duels, he can use the King's Challenge, is it called?
Mm-hmm. The King's Boon.
The King's Boon. He can ask the King for a boon, one of which is he can challenge someone. Something Sadius once did when crafting the Elite Empire back in the day with Dalinar. And so, he comes with the plan to basically, he duels one of the High Prince's cousins, and after beating his ass and humiliating him, he says, I'll beat you and whoever you bring. Thinking he's going to duel 2 people at once, and that he's skilled enough to do so. What happens, and this is because Sadius is a crafty little bastard, he ends up bringing 3 other shard bearers with him, all full, including one of his friends.
Yeah. And Adolin holds his own for a really long time.
Yes. Adolin proves that he is like the best duelist. He's able to battle 2 and it will be an even match.
Yeah, and because I'm trying to remember that bit. I mean, as mentioned, that's like a scene that affected poor Becca as she was reading quite a lot. But there's like cuts back and forth of people going, why the fuck is no one helping? You know, and you know, who to help but our own Kaladin.
Yeah,
You
it's
know.
like Dalinar legit like goes and faces the entire crowd. It's like, will no one help my son who fights alone? Nobody. He turns to who does he turn to before Amaram?
I think it was Elokar.
Yeah, I was thinking he turned to Elokar at one point.
Yeah,
Elokar's
turned.
being himself, and
Well, he doesn't do that. He goes. He asks Elokar to give him the blade so he can join the fight. And Elokar's like, "No, you're just gonna die and lose my shard." This is part of his plan. Because, admittedly, Elokar is being kind of cool-headed in this regard, and I agree with him. He knows actually what he's doing. But Dalinar then faces the crowd and tries to ask anyone in the crowd to bring their shard and help his son. All face away, and then he like looks to Amaram, who's looking away from him. And it's like, what's happened to your honor? And then Kaladin, like a boss, is like, honor's dead. I'll see what I can do. And then jumps in with nothing but a spear.
honestly, just
Which is one of the most badass moments of any character ever.
it really
Pretty
is,
much,
and it's held out just long enough. Like it's just like you're sat there going, for fuck's sake, someone do something, and you know in your back of your mind it's got to be Kaladin. It's got to be Kaladin.
Yeah.
It has to be Kaladin, and then it is, and you just feel like you're riding the wish fulfillment wave, which is obviously why the outcome, you know, is obvious.
Yeah.
It's just like,
just jumps into a fucking pool of sharks. It's like, fuck, I'll help. Make sure my men are okay if I die.
and I mean, you know, poor old Renarin trying to help.
Oh yeah, really poor Renarin. Really poor. He tried, and you know why he isn't able to.
You know, I just wanted to give him such a big hug.
You tried your best. We know why you failed. No one else does, but we know.
The poor epileptic young soul.
Who's
like,
hearing the screams of a dead spread in his head.
and he just wants to help his brother, and it's just like,
You have as much courage as Cal, young man. Don't worry.
I was so there was nothing that made me happier just because of like that. I want to save my brother so much that I'm gonna do this thing that's like literally excruciating pain, and there's nothing that he deserved more than to be the Radiant after that. Like, you know, he just proved himself beyond words. The poor little baby.
Yeah. He's such a good little boy. Even though
Yeah.
he's like at least 10, 20 years old, at least like 26 or something.
He's mentioned to be older than Cal.
But that's the I think we mentioned this in the Way of Kings thing, I'm not sure. But like there's the interesting dynamic between that you don't get much of in Way of Kings between Adlin and Kaladin. That Adlin is older than Kaladin, but he doesn't seem as world weary. He doesn't seem like he's had much to affect him to the point that he essentially acts like a younger person than Kaladin does.
Yeah, like to realize Kaladin is younger than both the High Princes is kind of like a mindfuck.
Yeah.
He's like it does kind of give a good illustration of like age does in the broad scale like make a difference in, you know,
In the little
wisdom
time he's had
and
had
stuff
more
like that.
experiences than he ever will.
Yeah, like you know, like why does Dalinar have as many experiences as he does? Because he's older. You know, he has a great amount more time to have had those experiences. So it's even from compared to Kaladin, he has a lot more wisdom from those experiences. But when you have the characters that are on a similar age level, it's really interesting seeing, you know, I mean, even putting Shallan in that mix, like she's a very interesting case because in some ways she's very uninitiated with the world, and in other ways has seen some nasty shit.
Yeah.
So she's an interesting case because there are some things she's extremely naive on, and other things that she's very, very strangely wise on. But when it comes to Adeline and Kaladin, it's more on the same level, but Kaladin has more age in terms of wisdom than Adeline does yet.
Yeah,
like when he insults Adolin by making Adolin think that it's a compliment.
Oh yeah, because
And Shallan just chastises him and makes him feel like a dick. As you do.
But there is some fucking wonderful dialogue in this series.
Yeah. We also even passed along how Shallan becomes like works with the Ghost Bloods and is actually pretty smart in how she does it, withholding information and all.
One of the things that won me over to her was how like smart she was and how much she held her own, because you're not sure if she's going to, and like it's genuinely hard for her to do that. There's a lot of achievement in that.
Yeah. Here's the thing. If I was in her place, I would probably have been killed off.
Oh, me too.
Me too. She noticed her mistake of being like, oh yeah, I can memorize all your guys' faces right now. Meanwhile, I would have been said that, and I would have left comfortable to think like, wow, I was able to show off.
Probably one of the reasons why, the whole thing was, I didn't like Shallan because I was empathizing with her way too much. But then it was like, whoa, I'm like this girl, but I couldn't do that shit. Okay, maybe I should start respecting her a little bit. Because I cannot do that.
Yeah, it's a good thing where it's like, you don't know how smart she is, and there's just those few times where she's naive enough that she gives a slip up. And she recognizes it.
Well, the fun thing as well is that a lot of the time people don't know how to use naivety as a writer, and they tend to use it as a sort of like get out of jail free card. When the actuality is, if you're a naive person, it is a real hindrance. And when it comes to Shallan, that is used really beautifully as a flaw, as well as sometimes as a good thing.
Yeah, because she's not an idiot, but she is still not nearly as experienced as these people.
But if you understand what naivety is as a concept, it is just essentially having odd blind spots, basically, and that's what it's used as.
Yeah, I can definitely relate with that.
Yeah, me too.
Yes, and back to the Cullen family, Navani. She has very little in this book due to the fact that she is grieving Yasuda's death.
Which, in that aspect, that is. I appreciate that.
You said the Cullen family, not the Cullen family.
Yeah, I had a few flashbacks to Twilight and decided not to reference it because I was like, we don't need any more tangents.
In my head, I do normally pronounce it colon, so that was an accident because I'm horrible at pronouncing.
I was like, oh no, I have too much Twilight on the brain. This is going to go off on a massive tangent, so I'm going to pretend you didn't mispronounce that.
Yeah, I did not mean to say Callan. I meant colon. Though, oddly enough, Callan is the name of a planet I have, so shit. Hope I don't give you guys too many flashbacks in the future.
Oh dear.
Why do you and Tarek both torture yourselves? Jesus Christ.
Hey.
Twilight is gloriously funny.
Breaking Dawn Part 2 tomorrow. Can't wait.
Like, let me be clear. I'm saying this as a person who every week watches with some friends the Marvel's What Ifs and Why the Last Man, which is absolute cringe. So I'm not one to talk.
Well, at least you don't religiously watch the Asylum movies.
Oh God.
Where I think that like the only way that anybody could watch those movies is if like they just understand, oh, the asylum is just garbage. There's no redeeming qualities to their movies at all.
You need friends. Share pain. If you share the pain with friends, you'll be like the Heralds.
Yeah.
Your insanity will come at a later time.
All right, Cullen family.
Yes.
Navani is amazing, but very minor in this book. But
Yes.
I do really appreciate, but considering she, I mean, I'm assuming we see her in the same vicinity as Yasna eventually, but in this book, in the mind that you think that Yasna is dead, considering that we never got to see her with Yasna, I really appreciate the grieving we do get to see from her, because it's like it's done well enough that it doesn't take away that much that you didn't actually see them together.
Yeah, and we got some cute moments too where she's talking with Shallan about the child that pretended to be Yasna. Or Yasna that pretended to be a child.
I really, when Navani came around to Shallan, like, that's a really wonderful moment. And it's more so for Navani's character than it is for Shallan's, because of you really get him. I mean, because you always, not in a bad way, but you kind of forget that Elhokar is her son sometimes, because that's kind of not her point in the story. So it's really wonderful seeing a motherly side to her.
Shallan never really had a mum, so
yeah.
I also just forgot. Do we ever see Elhokar comment on Yasna's death?
Not really, no.
That's a shame. That's waste. Elhokar and Yasna do not interact ever.
Well, that's kind of interesting though, because like my understanding up to this point is that they were kind of estranged siblings that don't have that much in common with each other anyway, so that kind of makes sense. But then but even then, with like siblings that are like that, it's still kind of interesting to see them interact when they do. So I don't know.
Because here's the thing, I don't think they interact even once.
Ever.
Like
all I can remember is I'm sure there's like a comment from Yasna about Elhokar that like of him being basically describing him as he is, but like I know what I in my head I know what Yasna's opinion of him is. I don't necessarily know what Elhokar's opinion of Yasna is, but yeah.
I would think
my brother is a fool. He is a brave fool, but fool.
I would think Elhokar would be very like envious and jealous of Yasna, or at the very least insecure, considering Yasna is seen as like such just
force of nature.
Yeah, force of nature. She's praised by all. Even those who hate her kind of like fear her / praise her.
Especially because it's in a kind of, like you say, fear and praise. Like she's quite a distant figure. She's not the sort of like hero figure that you want to have close to you. Like Elhokar. I can't express enough how much I love Elhokar's kind of hero worship of Kaladin. It's a really cool little element.
Yeah.
And that's because the thing with Kaladin, although he's a grumpy little bitch sometimes, like he has this inspiring sort of bring people together kind of aura thing. And it's amazing that even works in the fucking king, to be fair. So
everyone sees you as the hero. Please teach me.
I am your simp. Please help. I suck.
There's already Renarin simping for Cal. Now we have Elhokar. Kaladin just makes main characters simp for him.
But the difference with Renarin is more like I mean, to be fair, it's kind of similar. But the thing with Renarin is he hasn't got like as much riding on it. And he's also not quite as far gone. He's just sort of an underlying sort of gentle character, you know, whereas Elhokar is more of a
he's a neurotic asshole.
yeah.
Yeah. And I hope we get more Elhokar, maybe in like when Jasina gets flashbacks. I want a moment with them. I just want a single moment where they just I need to at least see what the relationship ever will be. But yeah. Elhokar cute.
He's oddly adorable. Considering at the beginning you're just like, oh, he's so fucking annoying.
Yeah.
Like I really wrote him off at first, and I was like, "Oh, bless him. He's trying. He just doesn't know what to do."
Especially since we know he's like they're with that paranoia of assassins. When the assassin comes, he just kind of like he killed fodder. Now he's gonna kill me. He's a little boy. He just got like the title of king hoisted on him very suddenly.
I mean, it's an interesting concept in general, like the idea of, you know, because the king who was born into it and is just like, but you know, because there's always like the king who's born into it and rules well and is like, you know, grows into it like by some divine destiny, but there's always the king who doesn't, you know, and it's like a lot of the time that's like a part of history and it's like, oh, they were a bad king, but it's like, well, to be fair, if you're in that fucking situation,
yeah,
you ain't gonna be that happy about it.
Yeah, I need to rant a little bit. First let Balerion in.
Oh, okay. 1 second.
Yeah, get him in so I can rant about this stupid shit that I heard. Because I hate people. Fucking hell.
You hate
hate
people? Is that what
people.
you just said?
Jesus Christ!
So,
The
17th
firing's
Guard.
going on an actual rant about how much
17th
he
Guard
hates people.
forum. I occasionally have conversations, and there was this one idiot. So we were talking about Elhokar, and he mentioned how he thinks Elhokar is a bad character because he is privileged. He uses the same thing also with Elend to venture, and I'm just like, okay, wait a fucking minute. That is kind of part of his character that he's in a privileged position, but we see him try to do better. We see this. He tries to be a good king. He's not like a selfish idiot who wants to torment people. He's bad at his job. He's kind of incompetent, and is privilege even a part of his character? Like, he's in a high position, but it's never really like something that's mentioned more like it's an important thing, right? Hello?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I thought it wasn't.
It's like Elhokar and him being privileged is not an important thing at all. He's king, and he's just kind of bad at it, and he wants to do better.
Well, you kind of miss the point if that's what you're complaining about him. Is like the point of Elhokar is that he has had things thrust upon him, and you know, like responsibilities that come with, you know, the privilege of being a king, comes with, you know, responsibilities of being a king, and he's not equipped for that.
Yeah.
It's all very well if you are equipped for that, but the thing with Elhokar is he's not been given the right things, essentially.
Elhokar would be Elhokar would be a decent king in like normal times when like nothing particularly is going on. He can just, you know, coast and, you know, all that. But he's become king at a time of crisis, and he's not equipped to deal with crisis. He could be a fine king if, you know, just times of peace and nothing in particular is happening. But he's just not equipped for this situation. That's all. It's not that he's a bad king necessarily. The sad thing is he knows he's not equipped. So that's what makes him sad. He wants to do the right thing, but he's just not good at it.
Yeah, it's part of the tragedy of Elhokar as a person.
Yeah, almost like Robert, except he's maybe better than Robert. I'm not sure.
Yeah, like
Bobby D is a less good person than Elhokar is, but that's kind of standard for George R. Martin.
Yeah.
No,
but like
unlike
Elhokar's-
Robert. Sorry.
No, you first.
unlike Robert Baratheon, Elhokar is like Seth, hanging on to the edge of the cute baby basket that I will protect.
Bobby B is fun, but he's too brazen.
Yeah, I'm not about to go, yeah, you're in the baby basket that Becker's going to protect.
Yeah, you have way too much marital rape and way too much swiving to be put in the baby basket.
Yeah, I really don't think I'm going to be holding up for... Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yep, sorry, Bobby.
Yeah, like Elicor's really good-hearted. Do you have that moment where he's like, I try when I listen to my advisors, I end up picking the wrong ones. He meant like he tries to do good and he just kind of fails because he's not sure why he's failing, but he is, and he's upset about this and wants to do better. He's really good-hearted, and when he sees Kaladin being this inspirational figure, he goes to him and it's like, please teach me.
And that shows humility, so that shows humility. So that's commendable.
It's humility, and then like he knows that Dalinar is a better king than him. He tries to be better. He's trying to improve. And so when I hear someone just being like, Elcor's a bad character because he's privileged, I'm like, did you just kind of ignore everything about this character except that he's a king?
Also, your definition of bad character must be extremely warped, because a bad character is a character that isn't well written, and he's incredibly well written. He's an incredibly complex character. Like, considering that he's not the most major character at all in the series, he has a lot going on with him.
And the little line where it's like the cryptics are kind of like watching him, and you can see them in the mirror, and it's scaring him due to his assassin paranoia. And he mentions how when Cal was around, they didn't show up because cryptics and Honor Spring for some reason don't like each other. And so he's like, when you were there, the shadows went away. There's those little cute moments, and he uses the same thing for Eowyn Venture, where it's like Eowyn Venture's a bad character because he's privileged. I'm like, do you pay attention to what the character is?
I have a complicated relationship with Elend. My basic thing is that he's a fairly good character in the first Mistborn book, but he doesn't come into his own until after that, really. Particularly in the third book, I think. Like, he doesn't become a character I'm like, yeah, you're on the same level as, like, the Kelsey crew, until later on. Like, at first it was sort of like, I don't know how I feel about, although the first Mistborn book is pretty much my favorite book ever, I don't know how I feel about him having perspective chapters. I know it makes sense for him to have them, but it kind of annoyed me on the first read through, because I was like, he's not a very interesting character. I want to see other perspectives. Yeah, because he doesn't really get much agency until the second one, where he's been like king and he's trying so hard to get that all of the ideals that he's been thinking about and talking about for years and try to implement them. It's all then when it shines, but it's like to hear that Elend's a bad character because he's privileged. It's like, was that ever even a thing with his character? Yes, it was mentioned he was a spoiled brat, but he was very humble. But also, the whole point is that he's in a privileged background, but he's like sheltered in that way, which is what makes his perspective interesting, because he's not fully aware of what's happening, because he's sheltered by his privileged background. And then in the second book, his entire class has been ripped to shreds and is struggling to exist. And he's like literally the only thread keeping them going. And that's not the same thing anymore. They've literally had a fucking revolution. Yeah, he's trying so hard to do well by his fellow man, whether they be noble or sky. He's trying to improve everybody's lives. He acted spoiled partially out of spite for his father, and during that time he tried to work on the future to try and bring the empire to a better place for all. Just privilege is not really much to his character. There's a lot more there that you're not paying attention to. It's like with Elhokar. It's an element that, generally speaking, like with Elhokar, like with a lot of characters, it's more like this is their state of being. This is like a line of comparison that affects how their particular traits affect the story, basically.
It's kind of like how Cal kind of like doesn't like Adolin because he's a high prince, and it's like you're also ignoring a lot of like he is the best duelist. That him being high prince does not grant him this skill. He is good-hearted in nature. He tries to be friends with anyone regardless of the actual class.
Well, the thing with Cal and Adeline is that they wouldn't be the same characters if they didn't come from the classes they came from, if they didn't come from the backgrounds that they came from. Because a lot of their background causes them to have certain preconceptions that affect a lot of what happens to their characters.
Yeah, it's not just their birth, but their experiences too. In the case of Khaled, and the fact that he's had all these awful experiences with light eyes makes him tend to put them all in the same category. I mean, the only light eyes that he thought were decent turned out to be well, the lady married like their enemy, and then became kind of like a and then the other chap turned out to be evil. So
the interesting thing about Cal is that he had such a legendary sort of idealized idea of what light eyes were, and that got crushed to the dirt, which is both of those are a part of his background, because both of those are like distant sort of opinions of people. You know, both of those are seeing people as like a monolith, you know, and he went from one monolith to another monolith, and it's only with actual experiences with different people that he starts to get a more nuanced opinion. And so, but they wouldn't be the same people if they weren't from those backgrounds. So but the thing is, it's like when you're judging a character, you shouldn't go, they're from that background, therefore. It's like, they're from that background, which causes them to have experiences, which causes those experiences to affect their interactions with each other, which causes the story to happen, which it's like, it's such a causal link that it's like, why are you stopping at step 1 when step 17 is where the character actually is at? Yeah.
It's like not even step 1. Like before they've even got out the door, this is who they are. But
you know, it's obviously, you know, you can't walk around and say it's not an element of their character how privileged they were, like growing up, or whatever, or how privileged they are right now. Obviously, there's a part of their character, but they're humans. They have so much else going on that there is that it's just that it's a part of what affects their story.
Yep. So now Kaladin has to learn that some light eyes are decent, like Dalinar, and then he also has to learn that some light eyes are obnoxious, but also decent, like Adolin. So Adolin, he's obnoxious, but he's basically decent.
I'd say Dalinar is better than decent. He does like sacrifice a sharp blade for their asses.
Not Dalinar, Adolin. Dalinar, yes. Dalinar, yeah. Absolutely. Adolin is decent, but he's also obnoxious. Dalinar is not obnoxious as such.
Yeah.
Honestly,
I don't think Dalinar is obnoxious.
Honestly, Cal's relationship to both of those characters is a really interesting. Like, I mean, like his relationship with Dalinar is like kind of pivotal to the story, and his relationship with Adolin is like more pivotal to his character, I reckon.
Like one thing about Dalinar and Adolin is the fact that like Dalinar's kind of like takes on almost a dad role with everybody he talks to.
I swear Dalinar was just like one of those people who he was like a child and he was just a dad, you know.
Well, he was pretty drunk. He was pretty intoxicated through most of his adult life.
Okay, but in his sober moments, his impulse was just to look at, just to be dad-like.
Well, he calls Kaladin's son a lot.
He's just got that dad personality. There's some people that just got it.
He's just in that authority figure place that he's just so used to, especially with being a general, that he just treats everyone like, yeah, you're my kid.
Dadinar.
Yes. Dadinator.
Yeah, that's why I called Dalinar and Navani the ultimate DILF and MILF combination.
The ultimate who and what?
Are you only
Dilf.
here for memes? Done.
Yes.
Yes. But yes.
Dalinar
And,
and Navani are the ultimate DILF and MILF combination. It's really funny. I don't know where I heard that, but I just love that.
Look, their wedding
it
was
is cute.
adorable. Okay.
yes, they're very cute. They're cute, cute.
Yes.
I don't think of Dalinar as being cute somehow. Somehow cute isn't the word that
Well,
pops
he's
to mind.
not the
He's
cute.
cute with Navani.
No, yeah, that's
Alone, he is.
that's the thing. That's the thing. Like, the cutest thing in the world is someone who is not characteristically cute doing a vulnerable or cute thing. And Dalinar is like the embodiment of that.
Yeah. Even Navani,
Yeah.
I would never call cute alone. She would honestly kind of sometimes scare me.
Yeah.
But with
Yeah.
Eleanor, or with one of her children, who she has now taken under her wing, I'm like, ah.
That they're both the sort of characters that are just hard shell, that when they do a cute thing, it's like beyond cute because you've got the comparison what they usually like. It's wonderful. Makes me very
Yeah.
happy.
Yes. And the rant is now over. Back to Dalinar. We actually did not finish this completely. But Dalinar is doing the blade thing, but during this, he also does something very stupid. You see, Amaram has gotten his Shard Blade and is now basically a high prince on his own right, and is coming to the Shattered Plains. Dalinar thinks Amaram is very honorable, and then proceeds to be an absolute dunce and try refounding the Night Radiance with Amaram at its head.
But you see, the thing is, if you're founding the Knights Radiant, you need some Radiance. Amaram, to put it mildly, is not a Radiant.
Yeah.
He is a piece of crap.
Well, he doesn't have the powers either. He doesn't have the Radiant powers, sorry.
Honestly,
Well,
I
yeah.
don't think they even realize the powers exist. They're kind of just like, are these real? Is this a requirement? I don't know.
The thing with Dalinar is he's half doing essentially like a PR stunt, but also he's thinking in terms of ideals, not in terms of legitimate things that are happening. In that he's trying to make a statement of ideals. He's not realizing how much weight is actually happening, even though he's literally having the freaking vision and stuff.
Yeah.
And to be fair, he's swimming in like complete like uncharted water here, and he doesn't know what the hell's happening. But it's a really interesting sort of dynamic that he ends up in that it's sort of like it's something he somewhat believes in, but he ends up just attributing it in the worst possible way to the worst possible person in the most PR stunt version of what he could have been doing.
And he also inadvertently pushed away what actually would have been his Night Radiant.
Exactly, and it's like, and you know, it's like a breath of like relief when it all gets founded in the right way by the end. But it's just like, oh no.
The Knights Radiant have returned. There are some decent. What's his name? Brando Sando doesn't have much in the way. He's not so big in the way of style, but he does have these lines now and then that stick out at you, like Life Before Death Radiant and the Knights Radiant have returned. These nice pithy things that just have that punch.
Or honor is dead, but I'll see what I can do.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Well, the thing with Brandon, and maybe that's almost a good thing, in that a lot of the time his prose is kind of leaning on just engrossing you in the actual actions that are happening, that when there is something significant that is actually said as words, it's very notable. You know, that's why the words, the oaths and stuff are extremely important, even just in a normal reader's mind. Because there isn't that much in his prose that is crazy notable. You know, it doesn't get overshadowed that when there are important words, they're fucking important words, you know.
Yes.
Yes.
So, I think that's everyone. We talked about what else does Dalinar do? He's like trying to fight Night Radiance. Yeah, I think that's kind of it. He's battling Sadis in a political war, which unfortunately is not his style.
Yeah, we did talk about the fight, which I think this is a great piece of artwork.
That is great.
Yeah, it's like let's go down through the fight. So Kaladin jumps in. And at this point, Adolin is like on the ground and getting beaten because they want to leave Adolin as a cripple. And so there's 4 shard bearers versus just the 2 of them. Kaladin just has a spear, and because everyone's protected in shard plate, he can't really hurt them. So all he can do is try and keep one of them distracted, so that way Adolin can just fight 2 on his own. And he does this really well, where he's trying to he's doing like a bit of a back and forth, trying to keep the shard bearer on his toes. And when the shard bearer tries to ignore him, he fucking jumps and then lashes himself so hard he breaks he cracks the shard plate on the shoulders.
And he also cracks his legs.
Yes, but for a Night Radiant, that's just that'll be a few minutes.
Yeah. Yes, Kaladin.
And this fucking just shocks everyone. Then the Charbird just looks at him like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And at this point, I think Adolin takes down one of the shard bearers and then starts hammering on one of them. Right?
Yeah.
And then he takes the shard bearer that he made forfeit, threatens to stab him unless he gives him his shard plate helm, and which he then uses on his fist to block shard plate blows. And through this, we also get to see why you can't, at least for Sassit, he can't use shard plate and use his lashings.
Yeah. Incidentally, this is where Adolin starts to learn not to be a jerk. But more on that later.
Yes. And so, Adolin is just hammering on one of them. Kaladin's keeping one of them on his toes. Eventually, Adolin beats that one. And I'm definitely forgetting parts of this fight. Shit.
There's so much shit that happens, to be fair.
There is. It's very well done, and what all the factors. There was one shard bearer that's just being distracted by pattern while he's trying to attack Renarin, and then he goes back to help, and Kaladin has to keep him busy while Adolin takes down the other shard bearer. And Kaladin is kind of on his toes, he's about to get hurt. And then Adolin just outright tackles one of the 2 shard bearers he's fighting. So that way he just pins him on the floor. And then Kaladin does something we see Dalinar do, where he claps his hands between the shard blade to stop it from hitting him. Which then makes the person wielding the shard blade hears the Spren scream in his head, and he runs out of the arena. Like a sissy.
Like a pansy.
Like a sissy.
And now comes the bit where Elhokar is a bit of a jerk.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
kind of a combination of multiple factors.
The moment in Stormlight that killed 18-year-old Becca and made her put down the book for 4 years.
Yeah.
Well, not 4
and
years.
for my
How many years?
boon.
It was about 4 years. 4 or 5 years-ish. Something like that.
And for my boon, I want to challenge Aberam. He killed my team and took my shard blade. Arrest him.
He wanted to kill him, but this is where Kaladin doesn't quite appreciate how Dalinar stood up for him, tried to stand up for him. He just wasn't hearing it. He just doesn't appreciate it. You've had me put in prison. Well, yeah, but Elhokar wanted to execute him, and Dalinar says, if you do that, you'll make me your enemy. You don't want me to be your enemy. So he does lay himself on the line for Kaladin, but Kaladin doesn't know that or understand that.
So much
I think
talking
Kaladin
past each other it's
I think
just
Kaladin's just kind of frustrated with how he's being threatened to be executed for challenging a murderer or what he knows to be a murderer.
the thing is, there's so much talking past each other in all of those. It's just so frustrating and intensely distressing. I can't cope with it. I love Kaladin too much. Okay, I'm really sorry. But I'm so
Yeah.
it's like you're simultaneously like extremely pissed off that Elakar is just being a stupid little git, like just, and then Dalinar's doing his best, and then Kaladin is just making it worse for himself. But technically, he's not wrong, and you're just like,
Because this whole place
Sanderson.
is a critical mess.
Sanderson, why have you set up this fucking situation? I'm not coping.
And Brando Sanders, because I'm the author and that's what I do.
It's just
I
being
must
an
torture
arsehole.
you.
Sanderson being an asshole.
Yeah.
It really pissed me off. I threw the book down. I then went to university about 3 days later, put the fucking book down, did not pick it up for 4 years. So fuck you, Sanderson.
Yeah, die, Brando Sando, die!
Sando. I can't
Not
believe
until he
it broke
finishes
you.
the last Stormlight book, though.
What?
Huh?
Not until he
Oh,
finishes
yeah.
the last Stormlight book.
Oh, well, yes.
Not even that. He has to finish everything Cosmere. This whatever for Stormlight, Dragonsteel. Do that, and then you may rest in peace. Because otherwise, I will come and haunt you.
I want to know how dragons feature into this book. Into this universe. Well, I could always find the Dragonsteel manuscript that's in BYU library that he wrote for his dissertation. So.
Oh, yeah, it's just next door to you, actually. You just waltz next door and ask for it, and you'll get it.
Look, shut up about dragons. Alright? Becca doesn't know about dragons yet. Shut the fuck
Neither
up.
do we,
Nobody
okay?
knows about. Technically, nobody knows about dragons. That's
We-
meta knowledge.
We just
Shut
know
up.
they exist, and technically there's something similar to a dragon.
Look. Meta knowledge isn't a thing until you've read all of the shit that's out. So shut the fuck up.
It's not even mentioned in any of the other books.
No, but you can't look up meta knowledge until you've read everything.
I don't know. Well, okay. The word dragon does come up in one book.
Shut up about dragons, alright? Let's continue with Words of Radiance.
The dragons burn Roshar at the end of Stormlight Archive. They're going to burn down Roshar, but that'll be okay because they'll all have gone to another planet by then.
Actually, no. Like the Six of Dusk is about how Roshar and Scadrial are going into an interplanetary war to colonize the Cosmere.
Yeah, that's the end of the Cosmere. We'll be having just like a civil war between, not civil war, just like a kind of proxy war between those two.
And as I've said before, I'm rooting for Scadrial, okay? Just by default, alright?
Oh, fucking same,
I don't give a
fucking same.
shit what the fucking specifics are. I don't give a crap. I'm rooting for Scadrial. That's all that matters to me.
Same.
No, I'm sorry. I have a question, though. Roshar, is it an entire planet or a continent? Because it looks like a continent on the map.
Both.
It's both.
I feel like Roshar is the... I've always understood Roshar as their word for world, basically.
Like,
So-
here's the thing. In Arcanum Unbounded, it's mentioned how it's literally called the Rosharan system. One of the planets is named Roshar, and that its main continent is also called Roshar. It is a literal, just fun fact of the world. It says all three.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that.
Which is why I'm wondering that that's just like what they understand the world to be. The world is Roshar.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
even though the known world is Roshar, but also like they're the dominant culture, so therefore the world is called Roshar.
But the continent isn't even that. Doesn't seem like it's even that large. Doesn't seem like it's that. I don't get the feeling it's that big.
But then, I mean, I know
Might be
like
wrong,
in the
Lauren.
real world, the world isn't called Europe, but in the similar, I'm understanding it as like a kind of Europe type continent that just sort of like defines things by itself.
The equivalent of this is that if North and South America were both renamed Earth, and that our solar system was called the Earth system.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was saying. Like a small. I mean, I said Europe because Europe's smaller than the Americas, and that's kind of where the culture of the Americas sort of comes from. But like Europe's kind of small, but it's defined a lot of things in the same way. Russia's kind of small, but it's defined the culture of its world. So therefore, that's kind of where the name comes from.
Are there any other continents on this planet?
No,
Supposedly, yes.
I don't
Yeah.
think so. No.
I mean, I was
Good one.
assuming so, but just like completely disconnected, so therefore not really part of.
I'm
That,
pretty sure it's not. I'm pretty sure Roshar is a single continent. It's actually something that people have pointed out as being why is there gemstones when it's a single continent? Because that you need 2 tectonic plates for that, and gem hearts are a thing because they're from. So that kind of solves that problem. So it is a single continent. Roshar
So
is
the
a
rest of the
continent.
planet is all ocean, then, I guess.
Yes.
I mean, that's a kind of cool concept. To be fair, though.
Yes.
Very Discworld.
The hurricanes must be something else.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the hurricanes, I believe, are
wow.
like the high storms. The high storms, I believe, are like most similar to hurricanes.
Oh, so no wonder they have the highest. I wonder if that's on purpose. It could well be.
Well, Sanderson mentioned how eventually Roshar will just get, like, the continent will eventually just get flooded and sink into the ocean.
Oh, that's disappointing. Don't tell us that.
I mean,
It is long, long away.
it's got like a pretty insane weather system, though. To be fair,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie. Living in a country that doesn't get extreme weather, high storms are kind of what I thought hurricanes were.
And honestly, they kind of are.
Like, I didn't, to the point that it's like, you know how in Russia, like, it's insane that they live through the high storms?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, why are there humans living in the same place as high storms? Why would you do that? I was saying this to Tarek the other day, actually. I didn't believe as a kid that people lived in places that hurricanes existed. Like,
Well,
I
funny
thought they
you
only
mention that.
existed in places where people just like had fled long ago and wouldn't live in, because why would you live in a place that had hurricanes?
Well, why would you indeed?
Yeah, and also, funny you say that. I'm not saying more.
Look,
What?
we had an earthquake a couple of years ago that like lasted for like 2 seconds. That was like a slight shake, and everyone talked about it for about a month.
You naive souls. I'm an earthquake. I'm expected to get the largest earthquake for a long while. It's like, it's gonna happen. I hope I'm not in this area when it does.
Yeah, don't be.
It was like the biggest shock of the universe. Nobody could talk about anything else. And it was
You
Yeah.
get hurricanes yearly? What the fuck?
It was 2 seconds of slight shaking, and everyone was like, "Oh my god!"
Like, you could say the
Yeah.
same for tornadoes. People live in Tornado Valley, and I'm pretty sure tornadoes aren't an uncommon occurrence.
Yeah, we had one hurricane here several years ago, and that was bad enough. I mean, there wasn't flooding or anything like that. It seemed like the time didn't seem like that big a deal, but then the power was out for 4 days afterwards. So, bleh.
Yes, this is very weird to me.
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm
so-
sure it is.
Yep. So no hurricanes, please. I live in a pretty good area because not an awful lot of disgusting bad weather happens around here. Knock on wood.
I am my state is literally immune to hurricanes. It is a fact about this place.
Move to Utah. It's really, really nice here.
I'm sure it is.
No, really, it is. Beautiful here. You get great mountains. You get no bad weather. The winters are nice, and the heat isn't too bad either.
I may very well consider it. I'm pretty sure you're like right next to me.
And also, Brandon Sanderson lives here.
Oh, shut up. Die, apparent gameplay.
Yeah, literally, he lives like 5 minutes away from my house.
In fact, he lives in your house.
In fact, you're gonna introduce him to me one day.
If, in fact, Dunn is going to start listing all of the things yet again, and we're going to be here until it's like fucking 5 a.m. where I am. And I'm just going to be like...
Wouldn't it be a riot if Brando Santa waltzed right into Bright Lord's house and he brought him on the stream?
Well, if it was right now, I would assume that I'd finally fallen asleep, so...
Maybe you have. Maybe this is a nightmare.
I am feeling a bit delusional, to be fair. Look, it's 2:30 in the morning. I don't know what I'm even saying. Shut up.
All right, I believe we have exhausted the fight scene, the greatest fight scene in this series.
It's amazing. Like, legitimately, I don't know what's coming next, but such a like weirdly pivotal moment for something that initially seemed so arbitrary. Like, well done, Sanderson. That was awesome.
Yes.
Yep. However, we get more character development stuff afterwards when he's in prison. And this is where he gets tempted.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we touched on the Alan stuff, and that is honestly amazing. Like,
Yeah. Yep, I have to give kudos to Adeline for that, at least.
Adeline literally proves himself as a completely good person, and it's like, well done, dude. You're a great guy. I now feel bad about shipping your girlfriend with another guy, but not really.
I mean, he's still kind of a jerk, but he's a good jerk.
Look, I'm really sorry, Adeline. The thing is, I'm not shipping her with Kaladin because I don't like you. It's just because they suit each other better. I'm really sorry. Just you'll find someone, I promise.
Yeah, he can. I was going to say Jasmine, but no, that'd be kind of gross. We'll find somebody for him.
Please don't ship Adeline with Jasna.
Not to mention, oh god, no spoilers. Yeah. Anyway,
Oh no. Okay, let's continue.
Yeah, shipping Yasna with Adolin, that would be the worst couple ever.
Please no.
Actually, that might be the best couple ever. I can just imagine it.
You're
But
really...
Jasna, these passions, we're not talking about passions, we're talking about the logical consequences of theism.
I don't care. I just want to talk about how my clothes are.
Your clothes and the possibility of God are completely different things.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm not so sure about that.
I genuinely don't think you could have put two characters like at the opposite side of the spectrum ever. Like, Jesus Christ. No, let's not.
Jasnalyn. Help.
I think that Valerian just died a little bit.
I think I killed
Valerian,
myself.
please don't start shipping characters for all of our sakes.
Well,
It's not your strong point.
I'm just getting started.
Don't just drop it.
How about Zeth?
With who?
God, I don't know.
Who would I ship Zeth with? Probably no one. He's got too much stuff to sort out before that point.
Navani.
No, you will not intrude on the Dalinar Navani perfect couple. Thank you very much, Aspiring.
Stephanie.
No, we're not doing this. Let's move on. God, I have an aneurysm.
This is why you don't ask.
This is
Exactly.
hilarious.
I can't do this anymore.
All right, let's move on.
Okay,
Yeah,
Let's move on so Becca can come back to life.
So
Becca's like a
Kaladin-
little bit out of life at the moment, so thank you.
You're a bit like Lift. You're going into the cognitive realm.
Yeah, I am, really.
Yeah, so Kaladin is tempted to join the plot. Did we mention yet the plot that Moash is involved in to get revenge? And Moash is Moash is an interesting character too. So someone say something about that.
I
So
really.
Kaladin and Amaram.
Hmm.
So Kaladin, when he first meets Amaram, this is end of part 1. Very climactic. It's holy shit! I see the man who I absolutely hate the most in the goddamn world, except maybe Rashon. Very, very nice moment. After this, we see that his Bridge 4 people are worried for him because literally every time his name is brought up, he has that thing where he wants to suddenly strangle everyone around him.
Yeah.
Very relatable.
Yeah, very relatable indeed.
Yeah. We see him train for Sissit after their little battle. And when he finally learns his lashing, he's tempted to go fly over there and just fucking kill him.
Yeah, he is extremely tempted. There's also kind of like Amaram figures into the Ghost Bloods plans because they asked Shallan to go infiltrate his compound.
Oh,
that's kind of. Oh, go for it.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't. You were talking, but that's where it gets really interesting because of the notes he's writing in these glyphs that he's trying to use phonetically because he can't write properly because he's a guy. Carry on, though.
Yeah, mainly kind of just he has he seems like this group that he's a part of called the Sons of Honor are trying what?
No, that's right. Sons of Honor just kind of when I heard Amaram being described as a son of honor, I just sort of got triggered. Carry on.
Son of Honor.
Yeah, carry on though. Sorry.
Yeah, since in a lot of ways, Amaram is one of the most dishonorable people ever. He's awful. He's very much an ends justify the means, which is not in any way, shape, or form remotely like Kaladin. Kaladin is very much the means are what make the ends justifiable.
He's not even like Taravangian. I mean, even Taravangian somehow seems better. I'm not sure why, but somehow he does.
They actually do a comparison with that, where Amaram seems to not be my actions are right, and he seems to defend himself. While Taravangian's yeah, I did duties. I accept I did them, and I would do it again because these are kind of necessary. I am getting my hands bloody. While Amaram seems to be a bit filthier, but he's trying to hide it, try to make himself look honorable.
Hypocrite.
He seems to be ashamed of it, in a way. It's weird.
Yeah, he is a hypocrite.
Yeah. There's also a thing where Amaram might have actually not killed Kaladin's friends if Kaladin accepted the Shardblade. There was a hint that might be a possibility when he's questioning Cal.
Yeah, probably would have. Probably wouldn't have happened, but then Amaram said, I didn't want you to ask me for it. That would have been bad. It's just Kaladin doesn't like that sword very much.
Yeah.
That's interesting because Syl doesn't like these swords either.
Yeah.
She doesn't like it because they're dead, Spren.
I really like how slowly and subtly that concept is released.
Yeah.
You almost interesting later. No spoilers. Yeah.
At first, it's just subtle. It's just it's symbolic. Kaladin doesn't want the sword because of what it represents. And slowly, there just becomes more and more reasons why Syl seems to be against it. And you're like, maybe it's symbolic as well. And then you start to kind of get more and more information. I was not expecting it to get there, but then when it got there, it was so natural as a concept. It was well, duh,
One question I do have is why do you think he was able to pick up the shard plate without any problems?
I mean, I'm still questioning the concept of shard plate at the moment. To be fair, like that, in the same way that the thrill, when I was reading, was like kind of creating questions in my mind. Shard plate as a concept was also creating questions in my mind. It might just be because it was Adeline and like he's more than any other character is associated with shard plate. So it was just playing in my head like, what's going on with shard plate? Because clearly, obviously, the spread and relationship to the shard blade is very obvious. So but shard plate hasn't really been explored, and I'm very curious how that completely adds up. And I mean, maybe it's connected to the thrill, but it's just both of those things were playing in my head at the same time.
Huh. Interesting. We'll see.
Does like, she's going to tell me off if I give anything away. Yes, I will.
Yep. You'll see. It's real simple.
Thank you very much.
And shard plate comes in an interesting way into Kaladin's story in this book as well. After he gets freed, are we done with his imprisonment yet?
Yes.
Okay, he gets freed from prison. Adeline gives him a shard blade. Kaladin doesn't want it. So who does he give it to? He gives it to Moash. And they have an interesting relationship where Moash at the beginning doesn't like Kaladin, then eventually it becomes his most loyal friend, and then Kaladin gives him this, and it kind of Kaladin gives him this knowing his plot to kill the king. Have we mentioned that yet? Moash wants to kill the king in revenge.
But
a little bit.
So Mosh, from Way of Kings, he is first Kaladin's like greatest opposer, but eventually comes around and becomes one of his three closest friends with Teft and Rock. Kaladin tends to be kind of close to Mosh due to the fact that Mosh, even in the beginning, doesn't really worship him like the others do. He seems to just treat Cal like a real person. And because of this, when Kaladin gets a little bit of wind that Mosh might be part of the king assassination, Cal looks into it, and Mosh tries to convince Cal to join him, saying that Elikor is part of the reason his parents are dead or whatever, and that he needs to die. After what Elikor did to him by putting him to jail, Cal is more than ever very, very on board. And so gives him the armor and says, I'm in.
Like, the thing I really... The stuff with Mosh is wonderfully done because the best way to create a really effective friendship a lot of the time is to have them overcome things that seem like you can't overcome them, like because you're like, because in reality you're close a lot of the time. Your closest friends are the ones that you had to overcome something in order to be friends, and you had to kind of become a better person in order to be friends, and that is essentially what happens with Cal and Mosh. They sacrifice something, they humble themselves in order to become friends, which is why it's so
sad.
It's so sad that Mosh goes down this road and he turns into what he turns into, and he nearly drags Cal with him. Because it's like, because in another world they would have been friends that each other really needed and could have done with for a long time.
Mosh is a... Sorry, you first.
Like the friendship that you see them having in the brief time that they have it is something that both of them need. And it is really sad that gets dragged away from them so quickly.
Yeah, it's sad. I keep hoping Moash will get redeemed.
I hope he gets redeemed in the sense that if he gets redeemed for Cal's sake, because Cal clearly gives a shit about him, and I don't really, in the sense of what he did, he went far enough that I was like, you did shit to Cal. I don't like you for that reason.
Okay.
You've gone too far, you've gone beyond it. But Cal still gives a shit about him. even if
Mosh.
you sort of like complicated, opinions of him. Like, Cal gives a shit, and Cal would feel better if the very least sort of brings himself enough back to seem like a decent person.
Yeah.
So for that reason, I want to see some level of redemption. But
No.
no,
It ain't happening.
Aspiring is not.
There's-
He's not benevolent towards the Mosh.
We don't
It's
know
like,
that yet.
I don't particularly dislike him. It's just like, nope. After like Rao's like, nah. If you start being redeemed, they're going to be annoyed. You're going down this road.
Aspiring, Cal is in my basket, all right? Which means that things that will make him feel good make me feel good, okay?
There are so many people that ship Cal and Moash for some
No!
reason.
Why would we
No! No! They can just be friends.
Look,
you can
on
be
the
friends
same
with
level-
people.
Here's the thing.
This is so annoying. This is so annoying. They can be
Shippers
friends
are-
with people. I don't want to.
Shippers are annoying where they just ship anyone and everyone. I've seen people ship Cal and Dalinar. I've seen people ship Cal and Sazit. I've seen this. It's annoying.
Look,
You see,
on
the thing
same
is,
level-
people can be friends without necessarily wanting to hop into bed with people.
Oh my god!
No
imagine
offense
that.
to anyone here, but I don't want to hop into bed with any of you.
Thank you, Valerian. I'm really glad about that.
Oh god. There's like some
mention it.
shipper. There's a shipper in the chat that ships Dunn and Becca. He's like,
Oh no!
I want a three-way with Tarek, Becca, and Dunn.
No! Kill them
What?
all dead!
Wait,
Say
I
that,
didn't-
Aspiring.
I am
You
not.
actually have to say that.
Okay. What? That did not come through my side of the chat for some reason. Wait, what?
No, he's not actually seen that done, thankfully, because whoever fucking said that.
We were saying that shippers are insane, and that if there's like made a joke about a shipper in the chat shipping you and Becca, and how they want a three-way.
I need you to stop repeating that. Aspiring. Thank you very much.
I was afraid Dunn only heard like half of it and was wondering what the fuck I just suggested. And I'm like, okay, wait. I need to make it clear. That's not something I want. This is a joke.
Thank you, Aspiring, but you still fucking said it. Shut up.
I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it.
I wonder
Really?
why that is. Because I didn't see it either.
I'm not saying. I'm saying no. I'm not saying that's actually a thing.
He's saying that that there is clearly a human being that would exist in the world that would ship that. Anyway,
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
would be bad.
Oh my god.
You and me are not compatible. I'm
No,
sorry.
I know. Yeah, exactly. Which is why I'm like, please move on. I can't cope with this.
Like I guarantee there is someone who ships
That's
rags
fine,
and
shut up.
dollars on EFAP. I guarantee there is people who do that. What?
I think
Or-
that's
That was so
something.
bad. I guarantee there's memes where they do that.
Aspiring, you've driven
What?
me to insanity. Thank you very much.
Kill them dead.
That is what comeuppance for the carrots.
Shut up. You deserve the
Die,
carrot.
die horribly. I didn't do anything to with carrots, so die horribly.
Anyway.
This is where we all break up. We all break up and we become bitter enemies.
I was actually going to say before this went down a really strange rabbit hole. Thank you very much, Aspiring.
Well, I will
Shut up,
give you all
Aspiring. I'm trying to talk.
I will give you all a blessing and have us move on. So, Cal and Elikor, let's talk about that.
Can I quickly say my thing? My thing was going to be anyone who ships Cal and Adeline is as bad as people who ship Frodo and Sam. That was all I was going to say. It's not actually that revolutionary considering the road we went down, but I wanted to mark the world with that. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, there's just people who seem to ship. Some people seem to ship exclusively because they want more gay couples. It's like, shut up,
not
please.
Cal and Adeline. Cal and
No,
Cal and
thank
Mosh.
you.
I don't know why I said Adeline. Mosh. Whatever. Anyway.
Well, whatever. Either way.
I did
Either
mention
way.
3 ways possible.
Let's not.
Either way. Yes. Moving right along.
Kaladin and Dalinar.
No, moving right along. We're not talking about ships anymore.
No. I actually mean like
Not
their
in a
actual
gay
relationship
way.
in the book. I meant that actually as a serious thing, because Cal's opinion on Light Eyes depends heavily on Dalinar. I didn't realize you would take it that way. Sorry.
Oh, you're talking about their actual relationship in the books, not.
No.
shipping.
I actually mean like actual talking point. Kaladin and Dalinar's relationship in the books, and how like Kaladin is trying how he's like sees Dalinar as the really honorable light that he's always wanted, kind of like that. Not actual. No.
Yeah, and like is Dalinar, when Dalinar goes along with him going to prison, he's like, you're supposed to be one of the good ones. I mean, you can see his point of view, but yeah. You can see his point of view, but Dalinar did stand up for him, so no.
Yeah, he said, if you hurt that boy, you will have me as an enemy, and you don't want that.
Yeah.
Well, the thing
so
is, there's such a wonderful so like we mentioned before, Kaladin has this thing where he had this vision of Light Eyes being these incredible heroes as a child, and that got smashed into the dirt over and over and over again. And the thing is that as the reader, because you've read Dalinar's point of view, you know that Dalinar essentially is that. Maybe he wasn't that always, but he definitely is that now. And so you're screaming at Kaladin, he is that. He may be mistaken, but he is 100% that. And I really love, again, like I think I mentioned before, but like they're talking past each other in this whole situation. Everyone is like not getting what the other one is thinking, and there's this wonderful thing where Kaladin is just getting completely crestfallen by the entire situation that he's in, and just not real like it's being completely confirmed to him that Dalinar is not what he was imagining him to be. When in fact, when he was seeing Dalinar as the ultimate hero character that he had in his dreams as a kid, the fact is that Dalinar basically is that, and he was right when he thought that for a brief second. And he's going, oh no, I was wrong. And he's falling back into his nihilism. And there's so many things going on with it. It's just, it's a really, really well directed kind of dynamic with all of that going on.
Yeah, especially since like Dalinar's very much like his dad. Like,
yeah.
Like, he just kind of has that dad energy.
Well, considering he's essentially the archetype that he idolized as a kid, which is kind of what a dad is in many ways. Yeah, he found him later in life, but he's essentially embodied that and then, let him down in his own eyes. In the way that dads often do in the child's eyes, in that the child completely misreads what's happening and acts rashly and makes rash decisions that the person has betrayed them, which is what he does, and it takes until things move on somewhat that he really picks it up again and goes, nah, Dalinar is what he thought he was. I was wrong,
I like how in this analogy, Kaladin is a child when Alikor is one of the two parents.
Alikor is a sort of complicated addition to this.
Yes.
I really loved him as addition to this. Like I've said, like I love that he has this strained idolization of Kaladin as like this, again, like an archetype to him in the same way that Dalinar is an archetype to Kaladin. But yeah, in the same way, he's sort of like, he's a catalyst figure, and he moves Cal's story on in a really odd way. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, we should probably start moving into some of the big stuff, like
Yeah.
Oh,
the.
you didn't get the big.
The big stuff, like the two.
What? We haven't got the
main
big stuff yet.
characters.
Yeah, 4.5
Oh,
hours in.
I guess we haven't
big
talked
stuff.
about Shallan and Kaladin Chasm.
We need to talk at some
My
point. We need to
favorite
talk.
part.
Pardon me, but at some point we do need to say something about the Parshendi.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
There's
a lot in
so
this book,
much
if
to
you hadn't
do.
noticed. Yeah, there's a lot in this book. Yeah, the Parshendi are actually interesting people. They have their own weird culture and even different like ways of referring to each other. Like instead of like boys and girls, it's Malin and Femalin.
Yeah.
Or the fact that they're shapeshifters essentially
Yeah.
based on what spren they go into the High Storm and bond with, almost like a Knight Radiant.
Yeah, can I say that unfortunately I think male and female are kind of that those terms are kind of stupid. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I mean, I always interpret them as like translation, sort of what it would actually be in their language.
I mean, why not just say male and female?
They do have male and female. So I believe it's mentioned in this book, but Kaladin feels straight. Actually, it might have been the next book, but they have 4 genders. It's Malin and Femalin, and male and females when they're in mate form. When their genitals aren't like having shells on them to make it painful.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, they have 4 genders in that regard.
That's
They
fair.
kind of reference humans and like they're always in mate form because they're always male and female.
I do like the Parshendi kind of attitude towards humans being really odd because they are just everything all at once. That is really interesting.
What I really like is the rhythms. At first I didn't get that. She said something to blah, blah, blah. Annoyance. What are you even talking about? Oh, it's because it's the rhythms. Because it's the rhythms it becomes clear eventually. But first we're like, why are you saying these? Why are you saying blah 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 blah? She said to annoyance. Because they've got different rhythms for different emotions and stuff. That's interesting as well.
Like a different like their cadence dictates the emotion that they're feeling or that they're portraying.
Or reflects it. Or yeah.
The interesting thing is that although I obviously read them as a younger person as well, I didn't really pay attention much to the Parshendi stuff. So rereading the Parshendi stuff at this age, it was funny because it turns out I have like a sort of magic system that's based on kind of songs meaning your emotion / attitude / soul. It's not quite a magic system in Stormlight, but it's sort of, I was like, oh no, I'm not as original as I thought.
It will be a magic system, believe me.
Oh, yeah, I mean, to be fair, mine's more of a mer people thing, so it's a bit different. It's a completely different context. But
Did you say more people?
Yeah, I have mer people in my story. It's awesome.
Cool.
But their magic system is souls and singing and stuff. Oh, yeah, it's cool. But
It is
singing
cool.
singing in your head and like that kind of thing. But yeah. Anyway,
To quote every adolescent male, are they hot?
Of course.
they're more like psychopathic most of the time. But
Oh, good.
But are they hot psychopathic?
So
depends on your opinion. Do you like people who are like radicalized to shave their heads and run around trying to kill anyone who, associates with humans?
You don't care about
Their
that. What do they
personality
look
does
like?
not. My attraction does not care for their personality. We simply need to know how human looking are they and how hot are they.
Somewhat
Ugh.
human. Kind of.
You want to know if they're hot females.
yes.
That's. I
We're
remember.
very sorry, Becca.
Look,
He said
the only
adolescent-
female character
Wait.
so far is like a crazy woman trying to kill a child with a spear. Okay,
Yep.
like
Wait, I have.
When Bright Lord said adolescent male, we should clarify that in this respect, all males are adolescent males.
Yes. Also, very important question: do the males of this mer species, can we see their abs? Can we see the six pack?
No comment.
Yes.
Okay, good.
No comment.
What? This is important.
We don't care about them.
I'm a woman, of course.
Wait, yes, we do.
Anyway,
I'm so sorry, Becca.
you should be. Anyway,
You should. You should be.
We all know someone isn't.
I'm not.
My
You're
point
not.
exactly.
wait, what? What? I've missed what? That was. Duns not what?
Not sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, I
Well,
thought
Dun's
you were
never-
saying
Dun's
Dun's
never
not
sorry.
woman, and I was like, well, yes, Dun is not woman.
Done's never sorry. Being done means never having to say you're sorry.
Indeed, and it's a wonderful state of being.
Yes. If he apologizes, the world will shatter, and you will apologize to him to make up for it.
Oh wow.
Wow.
What a
That's more.
loathsome prospect.
Not sure anyone wants to say sorry for Dun.
What can
Anyway.
you do? Life is weird. Life is weird, and we must all live in it. Anyway, so the chasm with the major shipping of Shallan and Kaladin.
I'm grinning so much.
I love how I know exactly how you're going to react to everything.
I am looking forward to Oathbringer.
Honestly, like, I wasn't expecting to get, like, I was just, like, casually, just, like, as I was reading, going, yeah, I shipped them. And I was like, holy shit, this chasm stuff. Oh, wow. Like, they're like, moving past their misunderstanding. Oh, yes. Yes.
Bang! Please bang!
Oh, my
question.
God. The entire it's perfect. Okay, what's the question?
If they were to bang, would Patton would constantly say no mating? Can we just imagine Shallan having to explain? No. Now we can mate.
I want to see Patton versus Syl.
I think that Syl would be like, no, I want to watch.
I need to support you.
She probably would want to watch too.
That entire conversation where he was like really disconcerted that she would like not understand that she shouldn't be watching.
Oh,
Not only
speaking of-
that she should be watching, but that she will be urging him on.
Yeah. Speaking of Syl, we should probably mention the bit where Syl disappears from Kaladin's life for a while, even though that's not as amusing as Syl having intercourse with Kaladin.
I don't think that's what we were talking about, and that's even more disturbing than what we
We
were
keep
saying.
forgetting these things. Also, shit! You just put an awful image in my head. God damn it!
Well,
Why?
big. It could be like a whole Tinkerbell and Peter Pan type
No.
thing. From
No, you don't understand.
Maybe she can grow.
I can't do this.
To be clear, this is so bad that I'm not gonna say it on the stream. Just know.
wow.
Syladin.
No. Can we not?
Valeria, this is your fault this time. Not Dun or me. It's you.
Actually, that wasn't me. That was some random chap came in here and said that. Now he's gone.
That's no responsibility. Hey.
Well, how was I supposed to know? Because Randa would just waltz in here and say this stuff and then vanish.
Anyway,
Rando.
no. The one true ship is Shaladin. Shut up, everyone else.
The one show ship. Help.
The truest of ships.
It is. It's just, you know, they're made for each other. You know,
Yeah.
they grow to understand each other after surviving an extremely horrible thing that would have killed each other, and they overcome a bickering that seems unovercomable, and it's great. That's
It
the
is
end of
very
it.
cute. It is very
It's very
cute.
It's very cute. How I'm never quite sure how they managed to overcome it because they're bickering and then they're not.
That's the thing. Flirting is bickering. Okay, that's how it works.
Oh, that was all. Oh, that was flirting. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. It
Yours
was.
parentage being from a sponge is flirting.
Why do you think I shipped them before any of the chasm stuff happened? Because it was clearly flirting, and it wasn't because I'm a girl.
You sure about that?
Yes, I'm very sure.
We all love you, Becca.
Yes,
Yeah.
we do.
Thank you.
This is a
But
touching moment in the story.
I have been so cursed with knowledge now.
Shut up, aspiring.
What? No, you will agree with me if you knew, okay? I
know,
can't get this out.
Shut up. Shut up. Just don't say it, okay?
Spoil the whole thing. Spoil the whole
There's
thing.
no spoiling about this. It's that image you put in my head. It's getting worse.
Which image?
What is it? Still in pattern having sex?
No. Remember that Syl can become any object she wants.
No, that's not. Let's just stop it
Just
there.
remember that.
Please.
And then
Please?
think about that to the maximum.
Syl
No.
is
No
a
comment.
dildo? What?
No.
Syl is a dildo? What?
Like, that's not. Can we continue, please? I can't deal with this. I want to
No. No, that's not what I meant when I said Silladin. No. Die.
die. Let's- can we
I
talk
said
about,
nothing.
can we talk about literally anything else, please?
Anyway, Becca, how's your sex life?
Well, it's not as disgusting as that anyway, I'm sure.
I love the
Right,
room.
Lord, don't be a cad.
Also,
I'm sorry, I'm quoting The Room, what the greatest
Oh,
bad movie
really?
of all time.
I'm gonna DM something to Dunk real quick. Just keep going while I find where Dunk's DMs are.
Oh god. Anyway.
I'm sorry, Becca. I wonder how
You
people.
fucking should be.
I know I should be, and I am. I really, really am. I don't mean to do this on purpose.
Really. I don't believe you. Forgive me. Okay. Anyway.
Use your free will next time.
Yeah, so Sadius gets really spooked by the fact that he was almost trapped in an arena with Adolin.
Mhm.
Not fully comprehending that even though Adolin did hold off 4 Shardbearers, it was Kaladin who saved Adolin in many respects. He seems to not understand that it was Kaladin who is the main person of note in that.
Mm.
Because Sadius is very much a classist pig.
On that level, I'm kind of sad that he's moved from everything so quickly in this book, because it would be really interesting. Although he's a pain in the ass, and I'm kind of glad he's not causing annoying conflict. It would have been interesting to actually have him confront, the members of Radiance, especially Kaladin.
What if Sadie's became a Radiant, though?
No. Okay, I'm glad he's dead. Because no.
Radius the Radius.
No, shut up. This is not a thing. This is even worse than literally everything that's been said in the stream.
So that's worse
How?
that's worse than Silladin. That's worse than, oh god, I can't even get started.
No, you know
Look.
what? I regret saying that. That's just no.
I have
off.
shared my curse knowledge with Dunn. He knows exactly why I'm horrified.
I can't do it with this shit.
You're right. Okay. I was wondering if that would happen.
No comment. Whatever it was, no, it must be bad. We know if Bright
It
Lord's
is.
laughing, we know it's bad.
It is pretty bad, yeah. It is pretty bad. I now kind of want to say it just for.
I just
And
couldn't
I-
do it on the stream. I couldn't
What?
do it to the two of you.
I want to see the reaction because it will be hilarious.
I'm already dead. Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
don't kill her. Don't kill her more than she's already dead. It's
Oh,
bad.
you-
It's bad form.
Well, I'm the king of bad form, so.
Well, there are degrees.
Let's say, it has to do with bums.
Oh no. Okay, that's enough already. That's already enough.
Yeah, no, thank you. We won't go there. No
All
comment.
present- all
It's 3
present
a.m.
major
I
people.
can't deal with this shit. Okay.
I apologize so much.
You should.
Yeah,
Shut
yeah, yeah.
the fuck up. Okay. You feel bad.
Mute him.
No!
Waited 6 months minutes and this is how the stream's gone.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the words of Radiant stream. This is Sanderson stream. It's supposed to be wholesome. And what have you done to it? Fucked it up. That's what you've done to it.
It was a team
It's
effort.
amazing.
There was a team effort.
I don't give a shit. You're still a part of it. Okay.
That is true. I take some
Still,
blame.
Go eat
So-
a fucking carrot.
So Kaladin and still not in terms of shipping.
They are, yeah, they're on Kaladin because he goes with, along with Moash's plan. That creates a problem because he's having to deal with conflicting promises, including to protecting those who cannot protect themselves, which is one of his Knights Radiant oaths, as well as his oath to Dalinar.
Yeah. So Syl just because Syl's honor sprint, I guess she can't deal with it, and she disappears for quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
Until this gets resolved. Until this conflict gets resolved, she disappears for several chapters.
We also get to see the Stormfighter beat a big protective Big Daddy. He very cute. You killed him.
I was not expecting the Stormfather to become so much of a character. I'll be honest. It's great. I mean, then
Yeah.
thing with Dalinar, but like, just in himself, he's introduced as like a far-off figure. So it's like, oh wow.
Yeah, he goes out of his way to tell Kaladin, "You fucking killed my daughter. Fuck off."
You killed her.
Again, every line from the Stormfather
That-
is gold.
That's actually an impressive.
You
That's actually
killed her.
that's actually an impressive imitation of Michael Kramer as the Stormfather.
Who?
Michael Kramer is the voice of is the reader for the audiobook.
Oh, okay,
Fairly
cool.
close.
Maybe I'm a Michael Kramer. Who knows?
You do not look like Michael Kramer.
How do you know that? I look as you saw. I look like a weird silver cone thing with wearing a horn helmet. That's
You're a
what I look like.
shapeshifter. You can look like whatever you want.
Well, pretty much, yes.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Valerian.
Let's ask. I'm going to ask Valerian a question. Who is Queen Tylan Mitsobar?
None of your business.
That proves it. He's not Michael Kramer.
No, it doesn't. None of your business.
Anyway,
So, Kaladin and Shallan have a little meet cute thing in the middle of a high storm because after they encounter a rather deadly and horrible animal known as the Chasm Fiend.
Chasm Fiend.
Chasm Fiend, yeah.
Is it chasm?
Yeah.
Yes.
I keep
Chasm.
pronouncing it as chasm.
No,
Not
chasm.
how chasm is pronounced, aspiring.
Why am I terrible at this?
Because you're fucking stupid.
That's rather unkind.
It seems as though It seems as though Becca has become White Dragon.
I
It's
think
3 a.m. Of course I have. What do you expect?
I feel like I've whittled down her patience, and she's now just going to be very curt with me from here on out. Like, you little shit.
I think I've helped with that quite a bit.
Yes, but let's face it. On this particular stream, I think I've had more to do with it this time.
I'm trying to find this bit where they're in the. Nope, I'm trying to find the bit where they have the conflict.
So this is how the scene plays out. Thankfully, my memory is still sharp in this particular regard. So, Dalinar is almost assassinated by Sidious and Elai when they make a temporary bridge collapse because it has like a emergency lever that will make the bridge drop into the chasm. Adolin is able to save Dalinar due to the fact that I think he's in Shard Plate, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. However, Shallan and Kaladin do not have Shard Plate and fall into the chasm. Kaladin cries out, and they hear
Chasm.
it's chasm. Kaladin hears Syl scream once, and he has I believe a burst of stormlight. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So Shallan and Kaladin both have Stormlight, and we've seen that this will make them survive Great Falls. Both of them land in the chasm. I have to be active about that now. They both fall in the chasm, and they survive, and both think that they managed to save the other, and not realizing the very simple thing of there might be 2 Radiants, you dumbasses.
Shock, horror, scream.
Yes, and so they're both very annoyed to find that the only person they managed to be alive with is the other, and they start curtly walking away. Shallan tries to make conversation. Cal is like, shut up. Finally, they start talking a bit more until they start yelling at each other, where then, in the distance, they see the shape of the Chasm Fiend just passing by, and they're both like, maybe it's best if we don't just yell in a very echoey cavern system. And what's after that? Now my memory is starting to fail. They walk a bit more. They eventually start talking about their conflict and why they're so annoyed at each other. And Kaladin's like, light days are all terrible. You guys don't care about dark guys, blah, blah, blah. You stole my boots, you little swimp. Yes, I just made that up.
Fine.
Yeah.
You stole my boots. You pretended to be someone you weren't, and bullied a dark-eyed guard you barely met. Is that a good enough example of you playing with someone you thought was beneath you?
I'm glad you have the book, Valerian. Thank you.
Don't mention it.
You couldn't do this any earlier when I wanted the insults read out. You couldn't have been a bit more proactive, mate. Don't look for them now. It's too late. But
Well, she said he was a hateful man.
not that one.
He
He
is.
I meant the creative ones where your parentage is from a sponge. The ones from their first argument. Those are funny. But anyways, going on. Though then Shallan kind of Kaladin's saying you'd have no experience with being this kind of person who's depressed and sees a world like this, and Shallan then proceeds to share how the kind of depression she has. Basically saying word for word what Kaladin feels, and he's like, what the fuck? And he realizes that she has suffered similar pain to him, or a similar amount at least, but she's still able to she's still able to smile, which is a very surprising thing to him.
Here we are. These are later insults, though. It's far too early for arguments. Try it. Give me an insult. I don't. Insult! Now! I'd rather walk these chasms with a compulsive murderer than you. At least then, when the conversation got tedious, I'd have an easy way out. And your feet stink, she said. See? Too early. I can't possibly be with you at this hour, so no arguments. Besides, no murderer would agree to accompany you. Everyone needs to have some standards, after all. Kaladin snorted, lips tugging up to the sides. Be careful, she said. That was almost like a smile. And earlier this morning, I could swear you were cheerful. Well, mildly content. And anyway, if you start to meet a better mood, it will destroy the whole variety of this trip. And so on and so forth.
Yeah, they're really funny.
Yeah, maybe we should ship them.
Legit, we all should.
If Aelin dies, it'll happen.
I don't ship them on it. Sorry.
Shut up, Dan. You're wrong. In every way. And including...
Traitor!
I should not be between you two right now.
No, probably not. This is gonna get deadly.
Nah, you should, because Dunn would die, and then where would we be? Anyway.
Okay, that is true. But, anyways. So, yeah, they're in the chasm. They're starting to finally talk about their experiences. Then they have to fight the chasm fiend itself. After mapping out the carvings and realizing where they need to go. This is a very bad fight. However, Shallan is able to summon a shard blade and give it to Cal. This blade does not scream. There is potential explanations why, we don't know which. Either it's a dead blade and his bond with Syl is so weak that it doesn't matter, or that's a living blade and he's not going to hear a scream no matter what. I don't know which. But yes, he gives the blade, and Kaladin, like a boss, stabs it inside its throat. Into the brain.
Yeah, because Kaladin is a badass.
Kaladin's the man, and you know how awful these creatures are too. They're huge and they're like arthropods. That's the thing I don't like about Roshar. There's all these giant bugs blocking about us. Like, yeah.
That's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons I side with Scadrial, because Scadrial doesn't have fucking giant bugs everywhere.
Oh, that's a good reason right there.
Yeah.
It doesn't have horrifying megafauna on the same level.
Look, Kandra are just more reasonable, okay?
Yes. They're
they
cool.
just are.
I'll be a Kandra. Please make me one.
You'd make a good Kandra, to be fair, aspiring.
Really?
I don't know, you just got like that aura. Anyway.
Yeah.
Also, the other aspect that might be worth talking about with Kaladin and Shallan is the fact that we get the reveal that Shallan's brother was the guy that Kaladin killed for the Shard Blade for Amaran.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
This is not... Shallan does not put two and two together.
But Kaladin does.
Kaladin does. Yeah, he understands. And like, what if she found out I killed her brother? I think she does find out eventually, but
she does. Remember. It's not a big moment, for some reason. Well,
it's making me worry for the future when she figures it out, because he figures it out and goes, "Ooh, that wouldn't be good if he figured that out." So I'm making me go, I feel like it's going to mean more to Shallan, because obviously that was actually her brother, whereas he's just sort of like, I like her. I hope she doesn't figure that out, because ooh.
Yes. So a high storm is coming. They use a sharp blade to cut a little hole. They talk about their both traumatic experiences, and then, like a fucking badass, they climb up back to the war camps and are just like, "Here, we found your gem heart about that chasm that was constantly roaming around." And Dalinar just looks stupefied at them, like, what the hell?
And then Dalinar comes running at them.
Well, yeah. Daughter-in-law and head of security.
Kind of adoptive son.
He is in Dalinar's inner circle. That's made very clear. Like, the few times Dalinar has, like, meetings, Kaladin is allowed to have a voice in it. despite everyone else being like, "The hell are you doing? You're a dark guy. Shut the fuck up."
Which is one of the reasons why when Kaladin becomes like disillusioned from Dalinar, it's like I know he's talking from his perspective of like not fully realizing the context of that and how much that means, but like, you know, and there's an element of like, you know, his whole depression thing kind of clouding his judgment and making him see only the negative, but genuinely Dalinar is like so on his side more than anyone in all of that world is. Like, seriously. It's just that that world is so warped that it's really hard to be on his side and completely support him.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of one of the problems that they experience is kind of like he thinks like Dalinar says, "Hey, what are you the guy that I was searching for?" And Kaladin says, "Might have been once, but I'm not anymore. Sorry," which is really sad.
It really is. Come on, Kyle, you can do it, little baby. Pat on the head. You can do it.
But after that, they like Kaladin figures out. Oh, well, Shallan figures out. Oh, wait, there's a way to find the Parshendi. They're in the center. And while this is happening, the first off, the Parshendi think about making peace, but then they find something very interesting. And that is the ability to turn themselves into
Storm form.
Yes. And this storm form is basically turns them into a lightning tank.
Yeah. So the whole thing with this is that there is a Shone, which is the kind of it's a shard bearer Parshendi we see in book 1 that Kaladin fights and almost kills Dalinar. She wants to try and make peace with the humans. However, before this happens, her sister Venli says she's found a new form, Storm form, and Ashoni volunteers to try and test out this form. So she goes into High Storm, breaks the gem, and the Spren then proceeds to forcibly possess Ashoni. Like major.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's a bit. Yeah, that's where this scream of horror. She's ignoring the scream of horror because she's not actually on board with all this. This is very wrong. But she's already gone too far. Oh, that's right. The Stormfather says you've gone too far. I'm sorry. I can't protect you now. It's really sad.
It really is. And no, I will say, Ishoni does get the most what's the word I'm looking for? Tear-inducing moment ever in the series, as far as I'm concerned. So, It will not happen for a while, but it's fucking worth it.
Yeah. Because, I mean, despite whatever about being Voidbringers or not, they're not evil.
Yeah.
Actually, kind of like it's kind of weird. Like, of the things of Roshar, the Parshendi seem like they're the most natural to this world.
Yes. Interesting.
Because everything else is shell-like, and like the only place that's like somewhat comparable to Earth is Shin.
Yes.
Yeah, which is also interesting.
I'm not going to say anything, but yeah, it's something to think about.
Yeah, and part of what makes Ashoni go through with this is the fact that she's seeing that all the Parshendi think they're gonna die. They're those going into like slave form, which is when they bond with a specific type of Spren that doesn't really allow for cognitive thought, and makes them pretty much like the Parshendi slaves that the Alethi and all the other humans are using.
The Parshendi.
She's like, yeah, they're very concerned. And so Ashoni does this, and then with this form, she tries to convince everyone to take this form and use this form to summon a storm from the cognitive realm into this world, and therefore grant them all forms. they do this.
So a storm from the cognitive realm basically means from Shadesmar, right?
Yes.
Yes.
They bring it to
these
the
are, yep, and these are no, not to spoil on Jilly, but these are not necessarily nice Bren we're talking about.
Yeah,
Yes,
well, it's
they
said
do.
it's said in this book that there are void spren.
Yeah, they're the spren of odium.
Yeah, so not the good Spren, but the bad Spren.
The ones
So
we
it
need
gets-
to avoid.
It really gets interesting and messy in the next two books. Let's just say that.
Especially since we now have kind of concepts from Mistborn being pulled in, with kind of the fact that we're seeing the gods of this universe, or this god of this planet. Since there's a shard of essentially what amounts to God on every single planet. Several of them are dead. Several of them are dead because Odium's been killing them.
Odium has legitimately the largest shard kill count.
Well, he's Odium. What do you expect?
Yeah, he killed Honor. Splintered him.
He's the Ode. Cool people call him the Ode. Yeah, it's the Ode,
Yeah.
man.
Not
And
not
there's
to go
one
into
other-
a long tangent because I am dying right now. But is the anything to do with the preservation ruin thing?
Yes.
Preservation and ruin are
Oh.
shards.
No, but Odium specifically.
No, that he killed the Elantris
Yes.
planet shards.
And ambition, which we never see.
Okay.
That's a bit of outside knowledge, but yeah, suppose actually it's not even outside knowledge at this point. It is something that's said in like one of the RAW little inserts is that Odium goes, kills ambition, and then kills the cell gods because he's like, fuck you.
That's an interesting. The idea of, I mean, I know like preservation and ruin aren't like they are the embodiments of preservation and ruin, but like preservation and ruin would exist without them as concepts, you know.
Yeah, but
But
it's
it's still like, oh, Odium's killed ambition. I guess nobody's ambitious anymore.
they're basic. They're not. It's the embodiment of their intent. You noticed how? Actually, you haven't read that to know. But yeah, the reason Ruin wants to ruin everything is because the Shard wants him to ruin everything.
Yeah. No, I mean, I love the use of preservation and ruin. They're the right ones to fit the Mistborn universe. It makes sense because they're so. That is what the dynamic of that world is. It's that's why we go, oh, Mistborn's really depressing, but it has such a reverent, like, that's not the right word, but like, you know, there's a happiness to Mistborn in that combats the extreme.
Yeah.
And that fits with their shards being such extremes to each other.
Yeah, and little fun fact: Odium is terrified of Harmonium / Sazed. He's actually scared of the guy.
So Odium is also in Mistborn then.
He's aware of Sazed. He doesn't. Their awareness goes a bit beyond their planet.
We don't
So he
really
doesn't
want
actually.
we don't want to spoil Mistborn.
I'm not spoiling anything. It's just a little fun fact that Odium is aware of him and is scared of him.
Well, we do have kind of an element of Trell,
but we have.
also, I was just going to say, like, Sazed has letters that show up in letters that show up in Oathbringer.
Yeah. Which means so Sazed is aware of Odium and Odium is aware of Sazed.
Sazed is best. Okay.
Yes.
Bestest boy.
Okay, we have
I'm losing it. Okay, shut up.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
we shall speed. We shall speed through. Where were we? Okay,
it's kind of the
battle.
thing when you're talking about planet-spanning books, a giant planet-spanning book series.
Yeah. But yes. So we're on the final battle, right?
Yep, the final
Okay.
battle.
So-
I even- nice little thing for that. This is the artwork of the battle, and then also the coolest moment in said battle.
Oh my god, I need that little black and white art piece of the battlefield. That's actually good.
It's in the book.
It's in the book. Fucking hell, I didn't see that one. Maybe it's not in my copy. Tarek has gone to bed before me. I need to sleep. I said that out loud, and I am sorry.
Yes, you did.
I just saw the message. I started reading it out loud before I could even think. Wait.
I'm
I'm
the
like-
tired one, not you. Shut the fuck up.
Did you
I'm
just say
sorry.
something disgusting again?
No. I accidentally read Becca's message out loud because I need food now.
Well,
But
eat
anyways.
something. I'm having dinner.
I'll have dinner once we're done. We're about to be done.
Well,
We're about to be done in the next half hour or so.
Yes. So, closing events. So, should we start with Kaladin or we should start with the grand battle?
Start with Kaladin and then I can
Wait!
go.
Wait, actually, so Dalinar, before Dalinar leaves, so he's preparing all of his forces to assault the Preshendi capital. I'm going to call it that. However, before this, Kaladin goes to see them off, and Dalinar decides this is the perfect moment to test something. To see if Amaram is a bastard or not. He goes and approaches Amaram, and turns out Dalinar has secretly put a bit of bait for Amaram, saying he wants to check on the Insane Herald and whether or not he has a shard blade. There was indeed a shard blade, however, he had already bonded it. And so, Amaram stole it, and when he did not admit this, Dalinar summoned a blade on him and called him out as a fucking liar.
also another issue that is brought up is that sword is revealed to be what is called an honored blade, which basically grant you consequence-free shard surge binding.
Not that particular one. We actually don't know what happened to Talon's blade. It's one of the things that's still not something I know.
Yeah, I know. It's like clearly Hoyd hid it away somewhere.
Was it Hoyd? Was it like? Here's the thing: we don't know if it might have been before he even met Hoyd. So Hoyd's waiting at the gates of Altakar at end of book 1. He has a shard blade. It's possible that shard blade wasn't even the honor blade, and that he was actually taken from him before, either by Ghost Bloods or by Shin. One of the two would have a reason.
Well, another possibility is the fact that like the two shard blades look nothing alike.
Yeah.
The two shard
weren't.
blades that they see is like one is like the shard blade that's described at the end of Way of Kings is a thin spike. The one that Dalinar has is a cleaver.
Yeah. So it's like, when did that spike one go? Is it Hoyd? So I guess he did have his honor blade when he reached Hoyd. But I wonder why no one else mentioned. Wait, that's not the blade he even initially had. But anyway, bribery, maybe. Hoyd is a clever little boy. But yes. So he calls out Amaram on this. Amaram then proceeds to say he's sorry when he did the Cal's things, but it was necessary. Cal's like, fuck you.
Sorry, not sorry, essentially.
Yeah. And then Dalinar is like, we'll be back to put you on fucking trial, you piece of shit. And then he marches off to battle. Meanwhile, Kaladin is still suffering from the fact that Syl effectively died, and he doesn't know what the hell's happened to her. And so he's trying to like go to Vashir for advice, doesn't see him. He then tries to train with a spear, and because he's having the absolute worst day, he doesn't do very well. And then he comes to the realization that Elacor is basically Dalinar's team, and that he needs to save him. And so he goes and tries to stop the assassination. And during this, he finally realizes the oath he's been needing, is that if he only protects people who he wants to, he's not doing it because it's right. And makes his third oath. He will protect those... What was the oath? Fucking hell.
I will protect even those I hate so long as it is right.
I normally can remember these things off the top of my head, my brain. But yes. And then he gets the Syl Spear.
Hey.
Oh, and
Yes.
Syl's back, and Sillidan's back. Not shipping.
No, not Silladin. Shut the
Not
fuck up,
sh-
Valerian.
Not
And- and
shipping.
s-
Just they're together again.
No,
and
let's
still-
not use ship names and pretend we're not talking about shipping. Shut up, Valerian.
It's
You're
not
saying the wrong
shipping.
words.
Well, I'll just say this. I love the moment where Syl just basically like screw off to the Stormfather. I will bond him. I have chosen him. Go away.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Syl
yes.
is-
He,
Syl is
he-
a goddamn treasure.
he is my boyfriend, and I love him, and
No!
you will not stop me, Dad.
No, shut up, Dan. I can't deal with this at 3:30 in the morning.
We're almost done. Don't worry. Anyways,
Please.
We are
Please
not
finish.
almost me. That's a terrifying thought.
anyways.
Oh God, no.
Shut up, Dan.
So Cal, before then, the guy with Mosh, because Mosh at this point is a dick and has been beating around Cal and being like, "I'm sorry, my captain," and tries to kill him. And Mosh's companion runs away, saying it's too late and that Dalinar will die. Kind of. I forgot the exact lines. And
Elhokar, right?
yeah.
Elhokar.
He wants to kill Elhokar, but then he's mentioned something about Dalinar, and Dalinar realizes Dalinar is in danger. So after putting Elhokar somewhere safe, he then goes to rush to Dalinar's safety, which Dalinar is currently having an awful time. Because now he is engaging with the Parshendi.
Who are now psychopathically strong and really,
Lightning.
really. There's also a high storm happening.
Yes,
Wow.
the Stormfather summoned a high storm out of the blue to fuck him up. He's
Because
like,
that's
I
what
will
he
wash
does.
away your corpses. I will wash away all your corpses. You stupid humans.
All right, I'm legitimately gonna have to go in a second because
We're almost done.
Okay.
Try to hold
Please,
out a little bit longer.
Oh my god! Look, I'm just gonna say what my opinions are now. Right?
Okay.
Fucking the storm thing. Wow, awesome. Wow, that happened this soon. What the hell? Okay, that's really cool. Then crazy fantasy city. What the hell? Oh my god, very cool. That was the coolest part. Okay, yeah, that's good. See how tired I am. All right, this is why I'm doing this right now. And then the best moment of the entire book is 100%, as has been said, when
Perfect.
Dalinar makes the fucking Stormfather his bitch. The end.
That's not how I would put it, but yes.
I agree with this description.
You made up this description, I think.
I did?
Probably.
I think that you brought this into being.
Did I? Wait, Becca, who was the one who said make Stormfather his bitch? I think that was you.
I'm pretty sure it was me. I read it and immediately
really?
made a comment about it. I don't
No
know.
Yeah.
comment.
Okay.
Because the thing is, when I think Stormfather, the last thing I think is bitch.
Which is
That
why
one's
it's
a
so
Becca.
bloody amazing that Dalinar managed it. You know, it's like, oh my god, this is the coolest guy that ever existed.
For once, I
Yeah.
cannot be blamed. For once, I can't be blamed for this.
Didn't he
Even though this is
out-argue
no
him,
longer-
basically? Didn't he out-argue him, basically, saying, what was that? Blah, blah, how can you be blah, 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 blah. Didn't he, like, I don't remember the details. But
Yeah,
wasn't
I
it
remember
basically
him being like,
arguing him?
"You tried to kill us all." And he's like, "You allowed the enemy to come. Your end is already forfeit. I don't give a shit." And then he's like, but then the Stormfather does like keep answering him. I need to check out Words of Radiance again just to read that one part.
Yeah, where is that? That's towards the end. Let's see. Where would that be?
Very, very end.
Which chapter is that?
I don't know. I wish I knew.
Let me see.
My memory does not extend to this magical extent, unlike Shallan's, who can fucking take pictures with her mind.
We all
Yeah.
wish
but,
we were like Shallan.
Yes, but yeah, so final battle while Balerian's looking for that. They're attacking. Adolin gets struck by lightning and his horse dies, and so he gets really enraged. He fights Ashone and then basically hits her off the... What are those called? Plateaus? Plateaus? Yeah, plateaus.
Yeah.
He hits her off the plateau in a duel, and she dead now. I'm pretty sure it's confirmed in next book, but she dead. Don't kid yourselves. She dead. There was a high storm and everything. And then, so they're attacking, they're managing to win, kind of. They're killing a lot of Parshendi. And so, something happens. Odlin's coming back, and he sees a cloaked figure and asks him what the fuck he's doing. And it's Sasit! Sasit is here. Sasit is here to... Sasit says that? I don't care. The White Assassin's here and wants to kill Dalinar. Well, /1 has been ordered to.
My good sweet lord, the White Devil has come here to kill us all.
A White Devil here and we're dead.
Shut up.
Okay, so...
I'm trying to get through this as quickly as possible, but...
The White Assassin starts making everyone his bitch and just launching them into the air. He outright takes a High Prince... I think it's Ryul, right? Ryul?
Royan? I think.
Yeah, Royan. Yeah.
And he gets, like, fucked into the air and smacked into the fucking earth, and it's like, oh, shit.
He fights Dalinar. Yeah, he fights Dalinar. Dalinar comes to terms that if he had not been a drunk, sober drunkard at the day of his brother's death when he came to attack him, he would have just died, which is kind of comforting to him. The White Assassin then proceeds to touch him and then launch him in the air, but Kaladin this time is here to save him and lands him softly on the ground before attacking Sasit, where they have a battle in the air. Meanwhile, during all of this, Shallan is trying to find the portal to Eurytru that's in the Pershendi capital, which requires Stormlight and a Living Blade to use as a key. Kaladin and Sasit are fighting in the air. Kaladin realizes his blade can fucking shapeshift into anything and fights Sasit. I can't do this. I'm trying to go through this fast.
It's annoyingly freaking spelt, that game.
Yes. But, so, while this is happening, there is now a High Storm and Everstorm in the same place. And because of this, it is basically turned into Destruction of High Storm times 100. Where boulders fucking fly into the air above the clouds. A plateau fucking lifts off and manages to spin before being dropped back down. It is terrifying. It is destructive, and it is awesome. Literally, the word awesome fits this best. It is an awesome sight.
And Zeth and Kaladin are fighting on the plateaus, and it's awesome.
It is hard to imagine, but yeah, it's awesome. They're fighting. Sasit is skilled and experienced, but Kaladin is master of the winds, and it is his, not Sasit's. And also because of the High Storm, fuck, I'm doing the voice, so it's going to just pronounce like that. And because they're in a High Storm, they're constantly being refueled with Stormlight. So Sasit's faster use of Stormlight does not matter in this battle. They are both on equal ground in this regard. However, Kaladin has Shapeshifting Spear, and also has just Spear in general. Spear versus Sword. Spear better. Boom. This is a factual thing. But they're fighting. They go into a chase through the storm, and then Kaladin thinks he's lost the White Assassin, except a miracle happens. A bunch of Silspren, I'm going to just call them Silspren, a bunch of Silspren / Stormspren / High Spren leave a trail towards the assassin so he can find him. He breaks through the storm and then just like fucking attacks Sasit and manages to get a hit. During which he then talks to Sasit being like, it was your choice to kill everyone. You are not truthless. This makes Sasit just kind of go, shit, my life is absolutely terrible, let me die. And unbonds the blade and falls to his death. Or so we think. Kaladin takes the Honor Blade and goes to find that Shallan has figured out how to use the portal and is in the city of Eurytru, which is the original Radiant home place. Meanwhile,
home planet.
Pretty much. There's legit fan theories that it might be a spaceship. I don't understand them, and I don't care to. But
why would you do that? It's cool enough as it is. Why would you make it a spaceship, you dunces?
Kill them.
Fuck you, all of you. You're stupid.
Well, we are getting spaceships eventually.
Yeah, but not right now. Why would you want them early? You stupid fucking morons.
Oh, I found it.
We find that the White Assassin has not died, much to his disappointment. He has in fact had his soul put back in place by Nalan using a fabrial that is somehow existed but not any longer. Possibly one of regrowth, actually, which is a radiant power with really exceptional healing. Because of this, Sazit is alive again, and Nalan wants him to become a Skybreaker because he has seen his honor and thinks he is a very, very worthy candidate for this. And also gives him a familiar someone, Nightblood. You remember him, Becca?
Yeah. Oh my god. Here's the thing, right? I read Words of Radiance first, and then I went to Warbreaker, and then I fell in love with Nightblood.
Who? What? Why?
So
How?
good. The sword that Seth gets given is like essentially a main character in Warbreaker.
Oh, that sword! Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. Okay, that
Yeah.
sword. He talks, doesn't it?
Yeah, read Warbreaker,
that's
Valerian. It's amazing.
That sword.
okay?
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, I know the sword. I know the sword from Oathbringer, or whatever it was. Whatever book I read it in. I know that sword. That sword. Yeah, okay, fair enough. But where was I? I bring you a storm of cleansing. It will carry away your corpses. This is all I can do. No, don't you dare abandon us. You make demands of me, me, your god. You are my god. You are never my god. You are a shadow, a lie. And so,
You know, it's kind of pathetic that we're dying this quickly from a 5-hour, 20-minute stream when EFAP goes 10 hours on the daily. Fucking hell. We would never be able to do it. But,
Yeah.
Anyways. Where were we? Right, final battle. So, Kaladin now has the Honor Blade, and he meets his Bridge 4, which have come back to show him how to get through the portal. He goes, and they find Dimitri, and they're exploring the place. Dalinar finds a place where he can be outside, and then proceeds to have a conversation with the Stormfather, which, Balerion, can you possibly read?
wasn't that just it?
No, that was him saying, fuck your corpses. I'm talking about Dalinar and Stormfather when they bond.
When they bond.
Yes, it's like a few chapters later. Like, maybe 5.
Haven't I
So
just
I got-
quoted it? Hey, Stormfather, you my bitch now. The end. That's what happens, okay?
Okay, true.
Why did you pick me? Is that this bit?
Yes. Why'd you pick me? I think so.
I was required to send the. Why send me? Okay, you sent that storm to destroy us. You sent it to cover up what Shallan and then Kaladin were becoming. You tried to end this before it could begin. Why send me visions and tell me to prepare, then try to destroy us when we listen to them? I was required to send those visions once the time arrived. The Almighty demanded it of me. I could no more disobey than I could refuse to blow the winds. The visions were his then, and you were the vehicle for choosing who received them? Yes. Why did you pick me? It does not matter. You are too slow. You failed. The Everstorm is here, and the spren of the enemy come to inhabit the Ancient Ones. It is over. You have lost. You said that you are a fragment of the Almighty. I am his. Spren, you might say. What a soul. I am the memory men create for him, now that he is gone. The personification of storms and of the divine. I am no god. I am but a shadow of one. I'll take what I can get. He wished for me to find you, but your kind have brought only death to mine. What do you know of this storm that the Parshendi unleashed? The Everstorm. It is a new thing, but old of design. Let me know when to stop. It rounds the world now, and carries with it his spren. Any of the old people it touches will take on their new forms. Voidbringers. That is one term for them. This Everstorm will come again for certain. Regularly, like high storms, though less frequent. You are doomed. And it will transform the Parshmen. Is there no way to stop it? No. Wait. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Life before death, Dalinar shouted. Strength before weakness. Journey before destination. I am the sliver of the Almighty himself, the voice said, sounding angry. I am the Stormfather. I will not let myself be bound in such a way as to kill me. I need you. Despite what you did, the bridgeman spoke of oaths given, and of each order of knights being different. The first ideal is the same. After that, each order is unique, requiring different words. The thunder rumbled. It sounded like a challenge. Could Dalinar interpret thunder now? This was a dangerous gambit. He confronted something primal, something unknowable, blah blah blah. Fortunately, I know the second oath I am to make. I don't need to be told it. I will unite instead of divide, Stormfather. I will bring men together. The thunder silenced. Dalinar stood alone, staring at the sky, waiting. Very well, the Stormfather finally said. These words are accepted. So do you want the rest of it, or does that pretty much cover it?
Pretty much.
That
right.
is good.
There we go. He's a bitch. That's how it goes.
It
That is
doesn't
the
quite-
end. The
doesn't
Radiance.
It doesn't quite say that, but it's that's pretty much.
That is what happened. Shut up, Valerian.
I honestly do agree with Becca's description. It's great. But then the next two things that happen is the Radiants all come up together and Dalinar hears of all the shit that's been happening all over the world, all of which will be answered in Oathbringer because it's a great-ass book.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
It is
Chaos-
not like The Last Jedi, where there is no world building at all.
Shush.
Yeah. Things that are set up are actually, used. Azir,
Oh my God.
Rishi, everything.
How about we stay on Words of Radiance so I don't just fuck off right now, okay?
Okay.
Well, we were done. Because then we also have, Renarin reveal himself as a Truth Watcher.
Done?
Yeah,
I am
Renara
done.
reveal, Yasna reveal, the end. That's what happens.
Also, Thaddeus gets his comeuppance
Oh,
much
yes,
earlier
Thaddeus
than
thing.
Neff.
That's
Much
thing.
earlier than Neff predicted. Neff predicted that it would be in book 5 that Thaddeus died.
Yeah.
No, he
Also-
just gets fucked off out of the way.
We keep glossing over shit because of this. What the hell?
Has
Also,
anyone mentioned Severial yet? Sorry.
Who?
Yeah, I think
Severio.
we have.
I literally fawned over him for like a half hour. I think you were gone for that part.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
good.
Aspiring has a bit of a
I love him. He's in my basket of I want you happy. Please be happy.
Yeah, we have baskets. My basket has Cal and Renarin and Sword of Elokar nearly, and Sword of Zeth nearly.
Oh
Aspiring's
god.
has Sabaria.
It has Cal and Sabariel, and also oh god. I'm sorry. You can cry within a week. You're gonna cry within the next few weeks.
Shush!
I love you.
Stop! I can't
Oh,
do it.
which bit,
It's
which
nearly
bit is
4 a.m.
that?
Shut up.
Tell us which bit that is. Oh, would that be a spoiler? Oh,
I'm
There's plenty of reasons to cry in Oathbringer, believe me.
Yeah. shut up.
yeah. There's
And
a
even
lot.
more in rhythm, and even more in Rhythm of War.
Oh god.
On that
Yeah.
note, I'm going. Bye, guys.
Well,
Yeah.
we will. Yep, we will
Yeah.
conclude everything there. This has been fun. This has been a good discussion.
Is this the
Also-
longest one
also-
ever?
Also, Hoid
no.
fucking flexes on Yasuna's shard blade.
Is this the longest one ever that we've had in this
Yeah.
channel?
No, longest is 12 hours.
He did a
Oh.
12-hour gaming stream, but I think of all the talking streams, this is the longest.
How did I manage
no.
to stay this long?
No,
Because
that
you're
would be
awesome.
confused Matthew. That would be confused Matthew. That was 6 hours.
How did you do that? Becca's already dying.
Sheer
it's-
willpower.
Because it's nearly 4 a.m. That's why I'm dying.
I mean, it's kind of late. It's kind of late for me, even.
Yeah. Well, I should probably let everybody go. This has been fun.
Yes, it
We
has.
will-
It's been great.
We must conclude this. Me.
No!
Lovely
No.
chat.
Kill him.
No, I'm not in a state of mind to not kill you, okay?
All right.
No, no
4 a.m. in the
shanking.
morning.
No shanking.
Yeah, she's gonna shank me with a carrot.
No, that's only for aspiring.
Yes. this
Well,
is
you can
perfect.
shank him with the carrot, and then you make me choke on it.
Okay,
Get
fair
something more deadly for done. Carrots
Yeah.
aren't deadly enough.
Cool.
No,
Yep.
they are. Believe me.
Well, I actually enjoy eating carrots. Carrots are delicious.
Well, you wouldn't be
That's
eating
why I'm the one choking on it. She's just shaking you in it.
Yeah, well, so long as it's not a corn on the cob like in Sleepwalkers, where she literally kills a guy with a corn on the cob.
I've seen that clip. It's stupid.
Yeah, I love that movie. We actually have a commentary on it. If anybody wants to watch it, it's live on Rumble, I believe.
Are you deliberately stalling, Dun? I need
Yes.
to go to sleep.